Age of Annihilation is over on Valhalla, but its repercussions threaten to destroy our world. The wellspring storm that Thorman unleashed tears apart the land and pulls anyone caught in its grasp into distant worlds. If it is not stopped, it will tear Valhalla apart. A new discovery has given us hope. Deep beneath Valhalla, there is a city left behind by our ancestors. And the secret of how to end the storm was buried there with them. The mission will not be easy. Others have already begun to descend into the Citadel. The Clockwork Combine will stop at nothing to extract valuable materials and invention from the Citadel's chambers. The Verdant Pact will trick, trap, and ensnare you using the land itself. And the Umbral Covenant's operatives will go unseen in the darkness, hoarding power for themselves. Crush them beneath your heels, knights of our new alliance. Let no one get in your way. And save our world by learning the secrets of the Citadel.
What is up, Renegades? Wasn't that cool? Welcome to the first Renegade Con of 2026. My name is Anais. I'm the product development specialist here at Renegade, and I'm joined today by the lovely Lee Hoof, producer of Heroescape.
Hey everyone! Once again, super excited to be back with more Heroescape reveals. We're going to announce the titles we're releasing this summer, because it is 2026. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. We're moving from the Age of Annihilation into Secrets of the Citadel. We have a lot of exciting titles to announce, but first we want to remind you of the final Age of Annihilation titles coming soon. We have stuff releasing every month from now till May, and there's still time to secure some of our special pre-order promo figures if you place your orders now. You can click the link in the chat to check everything out. We also are excited to announce that we have a brand new website for Heroescape debuting today, and we'll have some links in the chat for that as well. All right, now let's get right into it. Lee, can you kick things off for us?
Oh, for sure. So first, a bit of a backstory. With the start of Secrets of the Citadel era, the Valkyrie generals have paired off into 4 alliances. We've got the new alliance between Jandar and Utgar, got the Umbral Covenant between Vidar and Revna, the Clockwork Combine between Einar and Volrak, and then we have the Verdant Pact between Ular and Akula. And with this in mind, everything that we're revealing, so like the battle box, army expansions, all that, like they feature these new alliances as the fight continues. And I guess that leads us to our first thing. We got to kick off our new era with a battle box. So this is the Battle for Blackscar battle box. In the murky caverns of Blackscar, powerful factions are duking it out, including assassins, undead royalty, disciplined samurai, and more. It's the perfect jumping in point for new players, and it adds some new figures exclusive to the set for the established players looking to expand their armies.
There's a total of 6 new figures, a bunch of hex terrain that to build your battlefields, including new metallic ancient terrain, dice, markers, army cards, and a new destructible object, shroud shrooms.
All right, so before we get to the figures, I have to tell you all about these shroud shrooms.
Yeah, I'm excited about these.
I provided some photos this morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in Discord. But so this set includes the Young Shroud Shroom, and this is a destructible object that alters line of sight for small and medium figures, and it interacts with powers that reference trees via fungal forest. The Young Shroud Shroom's Spore Cloud ability blocks line of sight for nearby enemies, so not even the big guys are safe from this effect. And these little mushrooms also have a little divot on top for wound markers.
Yeah, these are awesome. Those will definitely help shake up your games. Now let's take a look at each of the figures in this set. I'd like to introduce Nishi Suda. Nishi Suda is the first multi-class hero introduced in Secrets of the Citadel, bringing together the two classic classes of samurai and lawman, both of which are prominent in Einar and Volorak's Clockwork Combine Alliance. Samurai hero bonding and call for backup provide turn efficiency, letting you make cohesive armies with heroes from both classes. Swordcatcher debuffs small and medium enemies engaged with him, and improved Counter-Strike punishes over-aggressive attackers by converting excess shields into automatic wounds. Nishi excels as a frontline defender who enables multi-activation samurai and lawman strategies. And if you want to learn more about this fella, you can tune into the Heroescape Designer Roundtable later today at 11:30.
And next up is another unique hero, Blink Dawson. Blink Dawson embodies fast action gunplay with Quick Draw 7, interrupting enemy turns with reactive fire when targeted from range. So this makes him a persistent threat against ranged armies. And also, as a lawman, Nishi can call him up for backup.
Then we have, figure I'm excited for, Kanak, Private Eye. She is a gritty orc lawman. She's a uniquely thematic blend of tracking, vengeance, and order marker redirection. Her pick up the trail ability lets her take command after allied lawmen fall, creating cinematic momentum swings and turn order for both players.
And that's the Clockwork Combine figures in the battle box. So let's talk about the heroes that work for Revna and Vidar's Umbral Covenant Alliance. And we have a new servant of Revna to introduce, Corvin the Rotbeak. This beast supports undead and wizard armies through flexible targeting rules. Her Eyes in the Skies special power allows friendly spellcasters and undead heroes to trace range and line of sight through Corvin, dramatically expanding spellcasting and attack angles. Combined with stealth flying, Corvin acts as a mobile relay point, enabling precision attacks and creative board states that emphasize mobility and coordination.
And next up, we have Sudema. Sudema, the reimagined undead queen, delivers battlefield swing potential through command over undead and her iconic petrifying glare. Fitting for a queen of the undead, Sudema can seize additional turns with allied undead and Eisenek heroes and unique squads standing in shadow, and wound enemies with a well-timed roll after moving. Sudema is a board impact control piece, rewarding careful positioning and clear sight planning.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited for Mummy Queen Sudama. Okay, but last but not least, we have Agent SI4X. So Agent SI4X is a stealth-focused operative built around shadow space manipulation. That's so fun to say, like shadow space manipulation. Through powers like Obfuscation Matrix, not as fun to say. In Phantom Protocols, SI4X transforms the terrain itself, expanding shadow zones, enabling risk repositioning, and boosting offensive output when striking into darkness. And when attacking into shadow, SI4X becomes a lethal assassin capable of doubling his skulls, and his Phantom Protocols lets all of your Revna and Vidar figures use shadow to avoid leaving engagement attacks.
And those are all the figures in this new set. But I want to talk real fast about the terrain packed in here because it's pretty cool. There's a total of 25 pieces of terrain, including all new ancient tiles, dungeon tiles, and the Shroud Shroom pieces we talked about earlier. Use these titles to dive deep beneath Valhalla and into the mysterious ancient citadel. And that's everything. There are two options to choose from: the limited edition painted set for $80 and the regular unpainted set for $65. You can pre-order both editions now using the link in the chat below.
All right, so let's move on to our first army expansion review. This is the Clockwork Combine Research Expedition Army Expansion. This introduces a unique hero and a unique 3-figure squad, along with 3 exclusive treasure glyphs. These new figures serve Volorak, and this general is all about bringing cutting-edge experimental weaponry, modular tech, and precision scouts to the battlefield. So let's get a look at Gimbal first. So here's Gimbal, the centerpiece of this expansion. She is a small Volrac dragon engineer whose huge personal mech houses interchangeable prototype systems. Through draconic engineering, Gimbal begins each game equipped with 3 exclusive treasure glyphs: breath, wings, and claws, each granting a distinct combat module. Breath provides a powerful line-based heat beam special attack. Wings grants flying movement capability. And Claws gives Gimbal a brutal melee system that can deal extra wounds to adjacent enemies.
Gimbal can also jettison a glyph with a blade of equipment, preventing damage at a critical moment. And you remove that part of Gimbal's mech as well. That leaves the glyphs available for other heroes to pick up. These prototypes are incredibly potent but unstable. Each one self-destructs if used by a non-scientist. Built for players who love high-impact decisions, Gimbal offers unparalleled versatility in a single hero.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, let me tell you about the squad in the set, the
Please
Eisen
do, yeah.
Expedition. These little cuties are Volrac aligned. They're a 3-figure squad of expert explorers. Their abilities highlight speed, coordination, and tactical setup. Expeditionary Force lets you activate a Vorid or Scientist hero before their turn, boosting that hero's move and enabling multi-unit strategies with Gimbal and other impressive figures like Zed Nesbit. Well-equipped allows them to ignore terrain effects, letting them traverse and occupy dangerous terrain with confidence, with the exception of Molten Lava. And Line Up the Shot 2 rewards careful positioning by adding +2 attack when firing at non-adjacent enemies as long as they do not move. The Eisen Expedition excels at map control, objective pressure, and supporting Gimbal's massive offensive footprint.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can't wait to see Gimbal and the squad in action. The standard edition of this expansion will be available for $45, and the premium painted edition will be available for $55. You can pre-order these now for a July release. Check the link in the chat. All right, let's move on to reveal number 3. If you're a fan of mixed faction builds or Einar aligned armies, you're in luck. This is the Crooked Crew of the Clockwork Combine Army expansion. Talk about fun stuff to say. Crooked Crew of
I
the
know.
Clockwork Combine Army expansion. Love it. This brings to the table a blend of gunslinging justice, experimental science, and cursed steel. Inside this expansion, you'll find 3 new unique heroes, each with a distinct playstyle perfect for people who love synergy-driven tactics, unpredictable movement, and high-risk plays. Also included in this expansion is a new treasure glyph. Lee, before we get into the heroes, can you tell the folks about the glyph?
I sure can. So this new treasure glyph is the Blood-Cursed Blade, and it's incredibly deadly. So this Blood-Cursed Blade, it adds +1 automatic skull to any adjacent normal attacks, and it punishes inactivity by wounding its wielder at the end of any turn where no wound was inflicted. And once it's claimed, it cannot be dropped, turning any hero into a relentless engine of offense and also a countdown clock.
Yeah, you weren't kidding when you said it was deadly. Even crazier, there's a hero in the set that starts the game with this glyph already equipped. This is Takanawa Kaiga, the blood-marked samurai. Driven by Torment and armed with a blood-cursed blade, Takanawa Kaiga excels in relentless close-quarters combat. The blade thirsts lets Kaiga strike, reposition, and strike again, at the cost of his own vitality, while Counter-Strike punishes non-samurai attackers who get too close. And as I said before, he begins the game already equipped with the treasure glyph, guaranteeing an immediate offensive punch.
Yeah, Kaiga's pretty great. I mean, he's a high pressure duelist. He's thriving on calculated risk, rewarding bold and aggressive play, and it's going to constantly like keep his opponents on edge.
Yeah.
So, but you might be thinking, well, how am I supposed to keep that super powerful glyph out of enemy hands without getting smacked around? Well, you could just use someone that specializes in looting treasure glyphs, and we just happen to know a guy. It's Guilty McCreech. So he's a sharpshooter with a badge that he probably shouldn't have. Guilty McCreech brings flexible faction utility and treasure hunting power. With Long Arm of the Law, Guilty can claim treasure glyphs from afar and hand them off to allies, creating early game momentum and controlling the battlefield without risking traps. His Deputize ability lets you turn a sniper or fellow Einar or Volorak hero into a lawman, opening access to lawman synergies normally out of reach. He's fast, he's efficient, and he's dangerous in the right hands.
Yeah, definitely. All right, there's one more figure in this set to reveal. This is Dernipia, the Combine's rogue scientist. Part mad scientist, part master of dark magic, Dernipia manipulates biology and battlefield tempo alike. Species Splicer lets her permanently graft the traits of another non-Soulborg unit onto herself, expanding synergies and granting her new strategic roles. With Blood Stitcher 15, she can pull wounds off other figures at the cost of her own life, then potentially heal herself through the regenerative nature of her Durgith physiology. Paired with I'll Do It Myself, which allows mid-round order marker reassignment, Dernipia is a versatile support piece who can pivot strategy on the fly.
And that's it for this army expansion. So the standard edition of this expansion will be available for $40, and the premium painted edition will be $50. You can pre-order these now for a July release. And that brings us into our next expansion. Let's dive into it. This is Paragons of the New Alliance. The New Alliance is the unsteady pairing of Jandar and Ukar's forces, now led by Leviatok. This set brings together 3 unlikely heroes under the banner of Jandar. We've got Jean d'Arc, Concan the Curie Warrior, and Frizzed Galligan. Together, they form a powerful coalition built on sacrifice, coordination, and battlefield leadership. Can you tell us about the first figure in this set, Anais?
Yeah, absolutely. This is Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc embodies sacrifice and protection. Her shield of faith can negate devastating attacks at a critical moment, while Faithful Spirit allows her to continue protecting allies even after she falls, granting her defensive blessing to another hero. Jeanne's presence rewards tight formations and thoughtful timing, making her an ideal early line defender and late game support piece.
I know I say this about a lot of things, but she's pretty amazing.
Yeah, totally.
But I should probably tell you about this other veteran leader of the New Alliance, Concan. Concan, he thrives on coordination between opposing forces. Through Might of Bleakwood and Vigilance of Nosterland, he boosts allied Jandar attackers and Ukar defenders depending on revealed order markers. So he's encouraging careful turn planning, mixed affiliation army building. I mean, makes sense.
Yeah.
And if you look closely on his cloak, there you'll see like both the Jandar and Ukar symbols on like his little cloak cape thing, whatchamacallit. Well, and also obviously he flies. So with flying, he remains mobile and central to the fight, anchoring key engagements.
And this final figure is what I'm excited about, Frizzed Galligan. Frizzed Galligan delivers a surgical strike from the back lines. His RA-1A guided cannon special attack ignores height advantages and can hit from a very long range of 10, but it requires a friendly figure to be adjacent to the target, while Fire When Ready allows Frisk to act outside the normal turn order using the X order marker. This makes him a flexible threat, even when it isn't technically his turn, which is interesting.
Yeah, he's awesome. I'm excited to see how he's used in other people's games, and if this crazy team doesn't already sound awesome, we have 2 new treasure glyphs to sweeten the deal even more. So these glyphs deepen the expansion's focus on positioning and teamwork. We've got the Spear of Gerda, famously wielded by Raylan the Curie Warrior and forged by her mom. Grants nearby allies increased resilience, reinforcing defensive formations. And then we've got the Sword of Guthor, once carried by the mighty Finn the Viking champion. This enhances offensive power of adjacent figures and cannot be destroyed, making it a lasting focal point on the battlefield.
And if you want this great set of glyphs and figures, you can pre-order this expansion now. The premium painted edition is $45 and the standard edition is $35. Both will be released in July. Check it out at the link in the chat.
And now it's time for our final army expansion reveal. Introducing the Might of the New Alliance. This set unleashes raw aggression and relentless momentum onto the battlefield, which includes a new Morrow Hive Lord. So that's right, she's huge, and she's here. She'll be releasing alongside a brutal Ursine raiding squad bound by blood and conquest. Well, let's get a look at the army card for Kariga. She's a towering engine of destruction. So Kariga, she'll dominate through sheer presence and her terrifying mobility. She has a hive tunnel ability that allows her to reposition across the map in an instant, inflicting wounds on nearby enemies as she erupts from the ground. And as she takes damage, she grows even more dangerous, turning attention into fuel for devastation. And I mean, she's also designed as a centerpiece threat, so she pressures enemy formation and forces constant repositioning.
Now, let me tell you guys about the unique squad, the Gnarlfur Raiders. This is a savage, hard-hitting squad that thrives on momentum. Also, it's more Ursine for the folks out there looking to expand their bear armies and collections. With mighty hero bonding, they activate alongside powerful, valiant, or relentless heroes that follow Jandar or Utgar, keeping turns fast and aggressive. Their Brothers in Blood ability increases their speed, attack, and defense as squad members fall, creating a snowball effect that makes the survivors increasingly dangerous. These excel at close quarters engagements and reward fearless all-in tactics. Also included in this expansion are two glyphs. Gulosh, Wing Render, I think I'm saying that right, famously wielded by Leviatak, the Kiri warrior, enhances melee reliability by allowing a critical reroll when attacking adjacent enemies. Glyph of Zigvald is a power glyph that permanently increases army-wide mobility by 1, accelerating engagements and enabling rapid board control. Together, these glyphs ensure the new alliance strikes faster, hits harder, and keeps advancing. And you can pre-order the premium painted edition for $50 and the standard edition for $40. Like the rest of the Secrets of the Citadel stuff we announced today, these will be released in July, and you can use the link in our chat to check them out.
And we have one very special terrain expansion to reveal today. So if you thought the Shroud Shrooms in the Battle Box sounded cool, well, I'm pleased to say we're offering more of them along with a new terrain type in the Ancient Lands of Valhalla. So the Ancient Lands of Valhalla reshape the battlefield with forgotten metal and living terrain. This expansion adds a wide selection of ancient land tiles and destructible shroud shrooms that block line of sight. They spread as they're destroyed, and they count as trees for special powers.
There's a total of 23 hex tile terrain pieces included in this set, featuring new ancient land tiles, which integrate perfectly into maps featuring outdoor, indoor, or cave environments. And there are more of the shroud shrooms in young, mature, and ancient. These destructible objects come in 3 sizes based on their maturity. All 3 of them are great line of sight blockers. They also count as trees, like Lee said. So heroes that synergize with that terrain piece can use these to trigger effects.
And like we talked about in the battle box, the Spore Cloud ability blocks line of sight for nearby figures. And when a big mushroom is destroyed, a smaller one sprouts up nearby. So you can pre-order this terrain expansion for $70 using the link in chat now. This is also coming out in July, along with the rest of the stuff we announced today.
Somebody in the chat said, "Move over, Mario. This is a new mushroom kingdom." Amazing.
Love it.
Love that. We have a special pre-order promo for all of our July releases too. The first promo for Secrets of the Citadel is everyone's favorite 10-point ninja back from the dead, Isamu.
Someone just got to check something off their bingo sheet.
Yeah.
So, so I'm super excited for this one. So Isamu, he's a he's a relentless undead assassin who refuses to fall until the battle is ended. With eternal servitude, Isamu cannot be destroyed by wounds until the end of the round, allowing him to strike, reposition, and interfere with enemy plans long after he should be gone. His phantom walk ensures unmatched mobility, letting him slip through enemy lines without fear of engagement attacks. And at an extremely low point cost, Isamu excels as a late game spoiler, objective grabber, or sacrificial piece that demands disproportionate attention. He embodies classic HeroScape design, so he's simple, elegant, and frustratingly effective in the right moment.
Yeah, he is super cool. If you want to pre-order any of the new reveals today, take a look at this handy shipping guide. Remember that orders from our web store don't ship until everything in the order is in stock. So this is how we recommend you order if you don't want to wait. All right. I want to give everyone one more second to take a look at this guide and screenshot or whatever. But in a moment, we're going to switch gears and talk about organized play. We have some really exciting stuff happening in 2026 that you'll definitely want to be a part of.
Yeah, we have information to share on store championship events, Valkyrie Trials, the World Championship, and organized play kits.
So, store championship applications are open now until March 9th. The HeroScape Store Championship is a premier level event where HeroScape players compete to determine who will be crowned store champion.
Last year's Store Championship events were a ton of fun. Players all over the world competed, and we're super excited to continue these events and support a new season.
Yeah, and we have some new exclusive prizes for these events too, because, prizes, that's pretty fun. All participants will
Heck
receive,
yeah!
heck yeah, all participants will receive one set of Einar themed order markers. In addition, those who place second through eighth will get one Crimson Widow figure on a special silver base with 2026 Store Championship on it and a gold foiled army card featuring all new art. And the winner of the event will get a Crimson Widow on a gold base, a gold foiled army card with new art, and a day two buy at the 2026 HeroScape World Championships at Gen Con.
And we also we can't forget about the judge or organizer who's helping make this event happen. So they will also get a set of order markers and a silver base Crimson Widow and her new army card.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to judges and organizers who make these wonderful events possible. If you want to play in a store championship event, you can share the link in chat with your friendly local game store and ask them to apply. Remember, stores must apply by March 9th. That's very soon. February is a short month. That's like very soon. Events will run on the day of the store's choosing, sometime between April 24th and June 28th. All store championship events will be registered on the Battle Network, which you can use to find the closest event to you. The link to the Battle Network is in the chat now, so check it out after the stream.
And also, don't run away just yet. We want to tell you about another type of event happening this year, Valkyrie Trials. The 2025-2026 season is well underway. Players have been competing for the exclusive event pricing and a seat at day 2 of the World Championships at Gen Con.
On screen now is our calendar of the remaining Valkyrie Trials events this year. If you missed playing in the event near you this season, or if you want to see an event in your area, check out the application form for the 2026-2027 season. We just opened applications today, so you can submit your applications until April 31st. Events will take place between July 2026 and June of 2027.
And I'm very excited to announce the new exclusive pricing for the season.
Prizes,
so
yay!
all participants will receive a set of Jandar themed order markers and a Katana of Thorian permanent treasure glyph, which protects the bearer from normal range attacks, and you also get the glyph card to go with it. Players finishing 2nd through 8th will also get a silver-based Sergeant Drake figure with an event-exclusive foiled army card featuring all new art. And the winner gets all the participation prizes, a special gold base Sergeant Drake figure, and the event-exclusive art foiled army card, along with a day 2 buy for the HeroScape World Championship event at Gen Con. So make sure to check out the application to host an event and share it with your store or tournament organizer. Link is in the chat. And I know we keep mentioning it, so we want to talk to you all a bit about Gen Con and the World Championships. So World Champs, there's exclusive pricing for participants and for the winner. All day 1 participants will get a special World Championship t-shirt. I'm rocking mine from last year's. And a special new mini. We've got tailored the Curie Warrior for this year. But before we move on to the rest of the prizes, we got to talk about that army card for Tailored. So he's a brutal battlefield commander who turns nearby melee fighters into engines of destruction. His onslaught aura enhances adjacent attacks by allied gladiators and nearby figures, adding guaranteed offensive pressure exactly where the fight is thickest. Combined with Deadly Strike, which doubles his skulls, Tailored becomes a terrifying close combat threat in his own right. And with stealth flying, Tailored positions himself precisely where his aura is most devastating, hovering above choke points, anchoring assaults, amplifying relentless armies that thrive on aggression and attrition, all that stuff.
Yeah. And day 2 participants will be awarded a plastic tailored army card to upgrade the card that came with the figure they received on day 1. They'll also get a World Championship dice set. So cool. Top 32 will get the exclusive 2026 World Championship order marker and order marker screen. Top 16 get a special signed art print by HeroScape artist Eugen Maffioli, who's amazing, just truly incredibly talented. The top 8 will receive this awesome 2026 World Championship component organizer made by Board Heroes. And the top 4 get a custom Elderwood Academy dice tray and dice tower. I mean, that's crazy. That's a really good prize, in my opinion.
I know. Well, in Elderwood Academy, they're awesome too.
I know.
So
I'm jealous.
I'm happy.
I want some.
Second place also gets a trophy along with a badge for Gen Con 2027. And finally, first place gets everything we mentioned before, plus a trophy, a badge for 2027 Gen Con, and their name anagrammed as a future HeroScape figure.
We will have more information on this event and our other Gen Con events when signups open up in May. We have a broader spread of unique side events this year, including some fan favorites like the Bounty event and 2v2 scenario event.
And if you weren't planning on playing in the championship event, but still want a tailored mini, you can get this figure by playing in the 2v2 skirmish event or a battle box intro event.
We have even more exciting Gen Con HeroScape news. We will be introducing a prize wall this year. You can gather prize wall vouchers to spend by participating in side events. And the wall will contain goodies such as plastic army cards for an array of squads and heroes.
Also available at the booth or for purchase on our web store for Gen Con weekend only, we'll have another new figure, Eel and Fufua. Eel and Fufua bring volatile firepower and unpredictable aggression to your games. At full strength, Mobile Gunner Special Attack allows them to unleash punishing ranged fire even while engaged, striking non-adjacent enemies after a normal attack and keeping pressure on multiple fronts at once. However, as wounds accumulate, control begins to slip. Out of control forces the pair into a relentless melee aggression, turning them into a rampaging threat that must attack anything nearby, friend or foe, regardless of tactical positioning. And with Swim, Eel and Fufua move effortlessly through water-heavy maps, making them especially dangerous. And as a pirate with the unfathomable personality, they fit in perfectly with both pirate and Gallery armies. And designed as a centerpiece bruiser, this unit rewards aggressive play while forcing opponents to adapt as its behavior changes over the course of the battle.
Yeah, very cool. Remember, even if you're not at Gen Con, you can still get this figure from our web store on the weekend of the con. So mark your calendars. We'll dive into all our events fully in our June Renegade Con, so make sure you're back for that stream.
And now I want to remind everyone about the Spring 2026 Organized Play Kit coming in March. So this kit is a special glyph pack. Each kit comes with 9 sets of glyphs from the Age of Annihilation era. So this is enough price support for our top 8 players, plus a set for the tournament organizer. These glyphs feature fully illustrated art. I don't know why I'm saying arch. Art. It's because witches. Yeah.
Yeah.
Art, which debuted at 2025 Worlds. So to spice things up, 1 set of glyphs out of that kit will be full foil. So each set will be packaged in the same box. So it'll totally be a blind reveal, and 1 lucky player will be able to find the foiled set. So be sure to ask your store about Heroescape Organized Play and tell them to pre-order this kit.
And that's going to be all for this Heroescape Reveal stream. Make sure to tune in to the rest of Renegade Con. Next up at 11 is our Renegade Reveal stream, so tune in to learn what other games we're releasing between now and August. Then at 11:30, we're diving into all things Heroescape with some of the brilliant minds behind the game, Alex and Dylan, who've also been in the chat answering questions. So join us for another awesome roundtable discussion where we talk about the stuff we just revealed here. Then at noon, we have some exciting updates to share with you all about our Heroescape Organized Play program. And at 12:30, join our very own Dylan Fernandez and special guest Ken Williams for a look at the state of play coming into the 2026 Heroescape Store Championship events. At 1, Hexhala is back, this time previewing some of the Secrets of the Citadel figures that we just announced during the stream, so that's pretty cool. And after that, at 1:30, we have another returning guest, Board Hero, breaking down the Steps to Painting Cobra Commander, one of the figures releasing soon in the G.I. Joe Heroescape Rumble at the Rift Battle Box. Then at 2, we're chatting about the upcoming Dungeon Crawler Carl games with the author of the hit series, Matt Dinneman, and the fan favorite audiobook narrator, Jeff Hayes. I got to interview them, and it was so awesome. So tune in for that if you're a Dungeon Crawler Carl fan. It's a very good interview. And at 2:30, we're taking a behind-the-scenes look at the design and development of Dungeon Crawler Carl Unstoppable, with game designer John D. Clare, legendary game designer, might I say, John D. Clare, and game developer John Brieger. And for our final Dungeon Crawler Carl event of the day at 3, we're joined once again by the wonderful, incredibly talented Lynn for a behind-the-scenes look at the sculpting of one of the miniatures for the upcoming RPG. Then the rest of the day is all about our upcoming board and card games. So you can join Ruel Gaviola. He's back for a look at 3 new games. At 3:30, tune in for a playthrough of our new clever card game, Sea Scroll, with the amazing art we've been posting on social media. You'll want to see that. Then at 4, Ruel plays one of the newest releases, Robo Rally Dice. And our final video of the day, tune in at 4:30 for a look at the new Diplomacy game releasing in spring, Diplomacy: The Golden Blade. Yeah, so tune in for the rest of Renegade Con. It's a lot. We got a lot going on.
I know. Like, I was just about to say, like, oh my goodness, like, what a great lineup. Like,
all bangers. Every single video is so good, and I'm so excited for everyone to see them.
Is there anything else that we need to mention before we sign off?
Yes, there is. So make sure to watch the next Renegade Con, which will be in June. Also, we're always sharing sneak peeks and updates on our games in our email newsletters, so sign up to receive a weekly newsletter on your favorite game. Remember to pre-order the new games you saw here today. Remember to go check out the new Heroescape website, brand new, where you can find all our character bios for these new reveals. Links in the chat, as always. And tune into the rest of Renegade Con today. And thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you all soon. Bye.
Bye.
What is up, Renegades? Thank you for joining us for our February Renegade Con. I'm Anais, the product development specialist here at Renegade, and this is Rena.
Hi, I'm Rena. I'm the community and crowdfunding manager here at Renegade, but mostly I'm just Rena or Zev.
There's a bunch of new stuff coming between now and summer, so we're going to talk about all of it.
But before we dive in, we have to plug some of the stars of our community, our Renegade heroes, my beloveds. Thank you. Renegade heroes led by absolute superstar Thomas Haver. Can we get a shout out for Thomas Haver in the chat? It's all
Thomas
about
Haver.
finding ways to engage your community and play some Renegade games.
And if you're a hero, you get to hang out with us in our special Heroes Discord channel. You can apply to become a hero using the link in the chat right now.
Right now. I'm going to give them 1 second to drop the link in the chat before I start going. All right. That was the second. Now to kick things off, we want to remind you that we have a ton of already announced games releasing over the next few months. If you missed our last Renegade Con back in October, what were you doing? Come hang out with us.
First of all, what were you doing?
First of all, and then we're gonna get you caught up so that you know.
Yes.
We've had a huge influx of crawlers since October.
Oh, that's true. We have some newbies in the chat, probably.
Yeah.
So here are all of the strategy games available for pre-order right now, starting off with Risk G.I. Joe Special Missions. Releasing in April is Risk G.I. Joe Special Missions. In this game, players step into the boots of the Joes or Cobra to complete missions or resolve plots to score points. The game takes the familiar Risk environment in a new direction, focusing on achieving objectives rather than global domination. There's also 252 awesome miniatures, including GIs, Sky Strikers, Wolverines, Cobra Troopers, Rattlers, and Hiss, or Hiss is how it's spelled. Also, I'm stoked about this because this is one of my favorite board games. When I was just a wee lass working in a friendly local game store, Lords of Waterdeep is a game I played all the time. So coming out this April is Lords of Waterdeep. It's back. This is a classic worker placement game where each person takes on the role of a Lord of Waterdeep, vying for control as they acquire resources. You could send agents on missions and gather money and power, all while keeping an eye on their secret objectives. And I feel like I've told the community this story before. I've told Rena this, that one day I came home to my parents' house and my dog ate my copy of Lords of Waterdeep. And my mom was devastated because they weren't printing it anymore. We couldn't get another copy at the time, but I knew a secret, which was that we were bringing back Lords of Waterdeep. So finally I can replace the copy that my dog ate. But that's not all.
Good way to get out of board game homework.
Yeah, I guess so. Rena, do you want to talk about some other stuff?
Yeah, well, to go with Lords of Waterdeep, you have to have Scoundrels of Skullport. Releasing
100%.
in June is the Scoundrels of Skullport expansion. It adds the ability to play up with 6 players instead of just 5, and it includes 2 expansions, each adding unique gameplay features like the new corruption resource. The other thing that I'm very, very excited to bring out, again, shout out to Thomas Haver, is Diplomacy the Golden Blade card game. In April, we're releasing the Diplomacy the Golden Blade card game. It's a brand new standalone game. It only takes 15 minutes per player. You can throw it in your bag and have a really wild night at Red Robin with this game at the table. Provides all the strategy, negotiation, and backstabbing from classic diplomacy, but in a shorter playtime. There's also a special pre-order promo token for this game, so make sure you place your pre-order if you want this special item.
And like we were saying before, all these titles are available to pre-order right now on our web store. The link is in the chat. Okay, now let's talk about RPGs. Coming up, Vampire the Masquerade live from the Succubus Club.
Yes!
So awesome. We've been sharing a bunch of the art in the newsletters. It looks absolutely just like sick. It just looks so cool. So Live from the Succubus Club is the source book that helps you portray kindred entertainers, nomads, aspiring rock stars, or any other type of vampire chasing fame. You can even create your own kindred band. This releases in March, so you don't have to wait too long. You can pre-order the physical book now with the link in the chat. And when you do, you'll get a free copy of the PDF right away. Yes, you can get it right now. If you only want the PDF, you can also purchase that on our web store.
right now.
Right now.
I was trying to come up with a witty like guitar vampire thing, and it just didn't happen. There you go.
These vamps are gonna shred some guitar and then shred you to pieces.
Nice.
Is that anything?
No,
I don't
that's
know.
everything,
Keep going.
actually.
Keep
Yes.
going.
Next, we've got the Mycologist Primer coming in April. Everybody knows that I'm so excited about this, and I love mushrooms. So the Mycologist Primer is our system agnostic illustrated guide to real-world magical mushrooms, lichens, and slime molds for all role-playing games. You can use this in any of your role-playing games. You can use it for any of your world building. You can
You
use
could
it
just
to
read it.
just have a cool
Honestly,
book on your shelf. They're cool. I love
the
them.
other primer books I literally will just like sit and read because they're
They're
so
beautiful
informational,
and
beautiful,
yeah.
entertaining. Yes, I'm a big fan.
So Mycologist Primer is coming in April. And releasing alongside the book are the Mycologist Primer flashcards, which cover all 100 items in the book, laminated and printed on high quality cardstock. They're all packed away into a box with art from the book. Honestly, again, like beautiful art pieces, beautiful way to test yourself on mushrooms if you have a mushroom test coming up. Excellent
Sure.
textbook, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
if you go to mushroom school, I don't really know
If you've got
what
Mushroom 202,
foraging training is like. But if you've got a mushroom class, coming up, I took some weird classes in college. I don't know. That's the way to do it. So after that, after you're done perusing the mycologist books, and you
by
want
the
to take a
time you're
break from
done.
your studies, by the time you're done, coming in June, you can read Chronicle of the Black Labyrinth for Werewolf the Apocalypse. This is the first printing of this book in 30 years. It's a long time.
That's how old I am.
And that's older than me. Updated to fit the current edition of Werewolf the Apocalypse. We're super excited to bring it back into the hands of werewolf players this year. This is an accessory filled with in-world text that showcases the horrors of the world of darkness while educating players and their characters on the adversaries the Garou face. There are a few pages of extra content in the book compared to last printing too. This contains some new pages along with some collected from the limited edition Laws of the Wild book published in 2001. And you can use the link in the chat right now to pre-order. So pre-order now.
What if I need more werewolf books, Anais?
I don't know. I've heard that maybe we have another thing coming
I think
in
we do.
June.
And it's destructive. It's destructive. It's Werewolf the Apocalypse, The Coming Destruction, which is again also releasing in June. The Coming Destruction is both a starter chronicle and a storyteller's toolbox for Werewolf the Apocalypse. It shows how a game might run, eases new players into the world of darkness, and gives veterans a modular set of stories, characters, and locations to drop into any chronicle. If you want to see some of this book in action, check out the video we partnered with Tracy Magitech on with the last Renegade Con. The AP was super sick and used material from the book. It's all over her channel. It's over on her channel, sorry. I guess it's all over her channel too. Magi RPG. And you can pre-order the book now using the link in chat.
Yeah, but that's not all for the World of Darkness.
Not.
Also hitting the shelves this June is a new book for Hunter the Reckoning. Hunter the Reckoning, Legacy of Defiance. This source book offers a brand new option, lineages. Unlike orgs, many lineages include hunters with drives alongside bystanders who aid the hunt. Or you may be the last surviving member of a lineage, discovering its history or even rebuilding it. This book includes a new take on the Benandanti and the Cult of Isis, too. There are a total of 8 lineages of hunting traditions in here, allowing you to follow in the footsteps of those who came before you. And you can pre-order this now using the link in the chat.
You know, if you don't want to wait until this summer to read these books, I've got good news for you. PDFs are available now to anybody who has pre-ordered Legacy of Defiance, A Coming Destruction, or Chronicle of the Black Labyrinth on our web store.
That is right. If you pre-ordered any of these physical books, the PDF versions are waiting for you on your Renegade account for download. From now until the book's release date, if you pre-order the physical book, you will get a copy of the PDF for free. So take advantage of this awesome offer and use the link in the chat to pre-order on our web store.
Ooh. And now I'm so excited about this. So
Yeah, take it away.
we just wrapped up literally 7 days ago today. We just wrapped up our accessories campaign over on Backer Kit. And even in the like past 7 days, I've gotten so many emails about people who were like, "Oh, I missed it." Don't worry, we've got new pre-orders coming up for everything that we had on the accessories campaign Backer Kit. If you missed out, but you still want to upgrade your classic strategy game, we got you. You can pre-order select items on our web store for an August 2026 release. Anais, do you know about the diplomacy accessories we've got coming out?
I certainly do, and I'd love to tell you about them. So the Diplomacy map is a double-sided neoprene mat with premium stitched edges. It features the Diplomacy game board on one side and the Diplomacy Era of Empire game board on the other. This map is 20% larger than the standard game boards, making for some epic table presence. The map comes in a branded storage box for easy transport to conventions and game nights or game stores, wherever you like to play. Also, for Diplomacy, we have the Diplomacy Deluxe tokens. This set comes with 154 custom acrylic tokens that can be used with any edition of Classic Diplomacy.
It's so good. All of these accessories, I need you to know, they're so high quality, they're so nice, they feel good in your hand, the tokens especially, like they're just so
Yeah,
chef's
high
kiss.
quality stuff. Can you tell us about the Akuza accessories?
I would love to tell you about the Yakuza accessories. I wish I had a big katana to pull out for dramatic
Oh
effect.
man, that'd be cool.
First, first up is the Akuza hit die. Oh, first, really fast, let me say, if you are a little bit confused about hearing about Akuza, you might be thinking of samurai swords or shogun. The game has been released several times since its debut in 1986 under these other names. The most current is Akuza. The last release was in 2012. And then we had our Kickstarter, or rather our GameFound campaign for it this past year.
I
So,
love that you know all of that off the top of your head. That's not included in our notes. By the way,
no, it's
Rena
not.
is just like such an expert on this crowdfunding campaign and all of these cool goodies.
I love every crowdfunding campaign we do, like
I
deeply
do
to the bottom
too.
of my
Yeah,
heart.
and I'm really stoked about this one.
Yeah. So the two accessories that we had for that campaign were the Ikuza Hit Dice and the Ikuza Deluxe map. Now, for the Hit Dice, fans love a streamlined dice experience. We've got Hit Dice for Axis and Allies. We've got Hit Dice now for Ikuza. I forgot the other things we've hit dice for, but hit dice are fun. Hit dice are fun. You get to throw like a big handful of dice instead of rolling a bunch of times.
Yeah, absolutely.
This premium dice set includes 28 dice in 3 different styles, all inside a handy dice cloth bag. The dice clearly show when you hit or don't hit, which speeds up battle and makes it easy for everyone to see the outcome of the rolls. The other accessory is our Akuza Deluxe map, which again is the same high quality, beautiful stitched edge neoprene that you see with all of our other deluxe maps. It's 20% larger than the standard game board, and the standard game board is already a little bit bigger than the old edition, so it's kind of pretty big.
It's a
And
big boy. Yeah.
it's a big boy. And it features new map artwork from the 40th anniversary edition of the game. Both the hit dice and the deluxe map are compatible with the new 40th anniversary edition and all existing Ikuza printings. So don't
And
worry if you're still holding on to an old Samurai Swords copy. It works.
yeah, and last but not least, there are 4 new Axis and Allies accessories available for pre-order. Starting off with the Axis and Allies Deluxe tokens. So there are 275 custom acrylic tokens you can use in any World War II based Axis and Allies game. There are 195 national control markers, 30 industrial complex tokens, 50 base tokens. One side is the naval base and the other side is the air base. That's pretty handy. And this is the perfect upgrade. These tokens have great table presence, and the acrylic is great for such commonly used tokens. I also want to talk about the Axis and Allies Deluxe Dice Tray. You can roll with precision and presence during your games of Axis and Allies. This tray will be 2 pieces that function like a box with a lid featuring a gold foil logo. And when opened, it's all covered in a velvet surface. You can use one side to hold a large amount of dice and the other side to roll your dice. Fits all sizes of dice used in Axis and Allies games, including D6s, D10s, D12s, and hit dice. This is the perfect companion to the Axis and Allies hit dice, which was released in 2022.
We also have the Axis and Allies Task Force plates, which I was really excited to hear about. So these can be used with any version of Axis and Allies, and they make moving large forces around the game board way, way easier. The plates have two parts, the wooden representative piece and the Task Force plate. The representative piece is moved around the main game board as if it were the entire group of miniatures, and the Task Force plate sits off to the side of the game board and holds all of the miniatures. They get to hang out in like a little bus, essentially. Each of the task force plates is double-sided, with one side for sea forces and the other for land forces. They're awesome because they allow a player to move one piece around the board instead of a bunch of miniatures and chips, like we're shuffleboarding or something. It comes with 6 markers and plates for Axis and 6 markers and plates for allies. And I'm excited again because it's a map, and everybody knows I love maps.
The giant mats are like iconic.
They're
Everybody
so
loves them.
iconic.
Yeah.
Some of them are one Dan Bojanowski big.
Yeah, it's true. We got to dig up that photo one of these days.
We do. So for our Axis and Allies 1942 second edition deluxe map that's coming out, this giant neoprene map is again 20% larger than the 1942 second edition game board. Stitched edge neoprene battlefield map. That comes in its own storage box, similar to our other premium mats for easy travel. It allows for easy transport to game nights and conventions, and it's really nice to slam your hand down on when you're making a very good point about how good you are at Axis and Allies.
Absolutely.
All of these accessories are expected to be released in August of 2026, and you can pre-order them right now in the Renegade web store.
And speaking of Axis and Allies, if you didn't know, last month was Axis and Allies month, so we actually announced even more upcoming titles for the line. Also available to pre-order right now is Axis and Allies and Zombies. I'm so excited for this. In this twist on a classic, players command 5 major powers, but these battles mean bodies, which zombies are drawn to. Players have to deal with not only their human enemies, but the undead. The game comes with 215 plastic miniatures, including 30 zombie minis, an 86 card expansion deck for Axis and Allies 1942 second edition, which adds zombies to the game, custom combat and zombie dice, paper money, and more. You could pre-order now for only $65.
That's crazy for how many miniatures you're getting,
Yeah.
including 30 zombie minis, which now like get to be part of all of my games.
That's true. I mean, hypothetically, you can use these miniatures however you want.
Yeah. Well, and my house looks like Halloween year round, so they might just hang out on a shelf and be zombies.
I like that. You can put them on display.
Yeah. Speaking of our last Axis and Allies release, I believe, for this stream, is available exclusively through Barnes & Noble in the US. Axis and Allies D-Day is releasing in May. Back again. Classic title from 2004. It's been 22 years since we've seen D-Day. This will be available exclusively in the US in Barnes & Noble stores. It will be available in normal retail channels in the UK, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Canada, and Asia. In Axis and Allies D-Days, player D-Day, there's just one. Players
There's
control
one D-Day. God, I hope.
Players control Germany, the UK, Canada, and the US. This edition contains updated graphic design on the cards, updated rules to cover errata and FAQs since the game's launch, as well as minor balance changes. Inside the box, again, 240 plastic miniatures, order cards that you use to control the flow of battle, and more. You can use the link in the chat to pre-order on the Barnes & Noble website. EU and UK folks, you can pre-order right now on our website.
All right. Now, before we jump into the stuff we have releasing in August, I'm going to make sure you all know about our Dungeon Crawler Carl campaign launching on BackerKit in April. We have not one, but 2 games coming in 2026. Dungeon Crawler Carl Unstoppable and the Dungeon Crawler Carl role-playing game.
If you want to learn more about these 2 games, you can hang around in my living room where I talk about them all day, every day.
Well, maybe not. Is there an easier way? Less travel?
There's an easier way. Yeah, my living room's pretty small. You can also check out our pre-launch page on BackerKit, where we've been releasing updates, trivia polls, art drops. There was a secret release yesterday. If you haven't seen that already, make sure you're following the page. You can also join our Crawler community in the Discord. We've got a public open channel, and we've also got a closed off channel 18 plus, because some of the stuff, and it gets kind of messy.
Yeah. But yeah, it's cool.
It's
I'm
so
I'm in that
cool.
Discord. I'm in that channel like every day.
Every
Also.
day.
So if you want to hang out with us, check it out. Make sure to join our Discord.
Make sure to come and see Little Sir Ren.
Also, yeah, Rena hasn't shown this yet, but Rena made this little sculpture of Ren for Carl fans, which is pretty sick. So you got to bring that to Gen Con. And show
I love
people.
we love a mascot, absolutely.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Yes, check out the links in the chat to join the Discord, to check out the pre-launch page. Make sure that you're signed up so you know the minute we go live in April, or maybe I don't know. No, actually, I won't say anything. Never mind. What do we got next?
Careful, Rena. Careful. All right, now it's time. Let's get into some reveals. August. Let's go.
Let's go.
The Exodus Traveler's Handbook. The Exodus Traveler's Handbook is your gateway to exploring the world of Exodus through tabletop role-playing, which is a 5e based rule set. Set in the same sci-fi universe as the upcoming video game from Archetype Entertainment. I don't know if many of you guys are video gamers. I'm a gamer though, and I'm pretty stoked about this game. Stoked to be researching and playing this video game. But yeah, it's in this game you become the traveler leading humanity's fight for survival. Face our evolution 40,000 years in the future, explore extraordinary worlds, and confront time itself to shape the fate of generations. If you like the movie Interstellar, or if you like Mass Effect, this is a really cool, hard sci-fi setting that I think you're really gonna enjoy. This book gives you everything you need to forge unforgettable characters and play out epic tabletop adventures. So pre-order now for an August release using the link in the chat.
You know what I'm excited for that's releasing alongside Exodus?
Tell me, Rena. I need to know.
I love the Traveler's Handbook. It's very useful and important, but also so is the Exodus Creature Catalog. Exodus Creature Catalog is the essential guide to the strange and expansive universe awaiting intrepid travelers. Game masters and players alike will uncover the remarkable, terrifying, and mysterious beings that inhabit abandoned starships, forgotten ruins, and uncharted worlds. The book is packed with everything you need to enrich your tabletop adventures across the Centauri cluster. You can use the link in chat to pre-order and get your copy this August.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Exodus is going to be very cool, but we also have some other cool stuff, like Vampire Courts of the Damned. This is a new source book for Vampire the Masquerade. This book unveils the political landscape found in most kindred cities, with details on the internal and external feuds of the Anarchs, Camarilla, and independent factions. Information on making intrigue-focused characters, settings, and stories for your chronicle. It also contains advice for portraying leaders and power players in your city as a player or the storyteller. There are some whispers from the inner circle about the 7, or is it 8 Justicars? There are 4 new lore sheets, a level 2 presence power, and 6 discipline powers focused on intrigue and social interactions. Also, some fans will be excited to hear that this book has a new level 2 presence power. You can pre-order this book for an August 2026 release. When you pre-order the physical book, you'll get a free copy of the PDF as soon as it's available.
I'm like shaking with excitement. I'm so excited.
Shaking with excitement.
We also have a little tidbit to drop to share. We don't have much to share, but we wanted to give you a sneak peek at an upcoming source book for Werewolf the Apocalypse. We managed to get our hands on the cover art and snuck it into this PowerPoint before our bosses saw.
What? I didn't know that.
It's fine. No, it's fine. I said everybody said it was cool, probably.
What? I didn't know about this. I'm seeing the art for the first time, actually. I haven't seen it yet. It looks
cool.
sick.
It
looks
is really sick.
Crazy. That looks so good. I'm told that guy, breaking news, coming out of the werewolf all scary like that, has a lore sheet related to him or his tribe in there.
Maybe.
Whoa.
It's awesome. We're gonna let you guys like speculate on what it's called, what you think it's about. I want to hear your theories. Please tell them to me. You guys can try, but I don't know if you'll figure it out.
Did you just say tribe instead of try? Hints, Easter
No.
eggs.
Make sure to come back for our June Renegade Con. It's so important. Come back in June. We'll see you
Yes, and
then.
you'll get more details then. If you're itching for some werewolf content right now, then you're in luck. There's a new World of Darkness Play Renegade story available right now that you can use for your games of Werewolf the Apocalypse and Hunter the Reckoning.
Yes. If you don't know what Play Renegade is our program that offers game masters and storytellers free access to adventures to run at local events. This includes free material for all our World of Darkness and Essence 20 role-playing games. This allows you to run games in your local game store, your library, or at any public event. Apply for the program. We're going to put the link in the chat and join. It's free.
Yeah, it's a really cool program. And if you're not looking to play at a public event, you can pick up the adventures from past seasons on our web store right now. Rena, do you want to tell everybody about the new Werewolf Hunter story?
You know I want to tell everybody about the new Werewolf and
Yeah,
Hunter
please
story.
do.
So, Hunter the Reckoning and Werewolf the Apocalypse take down notice. You have to put both of them in the title. When content creators received a grimoire, they expected it to be a hoax. Instead, they unleashed a curse, changing one of their own into a werewolf. The player's characters must track down the survivors, determine which one of them is the werewolf, and recover the grimoire. Along the way, they'll navigate two feuding secret societies that you might recognize, the Arcanum and the Enlightened Society of the Weeping Moon. This contains a complete story for about 4 hours of gameplay, advice for adapting the story to any chronicle or using to kickstart a new one, a cell of 6 ready-to-play hunter characters, and a pack of 6 ready-to-play werewolf characters. Want to
Heck
give it a
yeah.
try for your local game night? Apply for Play Renegade using the link in the chat right now.
Obsessed with that concept. It's a
It's
super
so
fun
fun.
adventure that you're all going to really like. Well, that's the last of our new reveals, but we want to remind you we have tons of games on sale right now. There's great prices that you guys got to check out.
Yeah, we've got card games, miniature games, board games, role-playing games, puzzles, you name it. Type it into the web star search bar. It's there. You've got it.
Yeah. So check it out in the link, with the link in the chat below.
Yeah.
So that's gonna wrap up for this portion of Renegade Con. But we've got a lot more coming. Next up at 11:30, we're diving into all things Heroescape with our game developers Alex and Dylan. Join us for another awesome roundtable discussion. Then at noon, we have some exciting updates to share with you all about our Heroescape organized play program.
And at 12:30, join our very own Heroescape community coordinator, William Wellman, and Heroescape community legend and our World Championship head judge, Ken Williams, for a look at the state of play for the upcoming 2026 Heroescape Store Championship events. And at 1 o'clock, our friends at Hexhala are back for another Renegade Con, this time previewing some of the Secrets of the Citadel figures that we just announced earlier today. An hour ago.
Yeah. After that, at 1:30, we have another returning guest, Forward Hero, breaking down the steps to painting Cobra Commander, one of the figures releasing next month in the G.I. Joe Heroescape Rumble at the Rift Battle Box. Then at 2, I sat down for a very special interview about Dungeon Crawler Carl with the author, Matt Dinneman, and the narrator of the audiobooks, Jeff Hayes. It was super fun. It was great getting to talk to them about the game and what they're excited about, and I really think you all should tune in because it's going to be cool.
2:30 Pacific. We've got behind the scenes look at Dungeon Crawler Carl Unstoppable with game designer John DeClaire and game developer John Brieger. We got the Johns going. And for our final Dungeon Crawler Carl event of the day, you can join me when I interviewed our wonderful sculptor Lynn Zhu to talk about the minis and maybe some not so minis coming out for Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Yeah, and then the rest of the day is all about our upcoming board and card games. So join the amazing Ruel Gaviola for a look at 3 new games. At 3:30, tune in for a playthrough of the new card game Sea Scroll, and that game has gorgeous art we've been sharing on social media. I'm sure you've seen it, so you're going to want to tune in for that. Then at 4, he's going to be playing one of our newest releases, Robo Rally Dice. And for our final video of the day, tune in at 4:30 for a look at the new Diplomacy game releasing this spring, Diplomacy: The Golden Blade.
Next Renegade Con in June. We're sharing sneak peeks and updates in emails, newsletters. Sign up and hang out with us in the Discord.
Yeah, you better be there. Remember to pre-order all the new games that you saw here today. Head over to our website to order and tune in to the rest of Renegade Con today, and we'll see you all soon. Later, Renegades. Bye. What is up, Renegades? Welcome to the HeroScape Designer Roundtable. My name is Anais. I'm the Product Development Specialist here at Renegade, and I'm joined today by 2 of the brilliant minds behind HeroScape. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Yeah, I'm Alex Davey. I'm one of the developers here at Renegade, working on HeroScape.
And I'm Dylan Fernandez, and I'm the other designer developer working on HeroScape.
Sweet. And I'm really excited to talk to you both about HeroScape and some of the stuff we revealed today. And we have this list of questions here, so let's just jump on into it.
Sure.
First off, what is your favorite sculpt from today's reveals? Starting with Dylan.
Okay. Man, I've got a couple options here. I feel like Elin Fufo is one of the most HeroScape looking sculpts I've ever seen. It's got such great like table presence. It's bulky, but like fills the peanut base really well. So I think they're great. Most improved has to go to Sudema. What a glow up from whatever was going on with their 1.0 sculpt with like the kickstand scabbard. The huge improvement. Love the new Sudema. So those are probably my top 2. Honorable mention to Gimbal because Gimbal's incredible. I'll cut it off there.
I've got to give it to Kaiga Takanawa, I think, because I'm just a sucker for samurai. It's really that simple. He's got a rad sword. He's got a sweet samurai face mask,
First
and he's
mounted
on a
samurai.
horse. Yeah. There haven't been a ton of mounted units in HeroScape in general, so it's nice to have a classic historical mounted samurai in the mix, albeit one with an ancient cursed sword and some funky powers. But you know,
Who doesn't love an ancient cursed sword?
who doesn't? Who doesn't really?
You have
Sometimes
to. You
the
can't put
person
it down if
holding
you
the
want.
sword is not a fan of it, but you know. In terms of sculpt, yeah, it's gonna have to be my answer. There's so many good ones though. I mean, Gimbal's great. I really love the little Ison Expedition guys. They came right off of the page of some old Avalon Hill concept art, and we looked at that, page of sketches, and we were like, we got to make these little guys. They're so cool. So that's always fun to do. But yeah, I'll stick with the samurai.
Nice. So my next question, multi-class army cards are new to HeroScape. I would love to hear about the design philosophy behind that choice from either of you.
Sure, I can tackle that one. It was sort of a logical next step, I think, for a lot of these designs. We started cooking up these characters, and I think the first one that really felt like an obvious multi-class character was Nishi Suda, because Nishi Suda is just an Edo period samurai cop. So that, he's both a samurai and a lawman. So putting those 2 keywords together just makes a lot of sense. So we kind of springboarded from there. And from a gameplay perspective, it gives you a lot of really, obvious ways to bridge the gap between different synergies. I mean, there's samurai synergies, there's lawman synergies, and with Nishi kind of in the middle as a linchpin, you can bring some of those synergies together. So there's a number of characters in this batch of content that sort of naturally lend themselves to having this kind of multi-class status, and it's just another design tool. It's kind of just a natural extension of existing synergy webs, and it's just kind of fun when you have something like a samurai cop in the game, to give them both of those classes and both of those synergy webs.
It is fun, and it's super creative too. So it looks like we're getting a few new historical units in this wave. Can you talk about the return of historical units? I'll toss this over to Dylan.
Sure, yeah, no, absolutely. Historicals are one of what we consider the three pillars of Heroescape. You know, when I first got into the game, that appeal of you've got uh wizards fighting robots fighting Romans was like one of those cool aspects of the game where it's like, yeah, this
Totally.
is truly the battle of all time and space. And the relaunch didn't have any historicals for a number of reasons, and it took a while to start making new historicals and get those through all the necessary processes. But they're back, which is so exciting. And we've got, you know, touching on some of those classic historical archetypes that have been part of Heroescape for a while. So we've got samurai, we've got lawman, we've got a new knight in Jeanne d'Arc, which is a great way to like step back into that historical time period and in fun, new Heroescapey ways. Sometimes the historicals can have a touch of something from Valhalla or a touch of something a little more fantastical, but usually more grounded in aesthetic and that like true Earth feel. And that's just really exciting to get back to. And this is not all of it. This is not where we're ending. We want to start filtering in more historicals as we continue on, and not just from aspects of Earth's history that we've already touched on in Heroescape in the past. We want to open it up to new historical areas,
Interesting.
new land masses, new areas, and you might start seeing one of those new areas this fall, perhaps.
Secrets, secrets,
Yeah,
secrets. So
maybe Secrets of the Citadel, perhaps.
stay tuned. Yeah, this is going to be really exciting for all of the history buff hero-scapers of the world, and it's great to see them back in the game. What was a tricky unit to design that eventually clicked and ended up as the army card we see today?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think one of the hardest things to design this time around was the battle box, because the battle box is it's one of those products that needs to do a lot of different things. It needs to serve as an entry point for players. It needs to be a pretty good self-contained experience for new players and for experienced players alike. So you should be able to open up that box and pit the six different heroes against one another, and have that be fun and engaging and interesting. But also not be totally overwhelming and be suitable for new players. So there's a lot of levers that you're kind of trying to pull, because the other aspect of balancing those figures is that they need to exist within broader synergy webs for Heroescape as well. So like Sudama is a really good example. Like we needed to make sure that she was balanced for the battle box, but also she's going to be a linchpin figure in undead army builds. She's uh, a queen and a boss of undead builds. So what we ended up doing in that respect is both Sudama and Nishi Suda and to some extent Kanak, they all work perfectly well as individual heroes, and they work within the synergy webs of the battle box, but they also end up being linchpins for these full armies. So once you expand beyond the battle box, there's like some natural ways that you can build up your forces. So if you really like Sudama's vibes, you can pick up a couple of other undead focused products and build towards that 500 point tournament army pretty naturally. But you're not being overwhelmed by all of that content when you're just playing the battle box. So to go back to your question, I think I would say Sudama and Nishi Suda were probably the ones that were trickiest to get right, because we were trying that we needed them to do a lot of different things all at
Yeah.
once and to excel at every role. So that took a little while to dial in.
Yeah, Nishi's one of the more obvious ones there in terms of how it ended up as well, where you've got one power on that card with the samurai bonding that doesn't apply in the battle box, but gives people this idea of, oh, okay, there's a wider synergy web here. If I go pick up a product with a samurai in it, I'll be able to expand this build, but while I'm playing in the battle box, I can just ignore that and it's a simpler card because of it. And so that's the kind of trade-off in that character where they're built for the wider Heroescape game, but can be played in that battle box in a more contained manner.
Yeah, I love that. It's a lot of options, lots of
Mm.
replayability. It sounds quite versatile.
That's the idea, I guess. Yeah.
So my next question is it easier or harder to design game-changing things that are not characters, such as glyphs, terrain, and destructible objects?
That's interesting. It's sort of a double-edged thing because in some cases when you're designing a glyph or a terrain or a destructible object or something, you have a little more freedom to it because all characters we put out need to be so like perfectly balanced to themselves, to each other, to their point value, to the greater Heroescape meta. But with glyphs, you can kind of throw some stuff out there that might be a little crazy that would never see a competitive play, but would be great for like your scenarios or your kitchen table game or something to just make the game more interesting. So with glyphs, you can kind of swing for the fences and try and like throw out some really interesting stuff. There's one that I think is not coming out till the spring now that is a real swing for the fences, but that one is gonna be a blast and will never be in a tournament with any amount of seriousness. But sometimes we want to make things that are like actually, even with glyphs, designed for that competitive element. So like Glyph of Zigvald, which is move +1, that's something that I've felt the tournament scene has needed for a while, because there's the move +2 glyph, which is generally just past that border of too strong for most competitive metas, but a move +1 dials that back while still being something that you would want to try and control. So sometimes with glyphs, you can try and go more for that competitive balance and go play test it a little more thoroughly as well, because it's going to be more for that competitive scene. But sometimes with glyphs, you can kind of go wild. With terrain, a lot of times it's going to lean a little more toward I want this to be used in more competitive settings because people want to build cool maps. We want cool maps in our map pool, and so we want them to be able to be used for that sense. And so with the Shroud Shrooms, those were designed to have an effect that could be desirable in a competitive map, in this case turning off line of sight, which is big because range has a lot of advantages, and so trying to deny those is important, but they were designed in such a way that if you play with the full set of Shroud Shrooms with the ancient, mature, and young Shroud Shrooms, you can do the cool, you destroy one, you pop up another thing. But I reckon some competitive maps will probably just start with young Shroud Shrooms on the battlefield and say you destroy them, they're gone, and play it a little more conservatively. So another aspect of where you can balance how those works. Now, if someone wants to make a nice balanced competitive map with ancient Shroud
That'd be
Shrooms,
sick.
I want to play it. That sounds awesome. But we try and cater to both sides of that design, because most people who play Heroescape are playing it at home or at the game store, just like building a cool big map and throwing some armies at each other, and we want it to look awesome and play awesome. So definitely a balance of both. And destructible objects are back. I think this is our first destructible object in contemporary Heroescape, so that was a fun thing to do, and they look incredible. The fact that they
Yeah.
glow a different color from the color that they are still breaks my brain a little bit.
Yeah. When you said look awesome and play awesome, I'm like, that could be the slogan for Heroescape.
Look awesome, play awesome. That's if I ever make
That's
a
maybe
fashion line
the
out of this shirt.
the ethos.
It's honestly kind of amazing we haven't had glow in the dark in Heroescape yet, prior to this, because it just feels like such a natural fit for a game like this.
The toxic terrain glows, right? I think the toxic terrain
That's
is
true.
also,
Yeah, the toxic terrain
yeah.
too. But yeah,
So
prior
this
to the kind
year,
of the recent batch of stuff, and it's been really cool to just make new terrain. I think both the shred shrooms and the toxic terrain lend themselves to some new new map building ideas and just new play styles. So it helps keep things keeps things fresh, because the prior to that, all of all of the terrain in the game had been around for a very long time. So we're finally starting to see some brand new stuff, and I personally can't wait to see what the community does with map building with toxic tiles and shroud shrooms.
Yeah, I'm excited. And for all you watching, make sure to join the Discord and you can show us pictures of your maps and your game night photos, because all of us do look at them and we enjoy them and we feature them in the newsletter sometimes. So if you haven't already joined the Discord, join the Discord. But yeah, so for my next question, seeing concepts and wish list suggestions from the community coming to life is great. How does it feel to be able to deliver that? Is there anything you can say about more dreams or wishes coming true?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a blast, like bringing the figure formerly known as Cthulhu Daddy, now known as Elan Fafua to life. I mean, that was such an obvious move. It's such a cool piece of concept art. And we're lucky enough to be working on a game that has decades worth of history and lore and fandom stuff, and we also have access to like all of the really interesting and cool Avalon Hill concept art. And obviously some of the factions have gone in a different direction since those days. That the initial concept art doesn't exactly match everything that we're doing now, but there's still plenty of just awesome stuff in there. I mean, we pulled the Ice and Expedition characters right out of those Vorid concept sketches. There's even some characters that are in the pipeline that haven't been revealed yet that we've pulled from that kind of thing. So it's just great. It feels like a continuation, and it feels really fun to be able to produce something that was just an idea from years ago and may never have made it into the game as an official Sculpt and Army card. It feels great to be able to do that and to be able to like kind of grab the best of that and put it into the game.
A major part of Heroescape is its callouts and homages to other things. So what are some tropes from pop culture or literature that inspired unit designs in this wave?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, when we're working on Heroescape characters and new ideas, we're never really referencing anything specific, but we are pulling from these kind of ideas that are just in the sort of collective consciousness of nerds and pop culture and literature and stuff like that. So the idea of a cursed sword, there's a lot of different iterations on that, and sort of just pairing that with like a sort of traditional samurai story is kind of where Kaiga came from. Gimbal is just sort of an obvious riff on the sort of super genius inventor creates robot suit to fight either crime or in this case fight for Volarak and her ambitions. Stuff like when I saw the Ice and Expedition figures in the concept art, I was like, these look like 19th century British gentleman adventurers, or I guess gentle Vorid adventurers. So Heroescape is it's a big stew full of all kinds of fun ideas, and you just kind of pluck these interesting ideas out of the air and kind of tweak them to fit in with the world of Heroescape and to fit in with the Valkyrie generals and the storyline that's going on. So it kind of just comes from all over, and it's kind of hard to say like which exact thing inspired something. But yeah, we get inspiration everywhere.
The other real big one this wave is Kanak, as a representative of the hard-boiled detective fiction tropes, which I've always been a big fan of. I was a film noir guy. I love that kind of like really deep dive on that sort of thing, and that's why Kanak is the one to narrate the scenario book as well, to give it that hard-boiled detective fiction vibe. So that's another one that was something that Heroescape didn't really have, but is now a big part of it.
Well, it's fun to kind of smash these tropes together too, because like in the battle box alone, you've got you've got three, law officers from incredibly different
Yes.
worlds and genres. And I mean, you've got an Edo period traditional samurai police officer. You've got, Blink Dawson, who's like kind of a Billy the Kid, fastest gun in the West kind of trope. And then you've got a blue-skinned orc from a different world with a steampunk noir vibe. So that to me, like these are all law officers and they're all working together. But that is a very Heroescape set of tropes and ideas, and I think that's super fun.
Oh,
Totally.
and Kanak's name is a reference to James M. Cain, one of the pioneers of hard-boiled detective fiction.
Well,
He
there's a
wrote
cool
but
fun
grutified.
fact. Yeah.
With a little Gret twist.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love that. So to what degree does the lore influence game design? And I guess vice versa.
I mean, I've been a fan of the Heroescape lore for the whole run of it. It's always been such an interesting way to tie these vastly different characters together. And there's a lot more Heroescape lore than you would think looking in from outside. Like even back in the day, there was the Thorman's Journals, there was various scenarios even then. There was the cartoon commercial which was like from the original launch of the game. There was this animated commercial for Heroescape, and it had Sergeant Drake and Agent Carr and all the usuals. And it had some funky background characters that always made me go, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" And one of the ones that really stuck with me is they show the scene of Drake being summoned to Jandar's summoning chamber, and there's a few people there already. There's some Vikings who are in the master set with Drake. And then there was this fish guy who was like kind of in the background but had a pretty prominent spot. And I was always like, who is that? He was there with Jandar before he even summoned Drake. So he's like tight with Jandar. Who is this? That's Frisk Galligan. So we finally came up with the idea of like, we need to fill in this piece of lore. I've wanted to know who this is for 20 years. Let's make him. And now we did, and I love Frizzed. He's our great, sniper in the box, and he, can do some really interesting things. And we tied him in with the sort of Jandar lore in general of giving him armor made by Omnicrons. So it's really get to build in on that flavor. And then other times the lore will come from the game design and the mechanics that we're building, and that's in some ways going to be more of it, where we'll design a character that has a cool gameplay idea that'll fit a certain trope, and then we'll flesh out their biography and their lore to really fill in how that gets to be where it is and why they do the things they do. So for the most part, the game design will be inspired by the lore and then will heavily influence the lore. Sometimes more inspired by the lore than not. And Frizzed will not be the last background character from that commercial that we will see in the game, because I really like it.
You heard it here first, folks. What else can you tell us about the storyline?
That's a good question. What am I allowed to tell? Well, I can kind of set the stage a little bit just in terms of our overall kind of ambitions for the story at this point, if nothing else, because at this juncture, the big bad in the lore has been defeated. We'll see how long that lasts, but for now, Utgar is out of the picture. And without this kind of unifying threat, the other Valkyries, that alliance was always pretty fragile. It was always more about like, we need to stop Utgar. That has now splintered into these smaller groupings of generals with either, aligned interests, aligned philosophies, and or just geographical allies, if nothing else. So what we're going to get to see over the course of this storyline is, what do those new alliances look like? How do they shift the balance of power on Valhalla? And the kind of accelerant to all of this conniving, because there's a period of relative peace at the beginning of this storyline, but that can't last for long. Obviously, this is the battle of all time. It's not going to just
Sure.
be a kumbaya period.
It'd be kind of a
So
weird game.
it would, yeah.
I just make my HeroScape figures kiss and hold hands.
Exactly.
do that.
I mean,
That's
that would be a
valid.
direction. That would be a direction we could go. Uh, but I think the other big story beat is there's a whole forgotten, lost like Atlantis style civilization below Valhalla from a precursor era. And we're going to learn more about the well springs, where they came from, how they were used. Because when the Valkyrie generals discover them, they're old, they're ancient technology, they're ancient magic. We don't know a lot about how they came to be, how the chambers came to be, what this precursor civilization was like, what secrets and treasures and powers exist under the surface of Valhalla. And so as the Valkyrie generals, struggle for power and to get access to this technology, we're going to learn a lot more about it, and it's going to influence the storyline, the fights that are going to occur, and there's going to be just a lot of really fun new lore that's going to be literally dredged up by these people who are exploring the caverns and cities and like lost corridors beneath the surface of the planet.
Sweet. And then I have one last question for you both before we wrap things up. So, two of the alliances are represented in full force in this story arc. Can we expect the other two to get the spotlight as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got the New Alliance and the Clockwork Combine both having some standout packs in here that really like launched this era. But the Umbral Covenant and the Verdant Pact are getting their time in the sun. I believe in the spring is when they're going to get a really big push. There will be some in the fall, but the spring is when they get their big standout packs like New Alliance and Clockwork Combine had. And honestly, some of these things coming out for those packs are some of my favorite things that we've worked on. I know I say that every time we tease something, but there are some in there that we've been working on for a while because we designed all of these like intro packs at around the same time and then got distributed over a wider timeline for release. And so there's some things that we've been sitting on for so long that have been my favorites for a long time that I cannot wait for y'all to see. But that'll be a little while now, but I'm stoked.
Well, then we can look forward to it. Thank you both for joining us today to talk about HeroScape. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And thank you, HeroScapers, for tuning into the HeroScape Designer Roundtable, this Renegade Con. Make sure to check out the rest of the programs we have available throughout the day. We're streaming. And if you haven't already checked out what we revealed earlier, make sure to head over to our web store and you'll be able to see everything. And thank you all for watching. Have a good one. Bye.
welcome to our February Renegade Con. I am so excited to be here with our newest team member, William. Just as a quick reminder, in case you forgot, I'm Rena Amaranthine. I am our community and crowdfunding manager. And William, what do you do here at Renegade now that you're here?
I do many things here at Renegade, but I have been brought on as Heroescape's community coordinator, which means among the many sort of art and illustration projects I do, I will also be working on Heroescape's organized play department, managing the Wardens of Valhalla, a kind of community outreach program that we have, and helping organized play to thrive for 2026, I hope.
Yeah, and some of our community probably recognizes you, right?
Yes.
They're cheering in the chat right now, I'm sure.
If you have seen any post from the extremely talkative user Dandelions over the past like 5 years in Heroescape Online Spaces, that is me. I've definitely been patrolling these chats long before my sort of like involvement with Renegade began.
And we've got some organized play updates for 2026 and maybe a little bit of 2027.
We do indeed. I have to say, like, as a Heroescape fan, it's been really, really exciting to get to step into working with Renegade, and taking sort of all of these like wishes and hopes and dreams from the Heroescape community and what they want to see in their organized play, and then getting to work on actually like making those things a reality slowly but surely. Which has led to just a vast amount of organized play news and content that we have to share.
How exciting. So let's start with this coming spring. Winter's wrapping up. Spring's coming. What have we got?
Yeah, starting with some updates that we're expecting for the Battle Network going forward over 2026. The Battle Network has been kind of our de facto Heroescape tournament software, a sort of like slowly evolving program over the course of our 2 years using it. The Battle Network is planned for some pretty big functional updates that we'll talk about a little later in the year as we get closer to like implementing those. But in the meantime, something to put on players' radars is that starting in June 2026, we will start to see players being able to spend points that they earn in the Battle Network by participating in events, and they'll be able to spend those points on prizes that you can order through the Battle Network directly. There's a scheme of sort of extra rewards for participating in higher tier events like Store Championships or Valkyrie Trials or events at Gen Con. The primary prize that we're looking at is players being able to order plastic army cards for their figures. At events like World Championships last year, we started to see like plastic army cards that were a little bit more sturdy and root beer proof that you could save for your collections. And so going forward, probably starting in June is our aim. Players will be able to order army cards for their individual like Heroescape heroes and squads and get plastic versions of those that they can keep for their collection.
Okay, and what about competitive maps? I know that there's been a lot of buzz about maps lately.
Yeah, so one of the things that we also have as a resource at Renegade is a Heroescape organized play map pool. And when it comes to like what maps should we use in our highest of high tier tournaments, this is usually the pool of maps that we recommend people will pull from. So going forward, we kind of go throughout the year, expanding that map pool greatly with like a volume of high quality maps is definitely a priority, and then also kind of allowing a little bit more sorting for like what tier of play that you would like, and then being able to like filter through and only see maps that you are like if you're trying to plan a Valkyrie trial, for instance, which is our regional championships, then you know, you only kind of find the creme de la creme in that section.
Yeah.
Part of that is that for the tournament organizer terrain kit, we'll be focusing on like adding a couple more sets of maps to our organized play map pool so that people can use that kit a little bit better and like have more options that are sort of endorsed by Renegade when it comes to being able to like use it at their events. For Adaptation 2026, we do have 5 new maps that Renegade commissions directly from map makers that are entering the pool. Plundered by Sheep uses 1 Age of Annihilation, 1 Battle for the Wellspring, 1 Lava Fields of Valhalla, and 1 Roads of Valhalla. Retribution by Flash 19 uses Lands of Valhalla, Caverns of Valhalla, and Ruins at Lore's Edge. Grand Temple Ashes by Shurig uses Age of Annihilation, Roads of Valhalla, and Caverns of Valhalla. Hacksaw by Dunedain uses Battle for the Wellspring, Rumble at the Rift, and Urban Landscapes of Valhalla. Road to Ruin by Ulysses uses Age of Annihilation, Roads of Valhalla, and Urban Landscapes of Valhalla. All of these maps can be found on our Organized Play resources page on our new Heroescape website that is kind of releasing in its first form right here at Renegade Con.
Yeah, and we have like an opportunity for more people to do map designing. Is that right?
Yes. One of the things that we're happy to announce here at Renegade Con is that we at Renegade have entered a partnership with a community-driven map builder called Hexoscape, which you can find at hexoscape.com. Hexoscape is in its open beta right now, and it is essentially being like developed and worked on every day as it continues to kind of like evolve and become like a more streamlined Heroescape map builder tool. But essentially, this is a program that is browser-based that you can use to create Heroescape maps and Heroescape map instructions. In the one view, you have kind of this 3D render where you can actually see kind of your map in real, like, virtual space. And then it has like these export views where you can instead turn it into the like classic layer by layer like hex instructions that you see in Heroescape instruction books. This is definitely like an exciting option compared to many other like alternatives. So hopefully this will, as Hexoscape continues to kind of move through its beta and like get testing and feedback, hopefully it'll evolve into like a really, really useful tool for building your own maps or building easy map instructions. One of the things that we'd like to do to kind of promote Hexoscape for that is that we're going to open up kind of open submissions from the public. Use Hexoscape to build your map instructions and submit it, your maps to Renegade. These maps will be kind of like reviewed over a period of roughly 6 months. I think this will be more like an announcement at Renegade Con that we've reviewed the maps in the pool and then have kind of like come up with a couple new contenders to enter it. So it will be somewhat selective, like not every map submitted to Renegade will be like taken into the organized play pool, but you can at least guarantee that the map that you've made will be like viewed directly by Renegade and kind of weighed for submission. For each of those periodical groups of maps that we take a look at and then approve a couple to the pool, there will be one winner that wins $50 of store credits to the Renegade web store.
Yeah, and I bet our wardens are going to have a lot of fun with the Hexoscape program. Speaking of.
Yeah, so we have a lot of updates for our wardens program. If you haven't heard of the Wardens of Valhalla initiative that we have, this is essentially our way to partner with anyone who is trying to run a local Heroescape scene. If you're trying to get like Heroescape into your local game store, if you're trying to start up events, if you want there to be like a monthly Heroescape scene in your area, but there isn't one yet, becoming a warden allows you to kind of like work one-on-one with us and encounter this whole group of other people that are also doing that same thing. And we have a ton of resources that's basically brand new for this Renegade Con going forward to help support wardens and to make sure that their journey to running local Heroescape events is as smooth and like as supported by Renegade as it possibly can be. The first thing is that there is a new application form for wardens. It is no longer like sort of a elusive Google Drive link that you need to be shared to. Now you can apply directly from the new Heroescape.com website. There's a couple of links to it throughout our homepage and our organized play pages. So yeah, hopefully for anyone who is interested in like going beyond being a player at local Heroescape events, but wanting to actually start events and run them for yourself, yeah, the path forward is super easy. Just go to that form and then apply. One of the first things that once you apply to become a warden, and if you get approved, one of the first things that you'll receive is the Warden's Handbook. This is essentially a fairly lengthy and comprehensive document that takes you through all of the basics of running a Heroescape local like tournament scene. If you know nothing about like trying to run a Heroescape tournament and you're like, I don't have a game store figured out yet, I don't know how to get a store to carry product, I've never used the Battle Network yet. I've never run a HeroScape tournament. How do I do any of that? This document really answers every question and tries to give you an actionable path forward on every point. In a perfect world, this should be able to take you from not knowing anything about running HeroScape events to being ready to get started. And this is a essentially PDF document that all new wardens receive as soon as they sign up, or existing wardens of Valhalla can find in our Discord and in our sort of like resource directories for the wardens. There's no better place to learn about HeroScape and learn about running HeroScape events and really like stepping into that world of trying to learn about like what HeroScape competitive play looks like than like by working with us one-on-one, and also by like being surrounded by other wardens who have been running events for 20 years. Beyond just like what I can offer responding to questions in the wardens chat, you know, it's incredible to me like how when people have a question about what sort of format to run for this monthly event, immediately there are other people in the community in the wardens chat who are able to respond from like 15 years, 20 years of experience running those events. So it's definitely helpful, not just to have sort of my ear as like working on the Wardens program, but also the support of your fellow Wardens and kind of their enthusiasm and their years of experience as well. If you've been a Warden for these past few months, you will find these things are kind of new and rolling forward into 2026. We have a new format of the month. This is essentially an example format sort of whipped up by one of our like format specialist consultants that if you don't know what sort of format you should run for your HeroScape tournaments, you don't know like what points are good to be or like what a figure limit is. The format of the month is essentially like a super easy example format that says, hey, if you don't know what else to run for your HeroScape events or you're not like super well acquainted with HeroScape, you can start with this and then branch onward to crafting your own formats. There's also a new initiative for wardens to like run demos and learn to play events at their local game stores, conventions, Barnes and Nobles, and so forth, where you can apply to have a battle box or other HeroScape products, depending on your request, compensated by Renegade. We are also separate from our kind of direct to Renegade map competition that we're running, which must use Hexoscape. We here in the Wardens program have this program called Map of the Month, where wardens can submit HeroScape maps that they have enjoyed for consideration into the like Renegade organized play map pool. Every single month, we take all of their like suggestions, we kind of filter it down with feedback from a couple of our map makers, and then we make that into like a list of 4 maps that wardens vote on every month. And the winning map from that, I reach out to that original map maker, letting them know that their map has been nominated for the organized play pool. And, you know, we essentially, if they allow us, we will add it to the organized play pool and kind of expand that pool 1 map a month at a time. And so that is kind of our second like way to expand that pool of officially endorsed maps, in addition to the map making competitions that we have going on with Hexoscape. Lastly, like there's still so much for wardens coming for this year. One of the complaints that the community has often had is that beyond the like promo kits that we send out of, you know, HeroScape figures that you can use as prizing or as attendance sort of perks at your HeroScape events, that there's not a ton of other prizing available for HeroScape. So for National HeroScape Day in October, we will be sending out sort of a prize support kit to all active wardens that contains a bunch of sort of shiny new objects that you can use to support your prize pools and support your events throughout the coming year. Let's see. Another thing that wardens will be able to do in 2026, alongside the kind of new warden applications, keep your eye out for a field in that application that asks you whether you would like to be on the Play HeroScape Near Me map. Previously, our sort of like world map of HeroScape has only included like store locations and the contact information for those stores. And then when you call into the store, you don't always reach someone who actually knows much about HeroScape at the front desk. Often, like, there is one community member locally who runs the HeroScape events in tandem with the store, but the store employee, you know, doesn't necessarily have a direct through line to that person or can't necessarily like route an interested person who just wants to attend HeroScape events onwards to that destination.
Mhm.
So starting basically now, wardens that sign up with the new form will be able to optionally have their local community Discord or their contact information displayed on the HeroScape world map, so that a player who is like interested in HeroScape events in your area can just go to that map, see that there is a warden there, get in touch with that warden, and then find their way into your local HeroScape community a lot faster. And hopefully this just raises a big flag for your local HeroScape scenes that shows like, hey, there is an active player base here, and this is how to get in touch with them right as soon as that customer like checks on the Renegade website.
I love that. I love that we're making it even easier for people to get into HeroScape.
The last thing I'll say on wardens is
Oh, yeah.
you can if you are sometimes what's going to happen is that people will look up, are there local HeroScape events near me? And the answer is that like there might not be, and or there might be, but they're an hour and a half away, and your local
Mhm.
game store isn't into HeroScape yet, and you don't necessarily want to drive an hour and a half every time you attend tournaments, although I know many people that do. And so in that case, like that is someone who absolutely should consider becoming a warden of Valhalla, because you can come into essentially a community of people that are already running events, and we can coach you and walk you through as much as possible the steps of like setting up that local scene. It can seem intimidating at first to try and like get your local game store to carry HeroScape and to recruit local players and find new people to play this game with. These are also things that people have done around the country and beyond in order to like create their own local HeroScape scenes over the last 2 years and many like years before, but especially with HeroScape organized play being this big force now that it is.
Mhm.
So definitely encourage anyone who is interested in running HeroScape events to get out there and like see if this would be a path that interests you. One of the new stipulations also for the wardens is that as you go, we want to see people that are like actively trying to run HeroScape events, mostly being the body of this program. And so wardens going forward, there will be sort of this expectation that you are running at least 2 HeroScape events per quarter. Those don't always have to be like massive tournament events. Those could be learn to plays, those could be paint nights, those could be like running demos at a local board game cafe. But ideally we want to see that the entire group of wardens are all like people who are actively running events and continuing to like essentially push their local HeroScape scenes forward.
Yeah.
This is essentially information that we just have through the Battle Network, if you run events through the Battle Network. But we also have sort of like a backup form as well that people can report events directly through, especially for events that you don't want to run using the Battle Network, or you have a different system set up instead.
So we've talked about our wardens. We have talked about the new map making things that are coming up. We've got store championships still going, right?
We do have store championships, and the store championships that we have confirmed so far, there is already a huge list of them, which will show up here on screen. But store championship applications through 2026. This would be like the sort of April to June 2026 season when all of these championships must be run. Applications are still open until March 9th. So if you have HeroScape at your local game store and you would like a store championship this year, these are usually pretty big events. They come with a sort of like unique prize package that you can order. The like support kit for these this year features Crimson Widow, kind of the pirate commander from the Crimson Fleet.
Yeah.
If you would like your local game store to run one of these and you haven't already had them apply yet, do have them apply on the Battle Network, kind of at the home page. You can find the link, or at playheroescape.renegadegamestudios.com/event-survey. And once your local game store applies through their Battle Network account, we can get them approved over here, and you'll unlock the ability to like see these kits in your Battle Network's existing promo store and order them. Of course, the kind of the biggest prize out of these prize kits is that the winner gets a day 2 buy to Gen Con World Championships for 2026.
And then besides our store championships, we also have our Valkyrie Trials, which are different. We've had some confusion about that.
We do. So the difference between store championships and Valkyrie Trials is it's essentially our store championships versus our regional championships. Valkyrie Trials are usually bigger events. There are way fewer of them. Last year we had over 100 store championships. There were only about 20 Valkyrie Trials. And it's probably going to be a similar ratio this year. So there is a limited number of Valkyrie Trials. Applications for the 2026 to 2027 Valkyrie Trial season are now open as of Renegade Con. These events run from July 2026 to June 2027, and similar to store championships, these also grant a day to buy at Gen Con, allowing you to like jump over that first pool of players in day one. The Valkyrie Trial kits for this year kind of succeeding the fancy Leviathan themed Valkyrie Trial kits of the previous season. These feature metallic based Sergeant Drake Alexander's, along with alternate card art for him, and then Jandar themed order markers for all participants in the Valkyrie Trial, and also for participants, Katana of Thorian treasure glyphs that allow Sergeant Drake's like kind of iconic super speed katana to be wielded by your other HeroScape characters. So yeah, if you see a Valkyrie trial happening in your area, it's definitely worth turning out.
Go for it. And we've still got a couple more Valkyrie trials left for spring of 2026, so those will be on the screen now. Check out if any of them are near you. Check out if you can make it, even to just go and watch and like cheer and hang out. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
And we've been talking a lot about the World Championships at Gen Con, so we should probably talk about Gen Con a little bit.
We should. Gen Con is kind of the biggest like single event that Renegade does every year. And especially where HeroScape organized play is concerned, like it is where a ton of the thought goes every year for planning. But Gen Con has a huge number of HeroScape events going this year. The first and foremost is the World Championships. This is a multi-day event. We'll take something like 150 to 200 players and narrow that down to about, really just your top 2 players vying for the title of World Champion. So it is one of my favorite events to be a part of at Gen Con. I've had the privilege of getting to judge it for the past year before, and like just seeing so many HeroScape fans all out together competing for the same event has been just such a cool thing to see.
We don't have just the World Championships at Gen Con, right? We've got a ton of stuff going on.
This is the thing. Gen Con this year is packed with sort of like unique side events in addition to the main World Championships thing. There are a lot of different event formats that are out there, and these are all like listed on Gen Con's event website. But some of my favorites from this like year's lineup include General Wars, which puts on you the stipulation that your whole army must be from one general. So you really get to choose your favorite and then try and build an army just with what they have to represent. And then Treasure Quest, where you collect the most treasure to win instead of your typical sort of deathmatch scenario. And I love anything that puts treasure glyphs on the field. Since they're shiny, they're gold, they have great art, and you don't always get to see them in normal tournament play. There's a War of the Worlds event that pits armies from different homeworlds against each other, and assassination formats force you to eliminate one specific figure on the enemy team. And there are many more events in addition to the ones I'm listing here. I'm really excited to see a lot of different kind of like armies and a lot of creative problem solving from players that need to like participate in these events. I can't wait to see what armies people bring to tables for these. And I think it definitely is a much more kind of comprehensive and sort of flavorful offering of HeroScape events compared to our programming in prior years. I'm very thankful to like all of the community members that have consulted with us and kind of like worked with us to craft what hopefully is a really fun and compelling like list of events for people to attend while they're here at Gen Con. And definitely, especially if you're not here to like sit through multiple days of the World Championship, there will be a ton of exciting other stuff for you to do instead.
Most importantly, are we having the bounty event again?
We are having the bounty event. You will have the option again to play against HeroScape staff members. There are some minor changes this year. We will all have sort of new superpowers for you to play against and sort of overpowered armies for you to tackle while you're in these matches. But in addition to that, we will also kind of open this up a little bit more. It was super popular last year at Gen Con and it sold out almost immediately. So we're aiming to like make it a little bit more accessible and make sure that more people get their chance to like play in one of these events this year. And then also, spoiler for Gen Con, we have a brand new Heroescape game mode themed around dungeon crawling that will also go live at Gen Con this year. It'll be sort of an exciting new way to play Heroescape, keeping all of Heroescape's like typical rules, but offering kind of a new, very fast-paced way to like string scenarios together and like go from room to room as you explore the Citadel. So we're excited to showcase more of that as the year goes on and let you get a chance to see it for yourself at Gen Con.
Yeah, I know. And I'm sure now that we've said it, everybody's going to be so excited. There's a million questions in the chat. We can't read them. It's not live. I'm sorry. But we can keep talking about what we have for the rest of 2026.
Our final big program is that we are running Heroescape Alliance War this year. This is a sort of brand new initiative for our organized play where Renegade Heroescape staff will be visiting your local game stores and Heroescape fan conventions around the country in person, kind of bringing the new like Alliance War featured in Secrets of the Citadel to your game stores and to your events. Secrets of the Citadel features 4 new sort of like tiny alliances that are all sort of competing against each other as they work to explore this massive underground citadel. And so Jandar and Utgar have formed, or Jandar and the remainder of Utgar's forces have formed the new alliance, kind of like trying to wrestle Valhalla under their arm with might and command.
Good luck
in this
to
new
them.
era. Ular and Tequila have found a lot of common ground on sort of protecting Valhalla's natural resources and trying to prevent these other 3 from sort of ignoring that in the age to come, forming the Verdant Pact. Einar and Valorak have partnered like extreme wealth and extreme business acumen to form the Clockwork Combine, and Vidar and Revna are both kind of lurking in the shadows together in the Umbral Covenant. The Renegade staff that are showing up to these events will act as arbiters, giving each player at these events an option to choose their side and giving them a unique enamel pin for their faction of choice. They will also be giving out plastic army cards with a foil Alliance War stamp that let you choose between Savaris, Agent Kar, Isamu, or Eel and Fafua. Kind of one promo figure that we have from each of those 4 factions. And so every player to these events gets your fancy enamel pin with your faction of choice and one of these 4 army cards. The winner of these events, whichever tournaments are run by the local community, every event will have kind of its own community's crafts and format, but the winner of this tournament will get one of everything and also the power to mark their region for their faction of choice on kind of a constantly updated world map. So throughout this year, you will see kind of a map of the US be transformed by these different wins for these different game stores as people kind of vie for power for their individual faction. The faction of these 4 that has the most wins overall by Renegade Con in October, we will craft a sort of epic and secret piece of merchandise for that faction, specifically based on like what the winners from those factions would like to see. That'll be kind of like a truly one-of-a-kind item that will only be available to order for a limited time. But for the faction that wins Alliance War, you will have some pretty epic spoils to show. And then lastly, as time goes on after that, we will continue to see that world map kind of evolve as it begins opening up to the public, allowing players at local game store events in general to kind of contribute their wins towards their faction of choice. So yeah, these are some of this is the Alliance War program, and I'm so excited to get to visit a lot of local game stores in the US throughout this year to play alongside players and sort of see what faction they choose to devote their mighty wins to.
We're coming up with new ways to pit you against your friends. That's incredible. So we've got a lot coming for Heroescape 2026, some of 2027. We've got a lot happening under your very watchful eye. I'm very excited. I know the Heroescapers are very excited. Do you have anything that you want to close out on?
Yeah, mostly that. Again, like this is going to be a huge year for Heroescape organized play. And if you have an interest in attending Heroescape events, maybe you are just watching this stream for the first time and realizing that there are organized Heroescape events, you can definitely look to the Battle Network to look up local events. You can also look to our like Renegade Discord server, and joining there will immediately put you in touch with a much broader Heroescape community. I definitely am able to be reached at william@renegadegames.com for any like outstanding questions you have about organized play, and I'm happy to direct you to resources from there. So yeah, I'm very excited as someone who has been playing in local Heroescape events for probably 2-3 years now, and have had to start local Heroescape scenes myself from scratch in multiple states and provinces. I'm very excited to like finally get to help other people kind of go along that journey as well.
Yeah. Well, with all of that, we are ready to wrap up this video and start heading to the next one for Renegade Con. Thank you to our mods in the chat for dropping all of the very relevant links exactly when they need to. And thank you again for joining us. And thank you, William, for joining our team and for being my friend.
Absolutely. Have a great Renegade Con, everybody.
Have a great Renegade Con. Goodbye.
Welcome. I am here with Ken Williams to talk about the state of contemporary Heroescape play. For those of you who have not met me before, my name is William Wellman. I am the new community coordinator for Heroescape over here. I do a lot with Heroescape's creative side and also with organized play. Ken, for those of you who don't already know you in the community, who are you and how long have you been playing Heroescape?
Well, good morning, William. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ken. I go by Matthias Maccabeus on the interwebs, I guess. And I have been playing Heroescape since about 2006. I ended up going to Gen Con in 2009, and I had a blast there. I met Mark Pruitt, Reichian. He was running the tournament scene there, and he was doing a phenomenal job. And then in 2012, he actually handed the reins over to me to run the Gen Con events at Gen Con Heroescape events at Gen Con. And then in 2021, Mike started up ScapeCon. And then in 2023, I was able to join him, and I joined the board over there. And I have a pleasure working with those guys with ScapeCon stuff. And I'm kind of in charge of the draft pools in like I guess Renegade would call them judges, but we call them like TOs or tournament directors over there.
Right.
And then 2025, Renegade said, "Hey, can you come be judge at Gen Con?" And I said, "Sure." Adaptacon's coming up. I'll be the judge there. And then I'm on the official, unofficial rules team with like Mike and Don and Adam. And then I also have a podcast that I do with Heroescape called Jandar's Dispatch with Gordon Berg.
We have seen in contemporary Heroescape, like I've managed to get to play along as the kind of contemporary releases have rolled out, and it's been very interesting going from this place of only having the master set and the battle box, and starting with tournament games with just that assortment, and then slowly getting the rest of the kind of lineup that we currently have. But something that we've seen for the past, basically the first year of Heroescape's release, was that there were only unique figures. And for the audience, a unique figure is one that you can only have one of in your army, which means that losing them is pretty valuable. Whereas common squads, which came out in a first wave with the Revenant Acolytes, the Tanuki Tricksters, and the Molten Crustaceans, also the Grave Grim, introduced common figures to the contemporary meta. And my question for you, Ken, would be, that was the first wave of commons. We then saw the second wave of common releases come out. And that included the Gelrai Vanguards and the Krakenling that goes with them, the Scions of Icaria, and the Greatbow Archers. How do you feel those releases changed the contemporary meta once they released? And like, is there anything weird or interesting that we've seen over the tables since they've been out?
Well, I think they definitely changed things. I know we already had previous commons, but like the Revenant Acolytes don't really count because they're more of a support unit, right? Nobody's
Right.
coming to the bat. Nobody's coming with 7 squads of Revenant Acolytes and winning a tournament, right? And then the Tanukis were only a 2-man squad, so it's like the number of activations was only 2 attacks per turn, and usually that's the power of common squads is all the activations. And then the crabs are in this weird spot where, like, you know, a 3/3 5-move 3-person squad is just not typically going to win a tournament for you. And what they do, even though I know it's controversial, whatever, but what they do, it's you can't always get them to do what you want them to do where you want them to do it, right? But the Tanukis worked well with Queen. Scavrith is, he eats up so many points with the Iron Lich, it's harder to get common squads in there. So I think definitely these common squads are making more of a splash. Get it, gallery. Anyway,
Very nice.
Thank you. Are making more of a splash, especially with the introduction of a 4-man bonding squad, right? The fact that you get 4 attacks per turn with the Galrai, and they have free development is fantastic. So I think obviously they're doing really well. The Great Bows do a nice job of complementing other units like Queen Maladrex or even like the Oathbound. They're still hampered a little bit by only 2 activations or 2 attacks per turn. Now they're 2 good attacks, especially because you can spread them out and get a couple up front, a couple in the back, so you can decide who's getting the attack of 5 with the range of 7.
Absolutely. And that kind of brings me into my next question. The fear that I kind of had, especially before we knew what the shape of commons would look like in Age of Annihilation, was that like we would get this solid year of unique releases, and then a bunch of them would just like become kind of outmoded as commons came in with better action economy and more activations and more redundancy. So do you think that uniques still like play an important role in the meta? Can they like hold a candle to essentially mass Galrai or Great Bow builds?
Queen Maladrix is really good, and she's always going to be really good. But like her infestation thing really falls to the wayside when it's a bunch of commons. So I think she's always going to be around, like in the shadows here and there. She's still going to win things here and there. But I think other than that, like the Galrai right now are really what's what's at the top of the meta. So I mean, the short answer is mostly no. The uniques aren't going to stand up, but I think Queen Maladrix is an exception to that rule. And I still think like figure limits and hex limits and whatnot, like you still have uses for like, the exiles are still always going to be around, I think. And then like the Oathbound are still going to be around.
My follow-up question here would be, you are kind of like well practiced in taking something that is an uphill battle and then like developing a strategy to make it work. What is if you have to play against an army that is, just 24 spaces of Galrai, and you can't play mass Galrai against them, what are you picking here in Contemporary to try and like take them on?
Well, in all honesty, it might be the crabs, because you want to try and match body for body. And then, the biggest thing I think with the Galrai right now is you have to fight them on common ground or even ground. I think they're fascinating in terms of they're the first unit that we've had in a while that's like, oh, you got to play against these guys pretty differently, right? You can't. We always want height advantage in HeroScape. We've been taught that for years. Height advantage is extra dice. That's good, but +1 attack is not better than +2 defense as a general rule. Right. And then the way modern maps are, you really want to try and give those fights on even ground. And the other thing is, like, you have to be careful of, sometimes you're trying to keep even ground, but then there's height next to you. So if a Galrai survives, he's going to take height on you. So it's really about like picking where you want to do the engagements, because they're going to be knocking on your door regardless. So I do think crabs with a range component of some sort. I just don't think Great Bows have enough activations, because if I'm only, even if I'm getting 2 kills a turn with the Great Bows, they're just keep coming at 4 activations. So I think crabs might be the best. Especially you can make, if you get some lucky lava drops, you can make some things more difficult for them to advance. Queen's always good too with 7 activations per turn, if you can keep those festering honor guard. But like I said, you're so used to giving height in the Galrai, like, sure, take height. That's okay with me.
I am happy to see at least one massed army that all of the like area of effect special attacks in Age of Annihilation can finally go towards. Because for the longest time, like Zenithrax, Killian Vane, a few others in the mix have these abilities that really punish grouping up. But in like small figure count, high point games where it's mostly unique heroes, it doesn't happen too often. If you get lucky, you could wipe out quite a few fish as long as you're, not rolling into their 4 defense while on low ground. Along with the kind of wave of commons that we also got a few promotional figures, kind of standalone uniques in this last wave. Rayland 4.0 finally sort of freed of her time underground in Utgar's camp. And then also the Deflectatron kind of flying.
Raylan is just solid in general. We've talked about this before on like Jandar's Dispatch. The nice thing she does with the Tanukis is kind of gives them a pseudo third activation with her ability to jump in there and do some damage, or even if they kick away from her with Nagawaza, they're able to roll for a leave an engagement. And she's a problem. So like even against Mass Gelrai, if she jumps in and starts dealing damage, they have to concentrate on her. Otherwise, if they keep attacking somebody else, she's just going to be bouncing around all over the place. And with her 6 life and 3 defense, that's usually going to absorb a good number of attacks before she's taken out. Like I think she's good in a Gelrai build too as well. Like as long as you have the points and figure limits or whatever you're working with, I think she's got a lot of good places that she can do. Like against Queen Mao, she can actually activate twice, once for the Festering Honor Guard and once on Queen Mao's turn. The Deflectatron is interesting. I think, to be honest, he's a budget Glenerva in some aspects. Like he gives you a similar vibe that Glenerva does, where people can't be targeted. So if you've got a melee army that's advancing and you've got some key figures you want to protect, he can do that. The other thing he can do is sometimes he can just drop on height and deny that from your opponent. I mean, and right now he's a filler for 25 points as well.
Which, although it can be tempting to look at that and then like want to grab 4 of them immediately, the once per round deployment does mean that you need to take it a little bit slower.
Well, the other thing I remember is because I like to play like all chain fighters. Sometimes you can't actually do all Deflectatrons because you have to have somebody on the field to drop next to or within 3 spaces of. So technically you could do that, but you just would go home because you're not playing anymore.
Speaking of testing Storm Shadow, as we sit here, next month we are expecting the kind of arrival of the G.I. Joe Battle for the Rift battle box, and then also a couple of different army expansions. What pieces in the G.I. Joe sets are you looking forward to? And do you think there are any kind of big game changers for the contemporary meta within those sets?
Yeah, I mean, I'm old school melee player, so bonding warlords. So Serpentor and Cobra Commander with the Romans. Hey, I'm in. I have been playing with green shirts, Duke and Scarlet, and then the ninjas with the Tanuki and Jinx and Kamakura with Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes. It's been a lot of fun. Like we've been able to proxy those and be able to use those abilities. It's been a lot of fun. But I think Cobra Troopers are going to float to the top of the meta when they come out. I think for 500 points, you can get 4 Troopers, Destro, the Twins, and Kita. And I think that's going to be really hard, really tough nut to crack for a while, because with Destro, that's 6 attacks per turn and 6 ranged attacks. The good news is the Troopers only have 2 defense, so if you can attack them, they're probably not going to stick around. Because think about Blastatrons. Blastatrons at 2 defense don't stick around very often, especially if there's no old school Raylan. But I think they're going to float to the top of the meta coming up for a minute until the next wave comes out.
Do you think it's going to be so severe that you need to pack Glenerva every time to sort of protect yourself? What do you think the best play is if you find yourself facing off against Cobra Troopers?
Currently, right now, in the I guess end of next month, it's gonna be difficult. I think Gelrai are still mass commons, and there's still a lot of them coming. And if you can, I hate to say it's so untypical to say or atypical. If you get on low ground,
right.
That extra defense will help quite a bit. And one of the things I think Renegade's been doing that's been super interesting to me since I'm an old school melee player is development is such a big deal, especially with melee. And Renegade's been really intentional about making ways to do that. And like with the Gelrei's free move, and then we'll talk about like the bugs later in the Tanuki Aruki with that free development. I think like, that's going to help against the troopers. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I think Raylan helps as well, because you can get Raylan in there, take out a trooper or two. Maybe she even gets a whirlwind because they're going to be bunched up if you can time your order markers right. I mean, once again, they only have 2 defense because they're going to try and hug around those Cobra heroes, and with the twins making Kita unique. I think one of the best ways to combat that, actually, in all honesty, is when you're setting point limits for formats, just keep the Cobra troopers in mind. I think Gelrei always have a chance, and then once again, if the queen can get there with 7 attacks, she can take a big chunk out of the. Maybe Kelda Glyph is on the battle. Not Kelda. Valda is on the battlefield. They're able to get the move +2. So and then obviously the initiative glyph are also going to come into play in that matchup, because if melee can crash into range on their terms, if they say at end of order marker 3 and beginning of order marker 1, and you can take out 3 to 8 troopers, like I think like then they're kind of backing up, and they've got to make some different decisions.
Looking a little further on, as we kind of like anticipate the release of G.I. Joe coming in March, in April we get a few mainline common squads, kind of stocking up the mainline Heroescape armies again. And we see the Elites of Ular coming out. We have Rannoch Vipers, and then the bundle of like Chain Gruts and the Ramasaur Rider. What do you think is going to happen with these? What's the best way to like use these in an army? And yeah, I think for a lot of new players, they're definitely looking at the arrival of more commons as like a way for more sort of diverse armies to start hitting the winning tables, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited for this wave. I think it's got a lot of good armies coming out, and a lot of melee bonding. You know how much I love that. So, but I think like 5 squads of Chain Gruts, Decker, and Tuck Harrigan is going to be a really, really solid army that can give the troopers a run for their money. Rannochs are super interesting because it's like, are they a good support figure? So like, do you do Queen Mal and a bunch of Rannochs, or do you just go full Rannochs and add like Halucia and Kita to round them out? And I think they can go either way. Like 7 squads of Rannochs, Halucia, and Kita seems pretty strong. But I still think like Decker and Tuck are going to be fantastic with them. Kane's going to do well. Even the Ramasaur Rider for 35 points, that's pretty good. It's pretty good because he's got 7 move, and then the Chain Gruts can give him disengage. So the Elites are going to do better in like a format for Gen Con last year, where it's like a smaller figure limit. Like right. 3 squads of Elites, Ziamara and Milky is actually a really good army at 500 points, but it's not going to win against like Chain Gruts ×5 Decker and Tuck, I don't think. Could surprise me. I mean, it depends how hot that amulet roll is, but as a general rule, in a smaller figure limit, I think it's going to do really well because it's a tough nut to crack. It really is.
Elites of Ular, in my experience, you're playing a kind of a smaller army with fewer figures in it compared to some of the just mass common armies, and it really relies on making the most of like both Mielke and Ziamara's abilities in order to like keep that entire crew alive. And so like if you manage to keep the like cycle turning, I've seen that engine like tear through other armies where I just could not get a hit in against these guys that they wouldn't like heal back. But on the flip side, I've had games where I lost a bunch of figures early, I overextended, people were out of the range of these healing abilities, or I just rolled bad. And then like my army kind of collapsed to those mass commons.
Yeah.
So definitely there's a lot of like tricky positioning to think about if you're playing elites and their heroes compared to some of the just rush in and kill type armies.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a finesse army than say like, oh, I'm just gonna put all 4 of my order markers in the Gelrai and see what happens.
It is a super packed year for Heroescape because just after G.I. Joe in March and Elites, Rannochs, Chain Gruts in April, we get another huge wave of common stuff in May. We have the Necrotech Reavers, we have the Revenants and the Nukkalavi, and then the Skordire Infantry and their 3 heroes, the Spitting Hive Soldier, the Lurking Hive Soldier, and the Bursting Hive Soldier. Let's start with the Necrotech Reavers. These guys are really interesting compared to the way that like squads and heroes typically work. They also have kind of a complicated relationship with the other unique Isonex that we have already on the table. How do you think these guys will kind of fit into the scene when they land? And do you plan to play any armies with these?
Yeah, I mean, I like these guys. These guys are very enjoyable. Melee bonding is where it's at. And what I really like is the scavenge parts, right? Yeah, I just call it upgradability. But when they're upgrading, you can kind of pick and choose what you need and when you need it and where you need it at, right? So if you've got a bunch of guys coming at you and you just need a cyberclaw to hold them down for a minute until you catch up, great, that guy becomes your cyberclaw. Assuming you have one that's been destroyed, right? So I really like the deeper thought that you have to put into like which ones to bring back. I guess obviously like if you only have one sword guy died and that's it, you bring him back, right? But I do like that. I mean, I'm a big Hellforge is probably my favorite thing to come out so far. So the fact that I can still throw the Hellforge on these guys, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, see that you're all grouped up there. Here comes my Hellforge that I've just been, he's just been kind of hanging out in the back because it's hard to do it when you like we only get one activation plus the Hellforge, or I could get 4, but sometimes the Hellforge, he just wants to come in there and kill things. They're gonna vie for this top position, I think, once they all come out. Like they all have. They all have a chance, I think. They really do.
For the Revenants of Revna and the Knuckleavi, what's your take on these guys?
The 6 move with stealth flying is fantastic, right? And the ability to pick and choose when you need to take that wound to get that extra attack dice. I mean, you're looking at extra attack dice across the board, so which is fantastic, right? And then like the Knuckleavi gets powered up when he has wounds on him, and then like they also bomb Macerex and Killcrack, so we finally have a combo for Macerex to die and go on Killcracks, right?
Oh, the undead Revna bonding has been waiting so long.
Right. I mean, then you even have like with Grave Grim, and then you put a squad of Revenant or Acolytes in there, and then like
right.
So I mean, there's lots of cool things here. But I actually like them against the troopers in all honesty, because Knuckleavi can just run up there with the 7 move and just take out 3 of them with his blast, And then the Revenants, if they can jump in there on an initiative switch with their 6 move, they kind of remind me a little bit of like Armok Vipers, just because they're so fast and they have a similar stat line when they power up, even though they have stealth flying and stuff. And I think sometimes speed's an underrated thing in HeroScape. People, like 4 move knights are great, but not at 4 move, But when you see, 6 move stealth flying is pretty good, and the Phantom Knights have taught us that for a long time. So,
well, and for the audience that hasn't like encountered a common squad with stealth flying before, there are a couple in the prior era of HeroScape, but one of the kind of like tricky things these guys can do is with stealth flying, you always have the ability, if there's high ground nearby, to just leave and then land on that height. So it might allow you to claim height in some places that you usually couldn't. What is your take on the Squardire infantry? Because similar to the Reavers, this is a common squad with also 3 heroes that go with it. The Spitting Hive Soldier, the Bursting Hive Soldier, and the Lurking Hive Soldier. And on top of that, the infantry have some ties back to your like unique big bug heroes that we've seen, with Maledrix, the Oathbound, and Thyraxis. What's your first impression on these?
Oh, they're great. I mean, the biggest thing they're going to get hurt by is figure limits, right? They want the more figure limits, the better for them because they're so cheap. And once again, I like that the free movement they have. Something dies, they can bring up another guy. And I really so I think that's fantastic. Like, and the fact that they get attacked with 2 heroes and one of them can lower defense, like on a certain figure, like if I need Destro dead, I can attack with him first, and then I can concentrate on Destro and try and take him out, right, to kind of weaken the Cobra Troopers or whatever. So yeah, I like I said, I like all these bonding units coming out. I think they're all going to do good. I think maybe Chain Grets are going to be a little bit better than the rest, but I'm also a little bit biased when it comes to orcs. So, but I think they're all going to be kind of fighting for that top spot, including the troopers. Like I think it's going to be a bag of like 5 or 6, depending on like I think point totals and figure limits are going to going to be a big reason. Oh, well, I should pick this one over this one or whatnot.
definitely the hope at the end of the season is that we are seeing, partially due to diverse formats, partially due to like different things being viable in different situations, but definitely would love to see like 4 or 5 different army builds competing for that spot rather than like one universal
Absolutely.
concept.
And I think you're going to have that after all this stuff comes out.
Last thing that comes out in May also are unique, but they are also kind of an interesting bag of tricks in their own way with Thorman and then also the Kraken. Thorman having the ability to kind of like grab other unique heroes for a sort of bespoke army, and then the Kraken to replace bonding turns in other armies. How do you think these two are going to be received when they come out? And is there anything concerning that you can foresee in like the way these two interact with the rest of the game?
I think this is very interesting. I've been racking my brain a little bit about what I think the best Thorman army, and I think it involves maybe a couple of the bugs, or like the ghoul grip and the burster from the bugs.
Interesting.
Yeah, because they're cheap, right? And they can also lock some stuff down while you're running around trying to get set up. I'm not exactly sure. I kind of like Scarlet with him as well, especially on his third turn. She attacks something that's obviously got an order marker or two on that's been revealed. So they've got less defense. And then she can attack twice actually with her ability. I still think they're going to struggle in the mass commons, but once again, like Gen Con last year, 25-14, I think they got a decent, they would have a shot in a smaller figure limit like that. Or like, the Highlander event that Renegade's been running at various cons, I think they would do well. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what people come up with and like where they rack their brains. Right now, I kind of like the Cyberclaw or Ghoul Grip, the Burster, and then Scarlet. It's kind of the 3 I like with Thorman. I don't know exactly what else to put with him, or like if it's automatically the Kraken, or maybe the new Savaris coming out like for the ranged attacks. Like I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, I'm excited to see what the community comes up with Thorman and the Kraken. To be honest, like I think it's going to be super interesting. I think the Kraken's got a lot of interesting plays with like Holochot and the various other Dryans out there. So we'll see.
Absolutely. And the brutal thing about that for ye army builders is that Halushot takes 2 bonding turns with various small, medium, or large beasts, one of which the Kraken can steal, and then
Correct.
you still get a different turn with another
Correct.
creature.
So you could and if the Kraken is out with all 5 of them, you get Holoshot attacking twice, the Kraken 5 times, and you got like Anshu attacking twice, right?
Yep.
So you're like, is this a common squad? How many attacks is this? Like, so
I am so curious to see how much of this we end up seeing at our tables for Adepticon Gen Con this year.
yes.
My last question would be, obviously, this is a ton of new releases coming out just over the first half of this year. It's a lot for tournament organizers to keep up with, especially those that are kind of new to running events. Do you have any tips for event organizers to kind of keep creating events that are fair and fun, like, as we keep seeing a bunch of new releases?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think the biggest thing is to listen to your community. And the other thing to think about is like, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've been running events for 20 years. Like, go ask somebody that's been doing it for a while. Or like, I think I was talking to Chris Perkins the other day, and he said 1,000 tournaments have run on Heroescape.org. So you got a little bit of data to go through, right? To see like, oh, that looks cool, or oh, I could see that, or whatever. But I think like just pay attention to your community, and like if you have a point limit in mind, build a couple armies you think that are really good at that point limit, and like see if you, oh yeah, that's cool, or like, I don't want that. So I think that would be my biggest piece of advice, because here's the deal. The only reason I'm still playing, well, there's lots of reasons, but one of the reasons I'm still playing Heroescape for 20 years is like, Heroescapers are just good people. They really are. But yeah, just ask. If you have a question, ask. They're gonna be there to assist you. And then like the very last thing I would say about like people trying to get involved with organized play and stuff is play faster.
Thank you so much for joining us today for this discussion, Ken. It's great to hear from you, and your expertise on all these opinions is super valuable. I can't wait to see you at some game tables here.
I appreciate it. Thank you, William.
Well, hello.
Hello?
We have quite a few figures here that are going to be a ton of fun to play with. I'm especially excited for Elin Fofo.
I mean, we all know that I love a good Isamu. But there's a lot of other ones that look like a lot of fun over here. I'm excited for the Gnarl Fur Raiders. But anyway, I see you have an armada of fish over there.
I do have an armada of fish and new Fitz Galligan and a Washia. It is a bunch of fish.
Which all title advance together.
That's a great segue into the fact that we placed order markers and now we can title advance. So I placed all my order markers on title advance. Everybody on my team gets to move 4. So we're gonna have this guy swoop over there. 1, 2, 3, 4. He can get up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the gallery wings strike again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
We are blowing through those sound effects.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you tired of me counting to 4 yet?
Yeah, I was a long time ago, actually.
Hold on to your britches, because 1, 2, 3, 4 for Awashia, and then Fafua. 1, 2, 3, and he's not going to be able to get up. And then Fitz is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you looking forward to that every round?
It won't be every round, because I'm just going to kill all the gallery.
There's 12 of them. There's quite a few.
And they die very quickly at the hands of bears, I've been told.
This one's salmon, this one's trout, this one's bass. All right, are you ready?
Yeah. 5.
13. Number 1 is the gallery. We have 2 random glyphs out, and with my gallery move of 5, I could get both of them right now. The only problem is I know what the pull is a little bit, and I know that there's a healing glyph possibly in the pool, and that would be a complete waste.
Be so funny.
This fish is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. This fish is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's going to peek what's under this. It is the Glyph of Ravenig. no fly, no more, which I don't think impacts anybody.
I have a dude with a huge set of wings right here.
Well, I guess he's walking now. Sorry, I forgot about you, Kongan. Sorry. I want to know what's under the other glyph. So this guy is going to go 1, 2, 3.
Is it the healing glyph?
It was the healing glyph.
You called your own demise.
1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. And they have no range. They cannot fly. They are done.
Well, they couldn't fly to begin with.
Swimming's kind of like flying in the sea.
I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that and move on. My number 1 are my gnarled fur raiders. I can't just call them the bears because I have 2 sets of bears. The big jacked, I'm gonna say Scottish looking bears. And they have mighty hero bonding. Before taking a turn with the gnarled fur raiders, you may first take a turn with a valiant or relentless hero you control whose affiliation is Utgar or Jandar. And I had a plan on what I was going to do, and then somebody decided to ruin my day.
Were you gonna glyph snipe?
No, I was going to fly.
Oh, yeah, walk. It's good for you.
We're still gonna go with the same plan, but now Konkan's just gonna walk, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the gnarled furs get to take a turn.
They also walk.
They move 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it, as they also have no range.
All right, number 2 is my gallery.
Never could have guessed.
Gallery have a move of 5. Gonna go ahead and move this guy up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This guy is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's going to be the gallery.
My number 2 are the Frostclaw Paladins, who have Jandar champion bonding. They're going to bond with Jeanne d'Arc. She has a move of 5. She's going to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now the bears get to go. They have a move of 3, but they can run. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Number 3 are my gallery. First, we're going to have this guy go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to give you back your flying. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then this guy's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And since we're there, we're going to go ahead and attack up at, let's say, this bear. Hits for 2.
Defended.
The opposing force bear over here, the grizzly, we're going to hit for 2.
So he would normally have a defense of 3. He's higher than you, and he's near Konkan. Vigilance of Nostraland. Ukar figures you control within 5 clear sight spaces of Konkan add 1 to their defense value if there is a revealed order marker on a Jandar army card in your army. So he's going to have 5 defense dice. And takes 1 anyway.
Bear hat, bear hat.
Bear hat. Bear hats!
That's it for me.
Don't go too far, because number 3 is the Frostclaws.
Who are they going to bond into?
I don't know yet.
So the Frostclaws can only bond into Joan?
Joan and Konkan.
Oh, okay.
Because they're both Jandar champions.
But the Narfor Raiders can bond into
Everybody!
Everyone.
Except for the other bears.
that would just be too much if they could bond into each other.
Okay, I think we're going to bond into Jeanne d'Arc with her move of 5 is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and punch a fish in the face.
You have fallen into my trap. You're now above me.
For 4.
It wasn't a very good trap. Ah, so close. Ah, that could have been so good.
It could have,
Ah,
but it wasn't.
goodbye, fish. I wasn't expecting Joan to actually do well.
Whoa.
Sorry, Joan. Hang in there.
Bears, we'll start with these two since the camera's already on them. This one's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one's going to go 1, 2, 3. This one is going to go 1, 2, 3. And this one's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one and that one both ran.
Okay.
So let's start with this one here.
That gets 4 defense dice because he's in water and you're below him.
Yes, so he ran, so he would get 1 less die. However, Might of Bleakwood from Concan. Other Jandar figures you control within 5 clear sight spaces of Concan the Kyrie Warden add 1 to their attack value if there is a revealed order marker on an Utgar army card that you control. So, I am higher than you. Might of Bleakwood, I've got 3 dice.
Okay.
Hits for 2.
Stupid fish.
Whoa there. And you can insult your own fish, I don't care. Next up, let's move to this guy, who did not run.
But does he still get an extra?
1, 2, yes.
Gross.
But he's hitting you with 4 attack dice. For 1.
Doesn't matter.
Those in glass houses. And next, let's move to this guy who did run, however, is out of Concan's aura, so we're only going to get 1 attack die.
I hope you whiff.
1.
How are you doing this? Oh my goodness. I'm retiring from Hero Escape.
Did you forget about him?
You really don't have to kill him.
No.
You really don't have to
But
do
I want to.
You really don't have to do this.
He did not run and is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just barely. Not within Concan's aura, so we just have 3 attack dice. Hits for 2.
Dead.
I know I don't have to, but I want to. And with that, we're done.
What a massacre.
Did I or did I not warn
What
you
Absolute massacre.
that I was gonna kill all of the gallery?
Oh, man.
You just didn't believe me.
Alright, we've placed order markers. I've decided to put all my order markers onto the gallery to get 4 move of title advance. So here we go.
Interesting choices have been made.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I am tired of hearing you count to 4. Are you counting in your head now?
That's it.
Now we can roll for initiative.
Sure.
1.
9. Number 1 is the gallery. I'm only going to move 4 of them this time. I think we're going to have 1 pop over here onto the no-fly glyph. I'm going to have this one go 1, 2 here. Have this one move up 1. And so we have a 3-on-1. We're going to kill that bear because that's what the gallery needs. A very unfair fight. 3 versus 1. Ganging up on the bear. Unpainted down at the bear. Hits for 2.
Takes 1.
Painted higher at the bear. Hits for 3.
Ah, you killed my bear.
Yes. Alright, I just need to do that 6 more times.
That's it for you?
Yeah, I don't have this cool bonding ability that
That's
all
not
the
good.
cool kids are doing these days.
Okay, number 1 is the Gnarl Fur Raiders. And you stepped onto the no-fly glyph again, you turd.
Concan needed his exercise, and I gave it to him.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just go 1, 2, 3. Concan's gonna hit this fish. For 1.
fish need to defend. Like, this is just...
And now it's the bear's turn. And they're very hungry for some salmon. This guy is going to go 1, 2, 3. This guy's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And this guy's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start with this one right here. No, let's start with this one right here. He's going to hit the one that's above him. For 2.
Dead.
And now this one is going to hit that one. For 1.
The fish defends.
I think that's the first fish that has defended. And finally, this grizzly bear is going to hit down onto that little salmon. I am above you, though. For 2.
The fish defends!
I feel like that's what you needed.
All right, I think the only way I'm going to win is by just completely, as my number 2, which is the gallery, surrounding bears and just killing them. So we're going to move this guy 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
And he is going to... These 3 guys are going to attack, and then we'll do another attack with a guy over here. So let's start with the ones that are above, hitting down at the bear. So let's start with this guy. Hits for 2.
Takes 1.
Now we're going to have this guy hit down at the bear. Hits for 1.
Defended.
And then we're going to have the last guy that's on the same level. Really hope he kills this bear. For 1.
Defended.
Now we're going to have a Hail Mary of the injured grizzly this gallery is going to hit up into it. All right. Hits for 2.
Defended.
And that ends my gallery.
Number 2 are my frost claws. Woo!
Do they want to join the party?
I think Jean's gonna join the party. Jean's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Jean is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 away from Concan to be able to get Might of the Bleakwood. So she's gonna hit up at that fish. For 4.
Fish can't defend.
I will say, I think Jean is rolling really well right now. I still have 3 polar bears.
Yeah, I viciously murdered 1.
He admits it. This one's going to go 1, 2, 3. This one's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to run. And it's going to attack that gallery. Yeah, but it is still within Concan's aura, so it gets 2 attack dice on that gallery.
Okay.
For 1.
These fish need to defend.
This one is going to hit down onto that one. Wait! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's in Concan's aura. For 2.
Defend it.
So then this one that's on the same level as him is going to hit him. For 1.
Defend it.
I don't like the way this is going all of a sudden.
Okay, number 3 is the gallery. Alright, this guy's gonna hit down at the bear. No. Okay, well, the one on the same level is gonna try. For 1.
Defended.
And then we're gonna have a Hail Mary here. I really need this gallery to pull its weight. For 2.
Okay, he is still in Concan's aura. Defended.
Well, that's it for me.
Number 3 are my frost claws. And we're gonna bond into Joan. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's gonna swing down onto this little fish, and she is within Concan's aura, so she's going to get to hit you with 5 dice. For 1.
No, it didn't. It really didn't stand a chance.
Okay, now the bears get to go. I think these 2 are gonna stay put. 1, 2, 3. And he's still within Concan's aura, so we're gonna start with him. For 4.
Takes 3.
So since you don't like fair fights, how about bear fights?
I would prefer not to. It's okay. You don't have to do this.
So we're going to start with the one that's above you, still in Concan's aura. For 3.
Defended.
And now the one that's on the same level as you. For 4.
Well, that doesn't math at all.
That's my turn.
You still haven't decimated the gallery. They still live.
His time coming. Don't you worry. His time is a-coming. Softly stroke his hair. Or something, I don't know. Like creepy men do. Alright, Adam, any title advance?
No title advances.
10.
15.
You are winning initiative, though, this game.
Alright, number 1 is Eel in Fafua. They have a move of 5. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Eel and Fafua have a mobile gunner special attack, which is a range 5 attack 4. Eel and Fafua may attack with mobile gunner special attack after attacking normally. You may target and attack non-adjacent figures with mobile gunner special attack even while you're engaged. For my first attack, I'm going to attack that bear that is injured on the same level for 4.
Dead bear.
Yeah, I think we're going to shoot with the mobile gunner at this guy right here. Hits for 2.
Defended.
Okay, I have one more trick up my sleeve. I'm going to reveal the X order marker on Fritz Galligan. He has a special ability called Fire When Ready. At the end of your player turn, you may reveal the X order marker on this army card to take a turn with Fritz Galligan. No other army card may take this turn instead of Fritz. If Fritz moves during this turn, he cannot attack. He only has a range of 5. If I use his RA-1A Guided Cannon Special Attack, which is a range 10 attack 2, I can only use it on figures that are adjacent to one or more figures I control, but figures never have height advantage against the RA-1A Guided Cannon Special Attack.
Defended. My number 1 are the Gnarl Fur Raiders, and they're gonna bond into Jean. She has this fun ability called Reach. If an enemy figure is within 2 spaces of Joan, and its base is no more than 3 levels above Joan's height, or 3 levels below Joan's base, you may add a 1 to her range value when attacking that figure. For 4.
Takes 1.
Wow. Okay, so these is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And this guy is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start with this one for 3.
Takes 2.
And then the other one's going to hit down for 3.
Takes 2. And I've now lost my ability to do ranged attacks. Fafua has out of control. When you have 4 or more wounds at the start of the turn, they cannot use mobile gunner special attack and must attack all adjacent figures, even ones they are not engaged with.
So there's one final little gallery over here that's about to meet my bear's fist.
Oh, don't kill him. He's having a good time. Like Concan has he's gotten his exercise because of this little fish.
For 1. I gave you the opportunity.
Oh, man.
Concan just shakes his back. A weight has been lifted off of his wings.
That fish was bringing him down.
Literally. Okay, that's it. Your turn.
All right, number 2 is Fafua. Anchors is going to come swinging at all the bears. You've made him out of control, and he is coming for this bear first. For 3.
Dead bear.
Next, we're coming for the black bear.
Dead bear.
And then this bear. For 1.
There's all my defense. Number 2 is my Frostclaw Paladins, and we're gonna bond again into Joan. For 2.
Takes 1.
This bear, just for funsies, is gonna pop up here. For 5.
Dead. All right, is that it?
Your turn.
Number 3 was a wash, yeah.
Okay, number 3 is my Frostclaw. Joan to keep smacking the squid. For 2.
Takes both. And dies. I don't want to play this game anymore.
Oh, I still have a turn with a bear. What do you have left? First? I've decided I'm going to be nice. I'm going to end my turn there. Also known as I like my positioning and I want to make you come to me.
All right, ready?
Mm-hmm. 6.
4.
Number 1 is my one and only Frostclaw. We're going to move Concan forward. He's going to run 1, 2, 3, 4. For nothing.
Fritz is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Does he have disengage?
Nope.
You're good.
So we're going to shoot at this bear. For 2.
Dead bear. Wow. Okay, my number 2 are my Gnarl Fur Raiders. Bond into Kariga. She is a Morrow Hive Lord with a move of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Brothers in Blood. Increase the move, attack, and defense values of this army card by 1 for each of your destroyed Gnarl Fur Raiders. So their move of 5 becomes a move of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Number 2 is Fritz Galligan. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to shoot up at this bear.
Defended. Okay, number 3 are my Gnarl Furs. Bond into Kariga again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This bear is going to step here. And then this bear is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now I'm going to attack with that bear, who gets an extra attack because of Brothers in Blood.
Takes 1. Number 3 is Fritz. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Gonna hit at that bear.
Okay.
What a fitting end.
Alright, reset.
Wait, does
That's the end of a player turn.
do we consider himself to be a figure that you control? Well, yeah, fire when ready allows me to put down my X order marker.
Takes 1.
I say that you're not allowed to use the bears anymore for this round.
What?
I have 1 figure left. Isamu hasn't had a chance to shine. Okay, you ready?
Yep. 8.
6.
The aforementioned Isamu.
New Isamu.
Nusamu?
Nusamu.
No, not Nusamu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is all.
Step 1 of my comeback tour plan,
Comeback tour?
is kill the bear.
Defended.
He's going to try it again by showing off his X order marker. Kill the bear for 2.
Dead bear. Number 2, Isamu. 1, 2, 3, 4. For 2.
Defended. Step 2, kill everything else on the board. Yeah, I think Isamu's going to go. Alright, I think Fitz is going to go right there. And he's going to use his cannon. I don't want to talk about it.
Alright, number 3 is Kariga. Instead of moving normally with Kariga, you may hive tunnel. Choose an empty space within 4 spaces that is no higher than 6 levels above or below her level, and place Kariga on that space. Then roll the 20-sided die for each figure adjacent to Kariga. Add 1 for each wound marker on this army card. Let's roll for Isamu first. 14. He takes 1 wound, but he's not dead. Eternal Servitude. Isamu cannot be destroyed by wounds on this army card except during the end of the round. Yeah, but now we're gonna roll for you. 5, nothing happens.
Good.
And then I get to attack you.
You roll anything more than
3.
2 skulls, then you win.
I rolled 3.
Well, that's a game.
That wasn't that bad, was it?
once again, Renegade is definitely killing it with these amazing new designs and releases. I just can't wait to get my hands on all of the new figures coming out. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of the Renegade Con and do a painting video of Cobra Commander. I'll get you next time, Joe. Let's pretend that never happened and get into the video.
Welcome, heroes. This video will be the ultimate guide to miniature painting. We will be going over all the tools and supplies you need and beginner-friendly techniques to get your miniature ready for any battlefield. Whether you've been painting for years or just getting started, I'm sure there'll be something in this video that will help you along your journey. We'll be painting up the big bad villain, G.I. Joe, Cobra Commander, specifically from HeroScape. Super cool. I'm not sponsored by Renegade, but they were generous enough to send me the miniature Cobra Commander to do this paint video. I'll make sure to leave links in the description of all of the tools and paints and brushes, and if you want to, order any Cobra Commanders and his crew, I'll leave that all in the description for you. So let's go ahead and get into step one.
All right, prepping your mini is something that I have honestly skipped over a lot and suffered the consequences. It's real simple. You just need an X-Acto knife and you need to clean up the mold lines. Whether it's a fully assembled miniature or one that you assemble yourself, there's always going to be mold lines. It's just part of the manufacturing. Real simple though, you just need to get your X-Acto knife, go around and scrape it all off. There are some times you might need to fill in some places too, but mostly it's just scrape off all the mold lines and you'll be good to go, and you'll be thanking yourself later when you don't see these showing up in your final results. Right, before we can actually prime the miniature, I want to prep and get them mounted because it's a lot easier and you're not going to be touching the miniature and get fingerprints on them. And you can get better angles too because you're able to tilt it and turn it. So I just get a piece of wood, some poster putty, and you just twist them on there real good and nice and tight. And he's not going anywhere. And it is very helpful though because, yeah, you can turn it upside down and it makes it a lot better. So I usually just go black. It's one of the easiest, fastest ways to do your priming, and you'll get really good results. And if you miss anything that's hard to reach, you won't have a problem. When you're priming, you always want to start spraying not directly on the miniature, because if you do, it'll make a lot more mess. And you want to do just a few thin coats and passing back and forth, be about a foot away when you do that painting is ideal. Now we're going to do what they call zenithal highlighting, and this is really just trying to replicate the light of the sun from coming straight down on him, which works real well. And there you go. And the other thing that it does too is it makes the details a lot easier to pick out because it's not just all black. So I like it. Now you just need to get paint. Obviously, gotta get all our supplies. So if you don't have any paint, this is a great paint set. It has quite a few colors. It's made from Army Painter and should be able to paint so many things because it has all the primary colors and off colors. Also comes with a paintbrush, and this paintbrush is pretty good. I'll end up using the same paintbrush for the entire miniature, so it's about a medium size, which is pretty good. You just want a really good tip, but you can get yourself a set of brushes later on, but this will do the trick for now. And then the other thing that's overlooked and probably the most important tool you're going to have is a wet palette. So it has a sponge that goes in the bottom. You put that sponge in there, and that's going to have a lot of water in it, and it kind of soaks it up, and it keeps this piece of paper moist. And so this is just, I'm prepping it right now. Just add a little bit of water, get everything nice and wet, and after that we'll just dump out the excess. So the magic of the wet palette is it keeps your acrylic paints from drying up so you can use them longer, and also you can properly thin them out. And that is probably the most important part of the wet palette, because you're not supposed to paint directly from the pot onto your miniatures. If you do that, you will have bad results. It'll be like chalky, and that's one of the biggest beginner mistakes. And I did that when I first started painting too. So now that we got our paint and our wet palette and we got our brush, there's one other thing that I think is very helpful is a handle. So a cool little Citadel handle, works for minis, and there's a larger one too for double base type figures. But you just stick it in there, it makes it so you can hold on to it. You're not going to get fingerprints over your paint jobs, and have so much more control. Okay, what do they say? If you don't plan, you plan to fail. So I like to plan out what colors I'm going to use, and that might change, you know, and it does in this one. I do change a couple of colors, but we go through, you know, blue here, gold there, red here, and just kind of look everything out and figure out what you want to do. You know, some matte black for those things. And many times there might be more colors you need. Covert Commander is pretty simple, so we don't need much more than 5 colors, but generally it's good to try to stick with the least amount of colors possible. Now, I always say you should stretch yourself and try to do something different every time you paint. So that's what we will be doing with this sword. We're going to try to blend it like the art. Okay, now we can actually start painting, and we start out with our base coats. And what's important is thinning those paints out. Like I said, you want it pretty thin because you'll lose the detail if you don't. So as you can see as this is going on, like you can still see the black and white underneath there, but once you get the second coat on there, it barely shows through. See, like with that second coat, it starts to really cover it up, but just a little will come through, which that's how you want it. And now we're going to grab some of that black, get his boots and his other boot. So yeah, and the base coating it's real simple for the most part, just blocking everything in. It's not too difficult. I like to start with the things that are kind of difficult to reach, because if you take all the really easy stuff and then you take the hard stuff later, most likely there's a high chance of you getting some of your paint on some of the stuff you've already painted, so you have to go back and fix it up. So I definitely recommend painting the hard to reach things so that it makes it a lot easier for you. Well, what do you think? He's starting to come along, isn't he? That black looks really good. Definitely that second coat made a difference. So now we're going to do his gun. We're going to use brown on his gun. And I'm going to do some details on there, but because it's too hard to reach in those, you can just kind of cover everything up, especially because I'm going to use silver. And it makes it a lot easier to do that, because the metallic paints have such good coverage. It's not that big a deal. Right here, I'm going back and actually just touching up. You can see I kind of got that brown everywhere on his fingers. So the foreplanning would have been to use the brown first and then come hit the black. But sometimes as you're painting, you don't really catch those little details ahead of time. So you just got to go back and clean it up. But it's not that big a deal. It's kind of nice that you can do that. So we got silver for his face, mask, screen visor thing, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, these metallic paints, they go on real thick. And I really like metallic paints. I don't know why, but I do. And sometimes, usually you only need one coat. So we get all the little details on his pistol as well with the same silver. You could use any color. I guess you could use gold, but there's a lot of gold on him, so I wanted to use something a little different, and it kind of ties into his mask, so we have some different contrasts. What do you think of that? It looks pretty good. I'm pretty excited about this. He's starting to pull together. All right, so now we got the reds. They go on all these little cobra seals. So we got one here, one there, and yeah, these are very fine details. You got to get in there. This is where a lot of brush control comes in. And the brush and the paint kind of do the work. You just slightly dab it on there and it starts to spread around. But yeah, you got to be very careful that you don't push too hard and flood it, get everything red. You have to go back and fix it. So this is where our patience and light brush strokes come into play. And then we got the cape back here. So this is one of the spots I probably would recommend doing the red on the back of the cape first, because getting back up in there was difficult. And I did get a little bit of red here and there, so I did have to go back and touch up some of the blue here and there, but that's just part of the painting. Wow, look at that. Looking pretty good. It's looking almost done, but we got one more big base coat to put on is gold. And so the tainted gold that comes in this set was just not bright enough for me, so I went with I grabbed a different gold that I already had. So you could do that, or like I was pointing out, the yellow in the set would work just as well. And, you know, look gold enough. The thing about the actual metallic paints though is they do have kind of that shine to them. And like I said, I really like that. I like the metallics, so I go ahead and just use this other one. So what's nice is though, you can get on Amazon, you can get on, you know, Army Painter, Citadel, wherever. Go to your local game store and you can get yourself these single pots of paint just for a couple dollars. And that way you don't have to buy like a whole giant set when you just want one specific color or paint. That's what I would recommend doing. Probably just go to your local game store. And now he's really coming together. Get all these little gold buttons. Got all his belts and straps. He is looking really awesome. There are some techniques to do non-metallic metal, and I haven't gotten around to it, but definitely one of those things I'll have to try out and push myself to do, which it's just using regular acrylics to make it look like metal. A lot of layering and different things like that. So getting all these little edges, you know, it's gotta be real careful. Just a little bit of paint, you might have to go over it a few times so that you don't spill over everywhere, which I did okay, but I did have to go back and touch up a few black spots and a few blue spots that I got a little too much on, but that is okay. That's what's nice about using acrylic paints, because it fruits here. And I use a lot of speed paints, which, you know, that's another recommendation. Definitely using speed paints. I got a lot of videos on those, painting up figures as well, so you can check those out, see what you like. There's definitely pros and cons for both, you know, but most of the YouTube professionals recommend just getting into acrylic paint because the ceiling is a lot higher on those than speed paints. Check him out. He's looking pretty dang close to being done. All that gold makes a huge difference with how he looks, all the accents and everything. But our base coats are just about done. Now we're just gotta do that dagger. And so, like I said, this is where you kind of push yourself to do something different. I haven't done a lot of what we'll be doing is like glazing. And so I want purple at the bottom, but as you can see, it transitions into a red. So we gotta kind of figure out how to do that with the two different colors and create that transition. And so we go ahead and
put down just a base coat. We're going to put a bunch of purple down at the bottom. It's pretty simple. And then we'll leave the other half so that we can put down some red on the other half. Just real small, a little piece. There we go. Purple. Now it's time to do the other half, red. So I've got the red, and I'm going to do kind of half of the blade, not the full thing. Kind of stick to that upper part a little bit easier, so I have that natural transition there. Okay, look at that. I mean, that looks cool. All right, now it's time to do this glazing technique. Basically, what you do is you're gonna just add a lot of water, little droplets of water, until you can thin it out enough that it's nearly translucent. So we're getting there now, just about there. Yeah, see, like, it's very opaque, but we still have color. So we're gonna put that on. Since it's so watery in such a small spot, yeah, kind of get a lot on there. But if you go over it again, you can kind of spread it out, wipe it off. But yeah, so for the first coat, I would just go over the entire thing and get everywhere with the first glaze. There you go. So now that purple's dimmed down just slightly, but you can see a little bit of red tip. And then we go up just a bit and we do the same thing again. So you're gonna do this however many times until it looks good, but we're gonna do this about 4 or 5 times, and each time we just go up a little bit more. So there we go, we got all that. There's one coat, and then we go again, and I just go up a little bit more again. And you keep doing it until it just looks good. So there we go, one more coat. And again, I guess we could skip through this. But I don't know, some of these parts I just enjoy. It's entertaining to watch and see and get the details, so it makes it easier if you're trying to follow along and do it the same. And now, after I've done it this many times, I felt like the bottom just wasn't purple enough, so I thinned out the purple to make a light glaze, just to get the very bottom tip to bring that color back up a little bit, so that it'd be more pronounced, that purple at the bottom. Just don't want to go too high, just staying towards the very bottom. There we go. I mean, for not doing this very often, I think it turned out well. Alright, time for doing some washes. Nolan oil from Citadel is like the go-to wash for almost everybody, and it's just great. It's black, basically. So pretty simple, not too much tint. So now easier. I wipe a lot off on my hand because then I can suck some of it up. As you see, there was a little too much in there. But the idea of this is to go around and catch shadows and things like that. And the more detailed your miniature is with like textures, the more the wash does. Like on fur, amazing. Washes are amazing. But you don't have to use washes. You could skip over that part and just move into some like layering and highlighting. For beginners, I think, and then even advanced, you know, the washes are kind of like this magic juice that really does a lot. So I'd definitely recommend using washes for a bit as you get started out. But being more intentional, I think, is really good, because sometimes you just cover the whole miniature with it. And there's some places where it doesn't help, it makes it worse, which I actually did put it on his cape on the back, and you'll see as I turn it around sometimes it's kind of blotchy, and it really didn't work out well. So I actually go back and just repaint it black and get rid of the wash from the back. So, but doing his pants, you know, all the blue is really good because there's so many little creases, and you can see it just fills in those, really well, and it makes it pop a lot. And then, like I said, the wash,
Here on the helmet, I put a bunch on there, and there ended up just being too much. So you can see I come in here and just suck it up, the excess, and just get it exactly where you want it. So you're just controlling the wash, controlling the amount that you put on to get a better result. Because on like flat surfaces too, like generally it doesn't work out too well. So he's looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good, and that's nice too. Just it really pops all these details, like on his gun. I think it turned out really nicely just about everywhere. So picking out the spots and the colors you do, just not doing the entire miniature, is what I would recommend. And we're just about done with this step. Just getting all the black, most of the gold. Really the only place that I just don't hit is the back of the cape, because that turned out pretty bad. And then the red on the cape, because they're just big flat surfaces and it ends up just looking kind of blotchy, and it doesn't actually help it, and that's just understanding how the washes work and how good it'll be. And again, you can always throw a little down, do a little test, and if it don't look good, you can just put your paint back on. It's really nice about using acrylic paints again versus speed paints, because I've used a lot of speed paints, and speed paints are basically like washes, but you can't really touch up speed paints. If you make a mistake with speed paints, you're kind of in trouble. So you have to be very controlled and very careful and decisive on everything that you do when you use speed paints. So, and the reason I talk about so much about speed paints is because I use them a lot. You see me using them a lot too. So, and I think they're very good for beginners, but you just have to have a lot of brush. Or with acrylics, you can make more mistakes. There we go. He's turning out really nice. So highlights. Highlights is where we come back in, because especially with the wash, you could skip the wash step and you still do highlights. But when you do wash, I think it's really important to come back and do highlights. Basically, you just take the base color that you originally used, we go back, and we hit just the edges and tips of all of our colors, because the wash kind of dulls things down. And then you can take that a step further, and the easiest way is just add in a little bit of white, or you can find a color that works real well and do that too. That, like a different red, but that's brighter red, but it's easy just to mix in some white and do that. So you go around and hit all the places again, but you just do a little bit less. So whatever you put on the coat below, you don't want to completely cover that. You just do a little bit less each time, so that kind of creates this building effect towards the light where we would think it is, which is straight up the top. Now we do the same thing with some blue. Go and hit some of the areas, and doing these highlights really makes the miniature pop after the wash. So yeah, let us know in the comments, why you're getting into painting, what you enjoy about it, because there is so many aspects of painting that are different for everybody. I think as you get into it, for me, you really you get into this like flow state, and everything, just forget about everything else, and it's just you and your miniature and your paints, and it's quite relaxing sometimes. Especially the better you get at it, the more enjoyable I think it becomes. So here we get some highlights on his helmet, looking pretty good. Grab some more white, mix it in with the black, so that we can highlight up some of the black, which kind of turns into this gray, obviously. So it's hard to pick out black highlights, but I think it works well because it does give it a little different, and it stands out a little bit. So look at his fingers, good little top part of his helmet, and just kind of go around and pick out all the spots that are towards the top where light would touch, and it's a hard thing at first. Like, it's easy to say, but execute can be a little bit harder, because you're like, where
shine on this. And so yeah, you typically just pick the raised areas on the miniature. So we kind of just go and hit raised areas along here, on the cape, and just try to get just a little bit of those details, and again, it goes a long way. I think every miniature should be based. I think you should do something for it. Don't just do black or brown, like give it some character. So I usually paint it black though, most of the time. And then I have just these, I got a little basing kit. And so I got some sand and some rocks. And then you get this glue. Put the glue all over the bottom of the base. Like this is the fastest, easy way to do basing. There's a lot of different cool things you can do though. Like for Halou shot on the Heroescape figure, I made a lava base. Super awesome. That was a lot of fun. So yeah, once it's all glued, I just slide it in here, shake it around, get it completely covered, tap off the excess, and like anything come off that didn't get attached to the glue, and clean it up a little bit. And there you go. Look at that. Pretty much done. Could just be done that way if you like the way those colors look. Me, I personally like a little bit darker, so grab some of this wash Agrax Earth Shade and just go around and cover the base. There we go. A little bit darker, but it's still, the wash lets it stand out. Now let's protect all of our hard work with some varnish. I prefer using the satin because it gives it a little bit of shine, but not too much shine. Gloss, that's a little too much. I did actually grab some gloss and put it on its sword and a little bit on its visor, so those would be a little bit more shiny. But everywhere else, we just go with the satin and even the base, because then that actually kind of seals all those rocks in. There you go. We're looking pretty dang good. It's still a little wet. Let's show off our miniature. How does that look? Oh man, I wish it looked better on camera because I think it doesn't do it justice. But he turned out so well, and I'm so excited to get him on the battlefield and fight some Joes. But there you have it. That's Covert Commander, and this was my ultimate guide for beginners to get into miniature painting. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something, and I hope this helps you on your journey as you get painting and growing as a painter. And I hope you enjoy the hobby. Thank you for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Renegades. Welcome to Renegade Con. My name is Anais. I'm the product development specialist here at Renegade. And today I'm joined by two very special guests that need no introduction, but I'm going to have them introduce themselves anyway. Why don't you say hi to the people? Matt?
Hey, my name is Matt Dinneman. I am the author of the Dungeon Crawler Carl book series.
My name's Jeff Hayes. I'm the audiobook narrator of the Dungeon Crawler Carl series and also owner and CEO of Sound Booth Theater.
Owner and CEO. Heard it
Wow.
here.
Fancy.
Very fancy. So we have these high-profile guests with us, and we're going to talk a little bit about the upcoming Dungeon Crawler Carl games that we are releasing, which includes the Dungeon Crawler Carl role-playing game and Unstoppable. We've all had so much fun working on these games, and we love these books. Basically, everyone at the company listened to the audiobooks because we all love your performance so much, Jeff. So it's really great of you guys to come on and talk to us directly for this Renegade Con.
It's great to be here.
It's a pleasure.
Awesome. Well, let's get into a couple questions we have. So first up, and this is for either of you, what is your personal history with tabletop games? Like, are you longtime players? Have you played a lot? Are you more video game people? I'd love to know.
When I was a little kid, my brothers played Dungeons and Dragons, and I always wanted to play, and I never really got a chance to play because we moved a lot. I was a military brat, and I had like all the modules, and I would end up reading like the AD&D modules and just kind of self-playing the games myself. And then I became a big board game guy because that way, if you meet someone, you become friends with them. You don't need to like have this long campaign. And I did that for a while. But honestly, video games were where I really, sunk my teeth into. I played the very first Rogue game on my brother's computer. Like when you hear roguelikes, that's what it's based off of Rogue.
Okay,
Like
cool.
they're like
I've
little
never
ASCII
thought of that
characters.
before, that there might have been a game called Rogue, and that's why. But I guess that makes sense.
That's like, or NetHack is like a newer version of that and still old. But yeah, so these are text-based games. Well, not Rogue, but that was an ASCII character game. And then Zork, which was like an actual text, like you're in the room, do you look left, you go left, you're eaten by a monster. And then the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text-based game. And then I got a Nintendo, and then I got a PlayStation, and then it's been, video games all the way down ever since. But I still play lots of tabletop games. I've played quite a bit of Dungeons and Dragons in my adult life, Pathfinder, and like, silly games like Munchkin and stuff like that. So I'm a big gamer.
Sweet. Yeah, it comes across in the writing. Definitely. Jeff, have you played tabletop games before?
Absolutely, yeah. I've been a gamer all my life. Tabletop has probably been one of the more minor mediums through which I've played games. I did, play around with it when I was younger. Like maybe middle school, a little bit of early high school. But what's really funny about that is I would kind of like get bored of the tabletops that were available and just sort of like try to make my own. I was younger, so it never worked out great. But besides that, I have been playing video games all my life. I think I started with Atari games, moved on to PC with Doom. That was the big game that really got me into computer gaming. But also, the point and click adventure stuff. Eventually I got into Pokemon cards, which led me into Magic cards, and
Sure.
Magic was a huge part of my gamer development as a younger person. From there, board games for sure. I really love deck builders. I think the deck building mechanic is probably my favorite board game mechanic to ever have come about. I just really love the way it creates RNG in a game that's more exciting and that actually connects really well with the theme of whatever you're playing. I think it's just a great design. But, the more I'm around this community, the more tempted I am to get back into tabletop role playing. And so that's one of the reasons I'm very excited about, the Dungeon Crawler Carl role playing game. I would say the rest of the tabletops out there, I'm not that interested in the themes. So being in this environment where everything's batshit insane,
Yeah, totally.
It's gonna make it a more compelling and fun role-playing experience, and not just people sitting around rules lawyering each other. Games have always been a part of my life. I think right now I'm addicted to Monster Train 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been spending far too many hours on that game recently.
Sick. I mean, it sounds like you're gonna enjoy Dungeon Crawler Carl Unstoppable then,
I did.
if you're a big card fan.
I tried the original Unstoppable. You guys sent me a
Mhm.
copy of it, and I played
What?
through the first. Yeah,
We can send you one. We'll send you one. I think we ran out. We're waiting for them to come back in stock.
yeah. They told me when I first asked, they were like, "Oh, it's out of stock right now. We'll let you know." And then they did send it eventually. So I played through like the first boss, and that's like kind of pretty basic, like race the clock kind of thing. But then you guys have these really interesting, in-depth other bosses, like the second and third bosses that I'm dying to try out again. But
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see how DCC fits onto that.
Yeah, I'm very excited too. And, we're happy to have John D. Clare back on it. And that guy's legendary. Just makes some of the best card crafting games
So he's
in the
the designer?
business. Yeah. Do you have a favorite tabletop moment or game story that still sticks with you through your tabletop memories?
Honestly, for me, it's playing with Matt.
Oh.
So it wasn't technically a tabletop. It is this new game designed by some friends that Matt met called Imminent Peril, and it's like an improv card game that is so out there. Really, all you're trying to do is kill each other in the most imaginative ways possible, and also come up with ways to escape death in the most imaginable ways possible. And I gotta tell you, playing with Matt made it even better because his mind is so twisted, and then work in similar ways as far as that's concerned. And so pretty much every time we've played that game, I think my favorite was at what was Drew Hayes's con? Something
Oh,
Gary
yeah,
Con?
A and D Con.
A&D Con.
A&D Con.
Yeah, Authors and Dragons. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Drew
Oh.
Hayes. It's
That's
a very small convention.
Yeah.
They didn't do it last year. But yes,
We played it in like one of the lobbies of the hotel with a bunch of people, and it's always a rip roaring, like absolute fantastic time. All of those game sessions are burned into my brain.
Hotel lobby at a con is best prime gaming. Like best
Yes.
gaming I've done. Hotel lobbies, 2 a.m. Like a bunch of people are still like awake. Yeah.
everyone's hammered, and you're just
Yeah.
No, that's a good one. Playing Imminent Peril has been some of the most fun I've ever had. But another fun time is, I think it was Jordan Con. I was on stage playing just a D&D one shot, and it was a charity game, so they allowed the audience ahead of time to buy these tokens, and the money goes to charity, and the tokens allow them to call out, and every time you roll the dice, they can change your roll to a 1 or to a 20. And so there was like this one dude in the audience who changed every single time I rolled the die. He turned it to a 1. So,
Just trying to nerf you over and over.
so I was like just getting my ass kicked through this entire scenario. It was really fun.
That sounds like a blast. I love convention panels that have that kind of audience participation. I always think it's so fun. Sweet. It sounds like some fun gaming memories. For my next question, Matt, Dungeon Crawler Carl obviously already feels very video game like. What about tabletop made it feel like this was the right next step for the world?
As soon as I started writing this book, I started to imagine how it might work as both like a giant open world video game and as a tabletop. And we lit RPG authors need to be game designers in some ways, because we have to set up worlds that have rules, and if you don't do it correctly, you will hear about it from the people reading these books. And as a result, you kind of already have it all fleshed out in some ways. And I loved the idea from the get-go of having to be able to role play, characters in this world, maybe being able to bring pets in and having a mechanic for that and stuff like that. So of all the side projects that have come from Dungeon Crawler Crawl, this one is by far the one I'm most excited about. But yeah, it's no, the tabletops, both of those games, both of them sound so fun, and I'm really looking forward to the final product. And there's so many accessories too. I don't know if you're allowed to announce it, but they're doing these minis that we've been working on, and they're so cool. And I remember when I was a kid, I used to collect like just the little lead minis that you would get for Dungeons and Dragons, and I had like hundreds of them, and I can't wait to have some little Carl theme miniatures.
Me
I forgot they
too.
made those out of lead.
Yeah, they used to be very toxic. They don't do it like that anymore.
That's why you paint 'em. That's why you paint them.
You paint them
Yeah.
with lead paint, and then you just eat
Yeah,
them.
lead
I
paint,
bet,
stick it
yeah.
in your mouth. Totally fine. I'm sure no repercussions at all. Yeah, I'm very excited too. I'm excited for the minis. I'm a developer on those, so it's been awesome. Yeah, I mean, also like as like reading it too. I don't know. As soon as and maybe it's because I already knew we were making the game, but like as soon as I started listening to it, I was like imagining myself in the dungeon. I think it like evokes that kind of feeling. Okay, next question for both of you. Is there a part of the TTRPG or Unstoppable experience you're personally most excited to play or see fans play?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, it's the bosses. I imagine like the way they're gonna handle the bosses for Unstoppable is that they're gonna be the floors. What's the highest level boss?
Floor boss
Floor
is
boss.
the highest.
There's floor bosses. Okay. So I imagine it'll be something like that where that's, there's a floor boss. But I don't know, maybe they'll incorporate the boss into like the cards that you can draw, but the actual thing you're trying to defeat is the floor. So the floor itself has all these rules and all that, but I'm most excited to see how that system is used for Dungeon Crawler Carl, because I just see so much potential in the way that it is designed already, that I just think it's going to be perfect. That's for me what I'm most excited about.
And everyone is so creative, especially tabletop gamers, when it has to be some sort of again improv sort of thing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing people like what sort of items they bring into the dungeon with them, what sort of weapons they can use, and what sort of ways people come up with to get out of like the craziest situations. Because again, the bosses are wild, the monsters are wild, the situations are strange, and the spells, the spell system, and the weapon system, they're all just bonkers. And that's gonna be my favorite part. It's like when like Minecraft first came out, it's this cool game where you could build stuff, but because it's so open world and there's so many ways to do things, now you see so many cool things that people do inside of Minecraft. And I feel in the tabletop environment, this allows for that sort of thing too. And I can't wait to see what people come up with.
I can't wait to see people stream it.
Yeah.
Dude, we were talking about that in the Renegade Discord yesterday, in the Princess Posse channel. But by the way, everybody should go join the Renegade Discord, so that we can all chat about Dungeon Crawler Carl together. But we were talking about how one of our moderators had the idea of like having like streaming an actual play of the Dungeon Crawler Carl RPG, and then having your viewers vote for a fan box that then the GM would give to the players. I'm like, that's perfect. I mean, it's so well suited to like a streamed game situation. But yeah, it got me very excited about what people are gonna do with it.
There's so many gamers in my company. I'm sure lots of voice actors as well. I'm sure we're all going to be wanting to play this together. And we're already like about to start streaming a new game that one of our narrators designed himself, and we're going to be streaming that. So, I'm looking forward to maybe having that opportunity.
Renegade fans, keep an eye out. I guess I'm going to jump around a little bit because that kind of leads into like another question that I have for you, Jeff, is since you've voiced so many characters, and there's so many like game masters that are trying to implement voices more into their game mastering style. Especially now with things like Critical Role and Dimension 20 with all these professional actors. What advice would you give to a game master trying to flex their voice acting chops a little bit?
Well, first piece of advice is make sure you have something to flex. If you're doing voices and you suck at it, you're gonna make the experience worse for everybody, right? But like when I say that, what I mean is that you have some kind of propensity towards acting in general, right? That you are good at drawing people in with what you're doing. I would say the voices themselves are way less important than the narration when it comes to being a GM and setting the tone for your scenes and setting the tone for what your characters are what the players are experiencing. You want them to get into the world, and if you can do good character voices, fine, that's going to help, but that's not at the core of being a good GM. A good GM is a good storyteller and not necessarily a good voice actor.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. I concur. I would agree with that. But for those perhaps maybe they're already good storytellers, but they don't have the voice acting background. Like what advice would you give to someone who like wants to get into crafting character voices?
Well, I guess then my advice would be to lean into your imagination, lean into visualization. One thing that helps me as a voice actor to make my character voices sound authentic is simply imagining what the character looks like as I'm portraying them, and kind of getting in their posture as well. I think posture is one of the most uncredited parts of voice acting technique, is that your posture, if your posture is reflecting how your character behaves or stands, that's going to come through in the voice. So yeah, visualization. Just make sure you're tapping into your own world and that you're seeing this character, that you're basically puppeteering them in your mind.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. Lots of wisdom for game masters. So my cat just crawled onto my lap, which is great because that's a perfect segue to some of our other questions. Would you bring, for both of you, would you bring a pet into the dungeon like Carl does? And furthermore, would you feed them a pet biscuit? Would you risk it? Risk it for that pet biscuit?
We actually in Dungeon Crawler Crawl Book 8, this isn't a spoiler, but we go into kind of the nitty-gritty of the pet biscuit mechanics. And it's dangerous, but I would. I have multiple animals. I think the most safe one to bring would be Tina, who's my red-eared slider turtle. And then if I could get her to eat a pet biscuit without biting my finger off, that might turn out pretty awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm conflicted about it because when I have pets, I love them very much. Going into the dungeon, you want to have every advantage possible, right? So having a familiar is obviously going to be some kind of advantage, given that they don't get killed immediately. And that's the problem. Is like if I bring them into the dungeon, I'm bringing them into danger. So I would say I'm 60%. Yeah, I'm gonna bring the pet. I'm gonna be like, sorry, dude, I'm risking your life, but I need help. And then I would for sure give them the pet biscuit, because I think that if they don't have the pet biscuit, their chances of surviving are zero.
Your
Whereas
chances are zero too if you have like a loud dog that's gonna just bark his head off and everything.
absolutely. So like it is worth the risk, I think, undeniably.
Undeniably. You don't think, well, I think a
Yeah,
pet
the
could be a
pet biscuit.
liability too, though. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things because Carl is constantly putting himself in danger for Donut, right?
All I'm saying is the pet biscuit itself is undeniably worth the risk, because they have no chance otherwise.
It's true.
So the pet biscuit could turn them into a bowl of pudding, and that would suck, right? But it's still better to take the chance that they're not, and that they get turned into someone like Donut.
Yeah, rolling the dice, if you will. Haha.
There may be a result or two that might not be such a good thing, and there's nothing you can do about it. But
I mean,
we'll get into that eventually.
Donut and Prepotente at this moment are both top 10 crawlers.
But also all the other goats. all the other goats, you
Bianca's in
know?
good shape.
Well,
Bianca's in good shape,
Bianca's
but
cool.
a bunch of them, it went crazy. I don't know. It happens off screen, so I
One
obviously
went
I don't
crazy and
know.
killed a bunch of them, but yes.
Right.
Lucia Marr is in the top 10. She made it through
Well,
the
but who
dungeon.
knows about Lucia Marr other
Yeah,
than
whether
Matt,
they
I
got convinced
guess.
or not.
We won't get into her dogs.
I keep having to remind people that Gustavo's name is Gustavo 3 at work when we're working on products. I'm like, it's CC Gustavo 3. We have to call him that because that's actually his listed name. Hilarious. So, which of the crawlers from the books would you want to be in your party if you had to enter the world dungeon?
That's a tough one. Probably for me, it'd probably be Imani.
Yeah, that's my answer also.
Because Carl would just get me killed. Donut would be good too, but Donut comes with Carl, and Carl would get me killed. Prepotente would be too annoying. Ellie and Amani, that party would be probably that'd be my choice.
Yeah, I would definitely be Pony. He's got that min-maxing, optimizing stats, lowering risk at all costs type of build. He puts things to sleep, he poisons them, he avoids combat to an extent in order to gain a slow long-term advantage. So that's probably what I would be picking.
I think I would argue with Prepotente too much. We'd get in a big fight immediately and he'd run away, I think, is what would happen. But Miriam Dom, before she dies, spoiler, I think she would be a great party member too. But then she comes with Prepotente. So, you win some, you lose some. But then you also have Bianca, which is great. So
If Bianca likes you, yeah.
if Bianca likes me. That's so funny. Do you think you'd survive the first 2 floors long enough to choose a class and race if we're entering the dungeon?
Jeff, you go first.
No. I think the odds are against me. I think I'd be a pretty good player, but I don't. It's pretty intense and unpredictable. I'm gonna go ahead and go with the numbers and say no.
Yeah, there's no way. I would do everything I could to avoid going in there in the first place. But if I got stuck in there, I would be so dead so fast. I'd get eaten by a rat or something.
Yeah. That's funny. Well,
I get
yeah.
somewhere, but I'd probably end up with an arrow to the back of the head or something.
Yeah, that's probably how most people would go. I would think.
I mean, that's how most people did go.
That's
Yeah.
how most people go. If you did make it to race and class selection, what would each of you choose, or something
That's a good.
similar?
I would stay human. And I will die on this, so I think most people would. People when they play games, they always change. But I think in real life, if it came down, people would stay human for the most part. But I think I would pick some sort of magical tank class, where I could take a lot of damage and still cast spells though.
Yeah, I'd definitely go with some kind of rogue with hopefully some close combat martial arts type of base. I want to be sneaky. I don't want to be seen. I want to avoid risk as much as possible and find clever ways to get around things rather than put myself into direct confrontation.
You seem like a very cautious player in general with games.
Totally. Strategy all
All
the way.
about the bow and arrow, hide in the
You
shadows.
played sneaky bow and arrow guy in Skyrim.
Oh, really?
That was always my first build in any game like that.
I'm surprised neither of you would choose Bard, but I know that Bard is like a hit or miss kind of situation in the dungeon.
I would need to make sure I'm in a party in order for
because you're both musicians. I thought, you'd be perfect. Donut can't sing. That's the issue Donut has with the Bard class, is that she thinks she's better than she is. But maybe that makes her a perfect Bard, a little more accurate Bard.
If you're an artist, you got to be delusional to a certain extent to think that people want to hear you perform.
I tend to play Bard when I play D&D, but I in real life that's a very dangerous thing to play.
Now, I mean, there's something to be said for charisma, talking your way out of things, right? As in the dungeon, that's you're talking to merchants, I don't know, charisma doesn't affect players, right?
It doesn't affect other crawlers.
Other
it does affect NPCs though, so.
Right. So, I mean, Donut talks herself out of things all the time. I don't think it would be a bad build. but you would need other people's support. There's just no way otherwise to survive, I don't think.
Yeah, all good points. I have one last question, fan submitted, because my mom is a huge Dungeon Crawler Carl fan, and she's been absolutely devouring these books. It's been a great bonding thing for the two of us. She's so excited for the game. She signed up to play test, so she's in it. So I asked her this morning if she had any questions. She said multiples, but I'll just ask this one. And it's for Matt. She says, one of my favorite things is the inclusion of the World Dungeons version of the Anarchist Cookbook, and that it appears differently to each crawler. It just tells us exactly who Carl is. When you are writing the voices of the previous crawlers, do you imagine how the book appeared to them first, or does it reveal itself in the process?
It reveals itself in the process, but now at this point, I have revealed every single cookbook author except for the one directly before Carl. And I do come up with ways how it presented itself, like it comes with the tarot cards or it's on a scroll in different ways. And I think that's a really interesting aspect I haven't explored as much as I should have, and I probably will a little bit more in the last few books. But your mom might not know this, but I'm a pantser. I make everything up as I go along. And the cookbook itself was actually voted for by my fans on Patreon.
Oh,
I wasn't
really?
even planning on making it a thing, and then they kind of forced it into existence. So I just kind of rolled with it, and that's fun for me because like when I come up with characters, I always think of the character first, like who they are, what they are, and how what they are, how that affects them, and then I'll come to the point where, well, if this is a person's like this and this and this, how would this cookbook present itself to them? And that's all part of my mind process as I'm writing, their entries.
How do you think the cookbook would present itself to you?
To me, it would probably a very similar way it did to Carl. It would be a book. If I'm in a dungeon and I'm what I say I am, I'm a human that's like a magical tank. It would come as a spell book or a scroll, something that I need an excuse to be able to look at it quite a bit. It's when it's like a religious item that makes it easier, but Carl isn't really a religious guy, so he has to find other ways, excuses to spend some time looking at it. And I don't,
In the bathroom.
yeah, like if it came as like a Game Boy or something, that might actually be a pretty good idea. Or like a phone,
Yeah, good excuse to stare at it for long periods of
Yeah.
time. Jeff, how do you think it would appear to you?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm really into books. I've been buying a lot of books lately and kind of making a little bit of a library here in my home. So it'd probably be a book for me too. Something leather bound and nice.
Yeah, it makes sense. You both be book people. I'm a book person too, so it might be a book for me too. I think playing cards might be some kind of cards would make sense for me also as a gamer. It's funny. So my mom was a bookseller in the 90s. I didn't realize the Anarchist Cookbook was like a real
Oh yeah.
thing. I had no
I
idea.
I had I don't know where one of my brothers had found it, and it was a mimeographed stapled together copy of it. So,
Oh.
and every version is different, and it's the recipes in there are extremely dangerous. They're like
Yeah.
how to blow up a toilet and stuff, and most of them are inaccurate. But yeah, so I was aware of the lore since I was a little kid.
She had to like keep it when she was working at Barnes and Noble. She had to keep it behind the counter, like, and couldn't sell it. And now she regrets not buying it. But she couldn't imagine herself blowing up a toilet. So, well, on that note, thanks for joining us. I don't know if there's a better way to end. Well, thank you both for joining us for this Renegade Con. It was so nice talking to you both. For those of you watching at home, make sure to sign up now to the pre-launch page for the Dungeon Crawler Carl role-playing game and Dungeon Crawler Carl Unstoppable. The campaign launches on April 14th. So, keep an eye out there. But you can sign up now. You get different email updates. You get like special previews for things, and we always have some surprises for the people who sign up. So make sure to do that. Tune into the rest of Renegade Con. All of our links are in the description box below, and we will see you next time. Later.
See you later.
So much.
Welcome, everybody. Hey, my name is Dan Bojanowski. I am the senior producer at Renegade Game Studios, and I am joined today for a very special interview by two distinguished guests. We've got John D. Clare, famed designer of many, many well-known games, and also we have John Brieger here, who is the head of Brieger Creative, who has done the creative development, the development of many well-known games, and both of them, the reason why we're talking to you is both of them, this is the creative team behind the Unstoppable card crafting and deck building game. Also I was the senior producer on that game, so this is kind of lots of people worked on it, but the three of us were kind of leading the way on this. So this game has been originally launched in January of 2025, has a 8.4 rating on BGG. We're really pleased with how it was received. One Stop Co-op Shop's Game of the Year. So yeah, welcome John and John, or Brieger and John. However, we're going to refer to you guys. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for the intro, Dan.
All right. So for anyone unfamiliar, Unstoppable is a momentum deck building game that is for solo or co-op, two-player co-op, and it's got a card crafting progression mechanic. But that's not the news here. The news that we're here to talk about is that we're doing a new version of Unstoppable. This is called a Dungeon Crawler Carl Unstoppable game. So Dungeon Crawler Carl, very well-known lit RPG series. We're very excited to be playing in the sandbox. All big fans. We love the series and feel that it's a perfect fit for this great card game as well. So it's a nice match made in heaven here.
And I think the fit of the books, the feeling of reading the books and the feeling of playing the game actually fit remarkably well. Obviously, there's some things that we've attempted to do to make that fit slide in really well, right? But the experience of reading Dungeon Crawler Carl is like constant threats, constant like, oh no, how do we deal with this next? How do I survive the next 10 minutes, right? And that is sort of the experience of playing Unstoppable, right?
That's great. And so to back up, this game that we're launching, there's going to be a crowdfunding campaign in a couple of months. This is going to be a standalone expansion for Unstoppable. So for fans who have never played Unstoppable, this is a great point to come on board. If you're a fan of Dungeon Crawler Carl, this is a great entry point. If you're a fan of Unstoppable and are looking for more content, this is a great way for you to get that. So we're excited to share a little bit more about that in this discussion here. So my first question, or my next question, is about factions. So in Core Unstoppable, the cards are divided among the Silver faction and the Junker faction, and the Viren and whatnot. How did you approach that in the Dungeon Crawler Carl world? How did you approach that, adapting that to this game system?
So where John started was looking at who are the major players within the world of Dungeon Crawler Carl. And Dungeon Crawler Carl in later books has a concept called factions already. So you have people like the Orcs and the Mantids, who are sort of these factions. You have the Crawlers themselves. You have the NPCs, the denizens of the dungeon. But we wanted to make sure that we could really capture the feeling of each book as you went. And what we noticed was the Crawlers are the center of the action, and the dungeon is giving them their skills and abilities. So when we divvied up cards between the factions to give narrative weight to what we wanted to have all the iconic moments from the book in the game, we were really overloaded on dungeon cards and crawler cards. Makes sense, that's in the title. So where we ended up landing is the faction equivalents, or the suits of the cards, if you will, are the core 5 stats from Dungeon Crawler Carl. So you have strength, constitution, charisma, dexterity, and intelligence. And those are then applied across all sorts of different things. So, if it's a particularly intelligent Outworlder NPC, right, they'd be in the intelligent faction if they're helping you with that. And this was a good way to be able to map a lot of different things and keep the system flexible and show that this could continue to expand even as new books get released, etc. We can always map back to these core 5 stats and not worry that we're going to end up with 30 factions by the end of this series.
Yeah, so very cool. In Dungeon Crawler Carl, obviously one of the big things is fighting bosses, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot that we see in the books. There's some that are referenced that we don't actually see. There's this whole floor system. How does that play out in Unstoppable? How did you guys tackle that situation?
So in Unstoppable, basically you pick a boss to fight against, and that's your scenario that you're playing that game. That didn't map on perfectly to fighting a boss in Dungeon Crawler Carl, where the bosses are they're big deals in the books, but it's not the whole. It's a small, relatively small part of the story as opposed to the story, right? What we felt mapped on to the sort of the representation of a boss in Unstoppable was sort of like the experience of trying to defeat a floor in Dungeon Crawler Carl. So in the world of Dungeon Crawler Carl, there's this epic dungeon that is 18 or whatever floors deep, and the crawlers have to essentially find the stairs, which is not as simple as just finding stairs, to defeat a floor, and then they get to go to the next floor. So that experience of trying to defeat a floor felt like the experience of trying to defeat a boss in the original. So the equivalent in Dungeon Crawler Carl for Unstoppable is defeating an entire floor. And then we represent the bosses themselves that you run into on those floors as a particularly challenging threat, like one-time off threat that you won't keep fighting it over and over again like you do with typical threats. It'll be a one-time threat that's particularly challenging.
So there's going to be a core box. Can you outline what floors that will cover and any other content that's coming out with this first launch of Unstoppable?
So the core box is going to have Carl and Donut as our 2 playable crawlers, and we'll cover books 1 and 2. So that's going to be floors 1, 2, and 3. And it's going to have everything you need to play with 2 players. It is a complete, really cool experience. There's a mode in which you can play floors in any order, which we're calling arcade mode, and also a story or campaign mode that's going to let you play through them and have some progression that I'm sure we'll talk about in a bit. Then we'll have the Iron Tangle expansion. That'll be a box similar to sort of Tyrant's End that you can buy that adds some new content that you can use in any game, as well as a 4th floor for you to play through and extend your campaign. And then there's going to be some stretch goals.
Can you talk a little bit about how you approached, like when someone iconic like Carl or Donut, like how do you design for them to be unique, and what were there any specific challenges for Carl and Donut as playable crawlers?
I may be jumping ahead here, but one of the things we as a team really recognized about the first Unstoppable is I think we're all very, very happy with the solo experience, and we knew that the 2-player experience definitely needed some more attention and love, partly because we know that a lot of people are going to want to pick this game up and play Carl and Donut as a team together. And so one of the things we've really been paying a lot of attention to as developers is making sure that this delivers an amazing 2-player experience, and also maybe some things that we can take back to the 2-player experience of original Unstoppable as well. So we have a lot of more card content in the game is focused on working together with your teammate. So you'll see a lot more cards that say something that might have previously said, you heal 2, now say choose a player to heal 2. And I know that sounds really small, but as you add it up across the course of a game, it starts making a lot of difference in really feeling like you're working together with your teammate. We're also implementing a shared draft pool, something we're still testing, where you and your teammate are drafting out of the same set of cards and dividing them between you. And this is something to even make the draft feel a little more cooperative.
Nice. That all sounds great. Can you talk a little bit about how you balance adding new mechanics and new gameplay twists to reflect the brutality and the humor and the chaos of Dungeon Crawler Carl, while still keeping the elements that make Unstoppable so fun?
I mean, I can speak from my approach, which put a little bit more work in the Bragger team, right? But my approach was to sort of not hold back on mixing in new mechanisms and stuff. So I, you know, from a design standpoint, you don't want every single threat to have some ability and power that's different, right? You need some amount of vanilla threats and some amount of interesting, like more thematically and text-based threats. But I kind of I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to do every threat with some sort of unique, different power, try to mix it up. And then once John Bragger and his team have it, they'll sort of hone in on the ones like this one felt really thematic and made the most sense. This one will sort of replace with something a little bit more vanilla, so the game isn't inundating you with abilities. So my approach was like, hey, every threat that the books talk about that I like, you know, that I think is interesting, they seem relevant to the story, I'm gonna just like try abilities that make sense with them and put them in, and then we'll get to pick, and the Bragger team will get to pick, you know, from those what they like the most, what they think is like, no, what I missed, right? So it was kind of like, look at the scope of the story, be like, what here for sure should be in, what should maybe be in, and what should, hey, that'd be kind of cool if that was in, right? And then we'll pick from there, right? So a very expansive approach initially, and then honing it down to what makes sense in the final product.
Yeah, on my side, we often refer to it as like John giving us the sampler platter. And so we had all the goodies to choose from and some really wild designs for, especially for some of the high tier cards. And then we went and did a pass where we called it eating our vegetables, where we brought back in some of the really the base elements of, hey, here's a card that does 2 damage. Here's a card that gives you 3 money. And bringing back a lot of John's designs from original Unstoppable back in and weaving them in with the new designs. But we do have some really cool brand new mechanical space. I don't know, John, if you want to talk about spells at all, or.
Well, yeah, I mean, spells it's like a new keyword, right? It's a new power that your guys can use. That's based on a new resource that you have to manage a little bit called mana, which we felt. We talked about a number of ways of like whether we can mix that in with existing game systems in Unstoppable, or whether we should just come up with a new one. And I think the approach in the end was like, actually, it's too important to the Dungeon Crawler Carl world to just sort of thematically squish it in somewhere. So it introduces a new, like a new system that you can lean into as a player.
Yeah, and one of the things that I really like about some of the ways that we're using stats versus some of the ways we used factions to represent Dungeon Crawler Carl is we have the keyword focus, which says, hey, count how many of this type of card you have. So, you know, if it says focus, deal X damage, and that was on a council card in original Unstoppable, you would count how many council cards you have. You say, okay, I have 3, I deal 3 damage. And we get to do that same thing, but across a lot more of the stats in Crawler Carl. So cards that there's a sort of a sub game of figuring out how you can level up your stats, whether that's drafting new cards out of the core decks, but we also have the ability to give you stats as icons in the upgrades now, so you can sort of increase your stats and play a little that lit RPG leveling game with the upgrades and the card crafting too.
Wanted to get back to one of the things that I think one of you, John Brieger, mentioned, or maybe John DeClaire mentioned earlier, but come back to it. It's a new thing for this version of Unstoppable is campaign mode and arcade mode. Can you talk a little bit about that and what that experience will look like for players?
Yeah, we want it. The experience of reading the books is the experience of going through floor by floor in sequence the campaign while the characters get more powerful and face bigger increasing threats. And we felt just approaching it like we had with original Unstoppable, where each boss or each floor in this case was its own distinct game that you play, and if you want to play them one after another, that's up to you. We felt like that's missing a big part of the potential experience. So what we're calling that is arcade mode, right? If you want your Dungeon Crawler Carl box, if you want to start on floor 3, if you want to play them in non-sequence, you want separate individual games, you can do that. And I expect plenty of people will maybe attempt to play through the campaign, win it once on easy mode, and then they want to try different bosses here, different floors here or there as an arcade thing, right? So that's arcade mode. But we talked a bunch about how we felt it was really important that there was a campaign option where you start on floor 1, and if you lose, you're done. If you win, you go on to floor 2, and there's some amount of carryover that comes with you, right? So the floors themselves, just like in original Unstoppable, have like a floor mat with a threat track. We have an arcade side and a campaign side. And the campaign side, the threat scaling goes up as you step from one floor to the next, right? But you get to carry over some of your powers from floor to floor. So you also are stepping up in power, right? And then, and you get to the end and you'll have a whole campaign scoring and stuff. And the goal here, of course, is as we get deeper into the books, that campaign can go deeper into the books, right? So as we talked about, one of the expansions that'll be available in this Kickstarter is the 4th floor. So that will be compatible whether arcade mode or campaign mode. So once we get deeper into floors, now your campaign can go from floor 1 to 4, 1 to etc. Right?
Lit RPG to me even sits within a slightly bigger genre of progression fantasy, and that sense of progression is so cool and so strong in Unstoppable as you play it, and being able to give sort of that meta progression as you go through the campaign helps capture a little more of the lit RPG feel. The other thing is making sure that, back to arcade mode, that people have the chance to experience and mix and match different parts of the gameplay. So for those of you who aren't as familiar with Dungeon Crawler Carl, something that's very different compared to a standard role-playing game is you don't get your race and class selection until the 3rd floor. So you go through 2 pretty significant sets of challenges before you're assigned your race and class. And that's going to be the same way in our campaign mode. But when you play arcade mode, you can take a race and class selection and try that gameplay out on floors 1 and 2 anytime you want. And so that's something also that we like about the arcade mode, is it gives you a chance to try combinations of gameplay that you might not otherwise be able to try in the story.
And one of the things that's exciting for me that I've, from the discussions that we've had about campaign mode, is that it's going to be different every time. It's going to be different for every player, in that throughout the course of your campaign and throughout your games, you will earn campaign points that you will then be able to spend on various upgrades. That could be carrying over some cards from floor 1 to floor 2. That could be starting with these cards or starting with upgrades. That there's a whole laundry list of things that could be, and each player is going to choose differently. So it's going to be very replayable, and it's going to be a great experience for DCC.
Yeah, and one of the hooks there is, like, when you're playing arcade mode, the goal is to just win, right? Now, obviously, in Unstoppable and here, we have a scoring system, so you could also try to get these achievements so you can score higher if you do win, right? In campaign mode, defeating a floor is great because you can move to the next floor. But if you defeat a floor without knocking off certain bosses or doing certain things that get you campaign points, you won't have as many campaign points to spend on upgrades going to the next floor. So you have a bit of an incentive to be like, kind of push your luck a little bit and see if you can survive you can take out this extra challenge before you beat the game, so that you can get those extra points, so that when you go to the next level and all the threats get a little bit scarier, you're also a little bit more scary, right? So I think that's gonna be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so this game is both solo and co-op, 2-player co-op. Can you guys, one of you or both of you, talk about how that gameplay experience is different between solo and co-op for anybody who hasn't played Unstoppable?
Card draw is everything in this game, right? Like if you boil this game down to its essential mechanism, you're basically trying to draw as many cards as you can, right? Like the goal of the game is to card draw, right? And in solo, you can help yourself draw cards, right? Like by playing the game. But in co-op, you can attack your opponent, threats that are threatening your opponent, and trigger their card draw, right? Which for synergizing effects, being like, actually really nice if we had that effect before this effect, right? That communication between players is like, actually, can you help me kill this guy first so that when I get this, I can play it, which will then help this thing happen, right? And that dynamic is there in two-player, and that'll of course be there in DCC, but we're also trying to have a bit more effects that are like extra synergy across the two-player.
Something I remember when we were testing the original Unstoppable is that playing the two-player really helped me understand what momentum was in the solo, because one of the things, sometimes you're trying to make sure that your teammate is getting a specific effect. But another big part of being able to, help each other out and cover each other's threats is if your teammate runs out of momentum, you can help sort of restart the loop of their engine and help them start turning over the wheel again and again. And so that aspect of just being able to give your opponent cards, back to John's point, it's far more impactful than it might seem on the surface. There's a lot more in the system that I'm sure we'll talk about when we release the full rulebook, but it's something that's been testing really well, and I'm really excited to see, because it's also something that people could potentially use with original Unstoppable as well.
Speaking of the original Unstoppable, let's talk a little bit about for fans of the original Unstoppable, people who've been playing that and loving that. Is there a new mechanic that you think that they're really going to enjoy, and can you also talk a little bit about the compatibility here? Like how are they going to interact with this if they're not just playing straight up DCC? How does it integrate, if at all, to the original?
On the compatibility side, there's really two things. We have the crawlers that you're playing, so these would be your characters in Unstoppable, and those are going to match to the core deck and the upgrade deck that you're going to play. And then we have the boss you're playing, or the floor in Dungeon Crawler Carl. So you can take any of the floors that come with Dungeon Crawler Carl and play them against all the original Unstoppable content. But you can also take all the new crawlers and all the new DCC cards and play them against the floor one bosses.
Awesome. For fans of Dungeon Crawler Carl who are new to this Unstoppable game, what is something that you think that they're really going to appreciate and love about the Unstoppable game experience?
The game is awesome.
Well, I
mean, hopefully they will come to it with and have a similar level of enjoyment that people have been having with the original Unstoppable. Yeah, I mean, I think the type of people that Unstoppable really appeals to are the ones who, like trading card game players who like to find the combos and the synergies, deck building players who like that idea of like, this card combos with this card, lets me draw more cards, right? That flow. People who like a really challenging solo experience, where like you can ramp the difficulty in this from hard if you're a new player, but actually fairly easy if you're very experienced, to hard even if you're experienced, right? Where from turn one you're like, oh boy, I really want all three of these cards, but like I need to make the right choice here. Yeah, so if all of that appeals to you, this is your jam.
And like one of Carl's returning catchphrases, other than "goddamn it donut," is "you will not break me," right? And I think that's a lot of the Unstoppable ethos, right? It's understanding that progression, that momentum, that you are unstoppable, you won't be broken. And if you like progression fantasy and you like lit RPG, I think you're gonna like the feeling that Unstoppable gives you of growing in power, and you can see and craft your own combos with John's card crafting system, and it gives you a sense of progression that really is I think, unique inside the board game space. So,
and I if I can add from my 2 cents on what I think is exciting for a Dungeon Crawl fan, is the artwork. This is something that we're like, you've been visualizing it in your head, and if you're listening to the audiobooks, obviously Jeff Hayes does a great job of really bringing it to life, but there's not a lot of illustrations out there. There's not a lot to show you what this actually could look like. We are working with a talented team of artists going through, Matt Dinneman is reviewing all the artwork, and it's great. We've got, just for this launch content, we've got upwards of 300 new pieces of art that are all, DCC related, that are coming to life. So bringing the Brindle Grubs out, and the Goblin Bombards, and the Ball of Swine, all this stuff that you visualize, you get to see it, see one artist's interpretation of it that is now going to be officially licensed content. So we're happy to be bringing that out, and to making that, bring new visuals to what has been a non-visual situation so far. So yeah, that's exciting for us. And one more little teaser that we wanted to mention is that, speaking of newish content, there will be a new content, new crawler discussed in our game, that is going to be a playable crawler that is going to be has not been in the books so far. It's new canon that will be introduced through Unstoppable. So you'll hear more about that during the campaign, but just wanted to give a little teaser that there is new content coming.
New lore.
Yeah, new lore, which is we're excited to be adding to through the great relationship we have with Matt and the fine folks that publish his books. So that really wraps us up for today. I want to thank John and John for taking the time to chat with me today. I want to encourage everybody here to keep an eye out for the crowdfunding campaign and for the launch of the crowdfunding game in April. This is a campaign in April. It's going to be both for the Dungeon Crawler Carl Unstoppable game, which we've been talking about here, but also a tabletop RPG, which is going to be super exciting. I know that team has been working crazy hard to make that very exciting. They've got a lot of content, a lot of new products, a lot of things to get that game to your table and make it great. So thank you, everybody, for your time, and we appreciate you.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks so much for joining us at another Renegade Con. We have a very special video for you today. If you're a fan of HeroScape, you might recognize our wonderful sculptor, Lynn. And we're very, very excited to tell you that Lynn has been brought on to do a lot of the sculpts for Dungeon Crawler Carl. So today we're going to be talking about that process, sculpting Carl, and maybe a little bit of behind the scenes stuff. We'll see. Say hi, Lynn.
Hi everyone, I'm so excited to be invited here to another Renegade Con and introducing my work and behind the scenes stuff, what we made decision and how we design those miniatures. Shall I introduce myself first for those
Yeah,
who
feel free,
don't
of
know
course.
myself? Yeah, so I'm Lynn. I'm a 3D character artist that has been working in this industry for several years. I've been doing character models for AAA games, for animated series, and some big toy company you might know. A lot of famous toy lines. And now I'm working for Renegade to do their miniatures for their board game for HeroScape and now Dungeon Crawler Carl.
And we love your work. That's why we keep bringing you back.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting me.
Yeah, oh yeah, and this one I imagine was like a big thing to like plan out, because we're not doing just one Carl and one donut or anything like that. We have several of each of them, right?
Yeah, that's to my surprise. We're doing so many crawlers.
Yeah. Part of that is just because they change so much from like floor to floor. They get new gear, they change their looks. I don't know how caught up you are on the books or how caught up our viewers are, so I'll try not to spoil anything. But that's one of the reasons why we have to have so many minis.
Yeah, I kind of get spoiled because I only read the first book and I just keep on working those. I'm working those miniatures. I don't have time to further proceed, but I already know what's going on next and who is the good guy, who is the bad guy. So that kind of ruined my experience, but I don't want to spoil it too much.
No, and I don't think we'll spoil anything too much, especially because most of the people I think who are watching, who are fans, have an idea of at least how the first several books go. I've never met anybody who didn't immediately like read book one all in one day.
Yeah,
Everybody loves it.
Yeah, the book is really addictive. I really want to start on the next book and next, but the work is just dragging me behind. So
maybe we'll get you on the audiobook ride, because I don't know if you've listened to Jeff Hayes' narration for the audiobooks, but it's really fun.
Yeah, I've listened to part of them, but I used to listen to music while I was working, so I cannot focus on the story if I'm sculpting.
You get too caught up in the story. That happens to me all the time. So this is our Carl. This is sort of our flagship
First
Carl.
Yeah.
This is our first Carl. Let's talk about what are some details that you want to highlight about this sculpt.
Assuming though this miniature is actually just 3 millimeters high, like that big from your perspective.
Yeah.
So in order to highlight some of the features, we have to exaggerate some details, like the spikes on the knee pad. You know, if you've seen the old book cover, Carl actually have a lot of spikes on the knee pad, but to exaggerate it, we simplified it to keep just 3 of them. And also, we really focus on the silhouette of the model because it's so small. You can only read it from above, and you see, oh, there's a cape, and the cape has the bat ear. That might be Carl, and has a dynamite.
Yeah, that reads Carl to me. Yeah,
that's how you can recognize it from that distance.
I love the dynamite.
Yeah, and also when I was first assigned this model, I don't know the story behind Carl, so I made both of the sleeve, and after that the team told me, no, you have to break one of the sleeves broken. I don't know why. Why should I do that? And as I read the book, I know what happened and why he is holding the dynamite in his hand. To pair with that dynamite, I've added some of the stone on the floor, so you can see it looks like something has been exploded.
It's great. It does look like something has just exploded, and I love it. I like that the dynamite is about to blow up. I like
Yeah.
how ragged his boxers are.
Yeah. Actually, it's not as ragged as I did in the first version because I saw that my Carl might be taking adventure in the dungeon for a while, so it might be more broken than I thought. But actually, it's he just stepped into the dungeon for a while, so it's not as broken as I thought. So in the later version, we fix that and just keep a tiny bit of the edge wear.
Yeah, this is the normal wear and tear from your favorite pair of heart-covered boxers. And this doesn't have the hearts because the hearts are going to be painted on, just so that the
Yes.
audience isn't worried. We would never forget the hearts on his boxers, but you don't sculpt them on. They don't need to be sculpted. Yes, his feet! Look
Yes,
at his
and his
feet!
feet. I really spend a lot of time on the feet, but because the model is so small, it gets decimated and it's not that high res
Oh,
for
but you
the
can see
final
his toe
version.
ring!
Yeah, and the toe ring. I don't even know if that's visible, but I've tried to make the toe ring as big as possible. This is the biggest I can get.
I love it. It's perfect. It's exactly what the dungeon AI would want.
And I do the pores, I do the vines and the nails on the feet, even it's so small. But because this is the key point, we need to be faithful as
Yep.
possible.
Oh yeah, big time. I love this mini. He looks so good. And I believe do you know, we're selling them painted, right?
Yeah, yes.
We're not having people paint them. But if you wanted to get your own
Oh,
Carl and paint him,
we don't have a unpainted version this time?
I don't think so, no.
Well, that's great for people like me. I don't like painted.
Yeah, that was something that we noticed was a lot of people just prefer to have painted minis, especially when you're focused on playing the game and not like the minis themselves. Like our Heroescapers love to paint their own minis because they bring them to events, they use them for play. But when you're playing just a tabletop game with like your 6 closest friends, it's easier to just have them painted right out of the box. The zipper on his jacket, Lynn, the details on this are incredible.
Yeah, I really added a lot of details on this model because this is the first car and most important one. And actually, because we have that giant Gen Con sculpt, I can use this one as a base model. So I want to add as much detail as possible, so I want to double work afterwards.
You know, that's fair. And we'll talk about that giant Gen Con sculpt in a little bit. Is there anything else about Carl that you really want to point out?
I don't know if that can be kept because the size of the feet actually has a very precise size, and I made that size, but I don't know because the model is so small. I don't know if the factory, but after the factory production, they can keep that size as original proportion. I don't want to guarantee that.
That's fair. I know, yeah, and we've talked about in our Heroescape ones about sculpting shoes and feet and how you have to make them a little bit bigger so that they look proportionate. So
Yes.
that makes perfect sense. Let's do Donut. I'm sure everybody wants to see Donut. I want to
Yay,
see Donut.
Donut. She's my favorite.
She's my favorite too. I love her. I love her crown. Oh my gosh, you've even got her collar with the heart or with the butterfly charm.
Yeah, little butterfly charm.
Oh my gosh, she's beautiful.
And the bracelet, magical bracelet.
Yeah, and her crupper. Wow. She's so detailed and she's so nice and poofy. I like how big she is. How big is she compared to Carl?
Let me put them aside. I've really put a lot of design on Donut's pose. I'll talk about it later.
Oh yes, I would love to hear about Donut's pose.
Actually, Donut was kind of exaggerated. She's not that big. We have one that has Donut and Carl. Oh, it's a Gen Con sculpt. Yeah, that's a true proportion.
Okay.
That big compared to Carl. We'll go over that later.
Yeah. But I think this is a good size for her, like to put on the table.
Yes. We also have discussion on that, whether we should make those true to the proportion or just make her bigger so it's visible. It's not awkward compared to the base we have, the 1-inch base.
But she looks great. Do you wanted to talk about posing her, right?
Yes, yes. So we've ordered several different poses on Donna to get that feeling, the feeling of the cat, the Persian cat, how she's confident, how she don't give a of everybody else, and
Yeah.
she's kind of aggressive, but not that kind of bad cat.
Yeah.
So finally, we made her head tilted a little bit and raised her hands up a little bit. If you have raised a cat before, you would know cats. Well, if cats want to attack you, she will raise her hands a bit. But if she didn't stare at you, she's not afraid. She's just look down at you.
I love that you got like she's very much a Persian cat. I think that sometimes when people are like sculpting animals and they're small, they'll just get like a random cat or a random dog.
Yeah.
But she is like very decisively the Persian cat. This is an award-winning cat.
Yeah, definitely. And because Donald is based on Matt's own cat, right? So we took a lot of reference from Matt's cat.
That's so cute.
Actually, the shape of her eye and the face is exactly the same as Matt's cat.
Oh my gosh, that's precious. There are very few people who can say, I have an official mini of my cat and like have that on the shelf. I think I'm gonna have to start commissioning some people.
Yeah, you can commission me.
Yeah, I would love to commission you.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing for my cat as well. She's chubby. She's chubby as hell.
Well, that's one of the reasons that I love Donut so much is like she is the Queen Anne chonk. Like nobody is afraid to be like, yes, this is a fat cat and we love her. Oh, and her donut hole.
And her donut hole. Yeah, I've actually spent a lot of time sculpting the hole. You can see the furs around it.
Yeah, you did a really good job.
But don't say that in front of Donna.
Never, never. So we also have you've Donut riding Mongo, is that right?
Yay!
Yay! Oh my gosh, they look so good. There are lots of people have designed their own versions of this, so I was really excited to see what you would do with Donut and Mongo, and I love them.
That gives me so many pressure because I saw those fan art. They're doing really great job.
They really are. The like community around Dungeon Crawler Carl is so talented and diverse.
Yeah, about Mongo, we've actually had a discussion with Matt and the team. What kind of dinosaur is him? Because some people depict him as a raptor, and some other depict as a kind of bird and raptor combined, and some says he has fur on his hand and some doesn't. So at last we asked Matt what did he think, and Matt just said I'm not sure, but because he's generated by the dungeon, right? So dungeon took reference from a famous Earth movie, Jurassic Park. So so we researched how a dinosaur look in the Jurassic Park, and that's actually combined the frog string with dinosaur, raptor, and bird. So we've actually took a little bit of all of them, the frog, the bird, and the raptor together to make Mongo's look.
He looks amazing. The fact that he's got like each of his individual teeth, he's got individual feathers, the detail. He looks like he's ready to eat some mobs.
Wow. And I really like this child version of Mongo. Oh,
Do you have a baby Mongo? Oh, I didn't even know we
yeah,
were
we have
doing
a
a baby
baby
Mongo.
I didn't load that. Let me load that.
Mongo is my second favorite character, and anybody who was wandering, like who saw me at PAX Unplugged, I was wandering around dressed as Donut with a little puppet of Mongo on my shoulder.
Oh, here.
Oh my
Here he
goodness.
is. Here. I made the Mongo pose so playful.
Oh my gosh, he's so cute.
So cute.
With his tongue sticking out. Oh, I love him.
Yeah, and raising his arm. It has really big eyes.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh my goodness. And again, he's small. Like he's even smaller than the Donut by herself figure. but it's keeping true to the
Yes.
story.
Yes, it's true to the story. We've actually altered the size a lot of time. Sometimes you just feel it too small. It can be barely visible, and sometimes you want to keep the proportion as much as possible.
So I think I want to keep looking at Baby Mongo forever, but I think we've been teasing the fans a lot with the very big sculpt.
Oh, right. The Gen Con sculpt of
Yeah.
everyone.
Yes, surprise, Dungeon Crawler Carl fans. We are going to be at Gen Con. Matt and Jeff are going to be at Gen Con with us. We've got a lot of Dungeon Crawler Carl like events happening. There will be opportunities to play the game, and we are going to have, this one's not a mini. This is a maxi, I think. A statue of Carl that you will be able to take a photo with that is life, like he's true to size, right? He's like 6 feet tall or
Yes,
something like
6 feet
that.
tall.
That's
Oops.
incredible.
The
And
model
this is
is
where all that
too big.
detail work came into play.
Yes. The model is just too big.
It's so...
And it freezes the software. Let's look at the detail. I like the pose very much.
The pose is beautiful. It's dynamic. The weathering on his cloak, the holes, his Chistera and Samantha down there. Oh my gosh. And his muscles look great. I was like, first thought, I was like, wow, his muscles.
Yes, because it's in the later stage of the story. He already got a lot of strength point, so he's jackier than before.
He's beefed. And there's Samantha. Oh, she looks great.
So angry.
I think I'd be a little bit angry too if I was being like thrown great distances.
Oh, and the little detail, you will know what happened next.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's a fun detail, but even the Chistera having like all the texture, I was like, whoa, that's so cool. So this is this is the three of them.
A lot of time on sculpting the muscles to look like an Asian Greek sculpture.
And you do fantastic, as you always do.
Thank you.
His mask, his knee pads, everything looks incredible. His feet.
His feet.
This is for the dungeon AI.
Yeah.
And his feet are beautifully manicured because he keeps them clean and manicured.
Yes.
It's very important, and I love that. Oh my gosh. And then Donut is up on his shoulder, is that right?
Yes. Donut is here.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, with her bigger tiara and her sunglasses. I love her sunglasses. I think it's so funny, especially because in real life, I can never get a cat to put on glasses.
Yeah, interesting point is the glasses don't have leg.
Yeah,
in the first version, I actually made the legs, but later instead it's just a magic glass that stick on to her head.
Yep, they're magic glasses designed specially for her by one of her sponsors.
Yeah, so I've actually made a curve to match the curve on her face, so it looks like a custom one.
That is really cool. Yeah, that's something that we should do. I want to make sure we look at all the details that people won't be able to look at when they're taking pictures because they just have to take a picture and go. Her tiara, beautiful.
Yeah, and her tiara is different from the first version. I won't spoil what happened, but
this is a different one.
Yeah.
We can't say why.
And actually, I put a lot of time on sculpting those really small gems.
I was gonna say they look incredible.
Cannot be printed out.
Oh no! They look so beautiful. I thought like it looks like a scan of a real tiara.
Yeah, but it's actually hand done.
Incredible. And I love her butterfly charm. I love the details on that.
Yeah. And one interesting detail that's about manufacturing is because this is so big, we can have the butterfly actually flying, hanging there. But in the miniature version, we have to stick that onto her fur so it can be printed.
Ooh, that's going to be really cool for people to see then. Oh my gosh.
And another detail is in the miniature version, Donna didn't have her claws out.
Her claws out! Yes!
Yeah, in the miniature version, because Donna did not actually want to attack you in that version, but in this version, she want to keep herself steady, so she had her claws out.
Yeah, and that's fine. He's wearing a leather jacket. She can dig her claws in.
Yes.
And the detail on her fur, wow. Even the folds of the fabric. So,
Yeah.
and again, if you want to run back to our Heroescape videos and look at those, we talk about fabric, we talk about some of those things. But did you have to render the fabric like you've done in the past?
Depends. Actually, in some of the later model, we do the class simulation, but for this one, I just sculpted because I wanted to look really hand-on to design the out shape of the to design the silhouette, keep the silhouette like a triangle for this model, and to keep the line of action. So I just handmade all those folds.
That's beautiful. That's
to have the
incredible.
flow.
And the character design concept, I that's something that I don't think we've talked about in the past, and we should probably do a video on it in the future where we talk about how much character design and study goes into like picking the poses for these minis. Because were you
Yes.
given art for these ones like you have been with some of our Heroescape ones? And then
For Heroescape one, we actually don't have a lot of freedom on the pose, because they are mostly based on a given concept art. I can alter it a little bit to fix some of the arrows or anatomical arrow in the drawing, but for Dungeon Crawler Carl, those poses are purely designed by myself. I've given full freedom to design the pose.
That's so much fun.
And we give several versions to the team to choose from which version of pose they'd like. And I also tweaked a little bit by myself, like the arm. You see, at first I put the arm higher than before because that matches the line of action. You can give the feeling of pushing upwards. But I don't know who mentioned this. Is when fans are taking photos from behind, that face might cover that hand might cover his face. So we have to move that hand down a little bit. So that's a different thing I will not be considered when I was doing the sculpting, but the marketing people will notice that. So it's a interesting thing that different people have different perspective on the same model, on the same pose. It's not just about artistic perfection. It's not just about the design. And you need to also consider what the model is useful and how big it is. So that's some new experience I've learned while I was making this model.
I love it. You got to have the whole team to come in and make sure everybody has what they need. That's great.
Yes.
So how long did this one take you?
Oh, this one I cannot remember the exact time because while I was making this one, I was working on others as well. I made the first version and gave them and waiting for their feedback. And while I was waiting, I will be working on other crawlers. And when they give the feedback back, and I spend some time to alter it again and again and again. It might took a week, 2 weeks or so.
That's longer than you normally take because this one is so
longer.
big.
Yeah, that's longer than I normally do. And for other crawlers, it's mostly 3 to 4 days on a model in combined time. Because I worked several of them simultaneously.
Oh, and they all look great. And I think people are going to be so excited to get at least the miniature versions on their table. I don't think this big Carl could fit on any table.
Yeah, the Giants table.
When the Giants are playing TTRPGs, they just use sculptures.
That makes sense.
So here's more of a silly question because we've talked a lot about the sculpting. But have you, Lynn, played TTRPGs before?
No, not really. It's also my first time. I've made a lot of games, but I've never played it.
I think you're gonna be
really
at
least played it
deeply.
One. Yeah.
We're making it's super easy to pick up, I think, even if you've never played a TTRPG, which I love and I'm very excited about because I think it's going to be lots of people's first time venturing into any world, venturing into the world of Dungeon Crawler Carl, but venturing into a world that's not the one that we live in or in a video game.
Yes. I've recently decided to quit video game and do board games instead because my eyes are getting sore and I've worked for too long. And I don't think I can keep playing video games and I can transfer to board game. I bought Heroescape, you remember? Yeah, and I played the battle box with my friend, and they all love it.
Well, we'll have to get you some more Heroescape then, obviously, so you can build better armies.
Yeah, I'm still trying to remember how every hero skills while I was playing. I can't remember what skill to use.
I think if you jumped into the Heroescape channel in our Discord and just asked questions, people would be happy to answer them. They love helping out new players. And I think that that's also going to happen for Dungeon Crawler Carl. Like, if you get stuck or have a question, you can just jump into the Discord and ask. And 9 times out of 10, somebody will be online who can help you out pretty quick.
Yes, I bet it. I will spend more time playing those games after I finish my current job.
After all of the sculpts are done for all of the crawlers that have ever been in Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Yeah, it's I've already done 20 of them. That's quite a lot.
And we don't know what box they're gonna be in. I always love looking at your work. I always love talking with you and hanging out. This has been so much fun. Thank you, Lynn, for joining me again, and for letting me talk at you for another 45 minutes or so. And thank you to our Renegade Con audience. We do all of this for you, with you, and at you. So thank you so much for coming by, for looking at all of these fun sculpts, and catching some little secret things that I was probably allowed to tell you. Who knows? If I disappear, it's the Dungeon AI. Well, thank you so much, everybody, and we will see you at the rest of Renegade Con. Goodbye!
Bye. Thank you.
Hi, friends. I'm Ruel.
And I'm Michelle.
And today we're playing Sea Scroll. In Sea Scroll, this quick game is all about getting schools of fish. And you want the biggest schools of fish because you want to defend against a shark. So the more fish that you have in school, the better. And it is a game of card drafting and also set collection and also majority at the end. Because at the end, we're going to take the cards that are in our tableau, the habitats, combine them with the cards in our hand, and then depending on who has the most of each, you'll score more points or fewer points. But we will do that in just a second. We're going to jump right into it. Michelle has been chosen to go first. So on your turn, Michelle, you're going to take a look at your hand there and go over the turn structure real quick. It's a really quick turn structure. On your turn, you must draw 2 cards. And then optionally, you may take a school of fish from the reef. And then third, you must discard a fish, okay, from your hand. Now, you do want to beware of taking fish in your habitat because you can only do it 3 times in a game. So once you have 3 schools that you've taken, that's it. So be wary or beware. Okay, Michelle's drawing her 2.
I think I'm gonna put this one there.
The Royal Grandma.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll draw my 2. So again, we're looking for majorities, folks. The fish are numbered 4 through 10. In a 2-player game, we've gotten rid of the number 11 and number 12 cards. And at the start of the game, we've randomly discarded 14 cards. So on my turn, I've drawn my 2. I don't want to take anything just yet, but oh man, do I give up something? I may have to give up that big 10. So I'll put these in order here. There's a beta fish, and now it is Michelle's turn.
Okay, let me draw my 2. There's 1 and 2. I think I am going to put this one down.
All right, I'll draw 2. 1, 2. Okay. Oh boy, what am I going to drop here? I think I'm going to drop the 8. So the Mandarin fish is now in there. Okay, I'll move these over, and it's Michelle's turn. Draw your 2. While I rearrange the school of fish here, the schools of fish. As you notice there, friends, I put the 8, and I just continue making the big school here, a bigger school.
I'm going to take
okay
from the reef.
All right, so Michelle has got 1. She only gets 3, and then she must discard 1 fish.
Oh. No, I want to keep the ones that I have.
Don't forget that part.
All right. Well, if I have to, the number 4. So
okay.
Move these over.
All right. And while we jump right into it, I just want to remind y'all or let you know that the fish are numbered 4 through 10 in a 2-player game, and each fish, the point value is how many are in the deck. So there are 4 of these fish here, the Regal is it the Regal Tang? And then 5 of these, 6, and so forth. So if I had the majority of 5s, I would score 5 points. Michelle, she's banking on she has the majority of 8. She'll get 8 points. And then if I had, let's say Michelle had the majority of 8s, if I had at least a single 8 and not the majority, I would lose 8 points. So you got to be careful what you take in your hand and what you keep. So I've drawn my 2 here. I'm going to drop the 10. I'm going to gamble there. I'm going to let those 10s go. And Michelle's turn.
Okay, let me grab 2 cards. 1, 2.
Decisions.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I want to get rid of any of these. How about you just close your eyes? No?
Okay, I just closed my eyes for a second. There it is. It's called breaking.
We'll place this fish here.
Okay. Drops the 6. I draw my 2. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'll take those 6s and I will drop an 8. Okay, your turn.
Okay. 1, 2. Okay, so I am going to get rid of my 6.
Okay. I will draw 2. And I will take the 5 and drop. I'll drop the 9. Okay. Give you your 2 while I fix the fish here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oops. Okay.
So the game will end when we've gone through all the cards. We're almost down here, and then we take one last turn, and then we'll add our fish from our hands into our habitats, and we'll score those, depending on who has the majorities.
I am not sure what I'm going to do. Okay. It was so clear, and then it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so... You know, I think I will. I'm going to take the
9s, okay. Taking the lionfish, and then you must drop 1 fish.
I must drop 1 fish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Drop this 4.
Okay, the 4. Okay, I'm drawing 2. 1, 2. Oh man, oh man. I am going to... wait, do I take? No, I'll drop the 10. Okay, and it's Michelle's turn. Draw 2.
Oh, yeah.
Read your mind.
I like that.
Okay.
I am going to take 10.
Through the 10s. Dang it. Let's get these over a little bit, and you must drop 1.
Okay, and that would be the 6.
Okay. I need to draw 2. 1, 2. So this is going to be the final turn, and then we are going to, on your last turn, okay. So Michelle started first. I'm playing my final turn, and then we're going to each take a turn. I'm a little worried here. You got the... I may be hosed. So what I'm going to do is take the 4s, and then I'm going to drop... Yeah, I think I'm in trouble here. I'll drop a 9. Okay, so now we each have a final turn. Let me just show this on the screen real quick. During the final turn, optionally, you may take a school of fish, but Michelle and I can't do that because we each have 3 schools already, so we're going to skip the first step. And the second step, discard a fish from your hand to the reef. So we're each just going to discard 1 card.
I don't want to.
I'm in trouble. Yeah. So what would you like to discard, Michelle?
I will discard a 10.
Okay, and I'll discard a 9. Okay, so that's the end of the game. Now we go to scoring. Michelle's got her 3 schools of fish. I've got 3, but we may have more in our hands. Let's take a look. I've got... let's rearrange these. You know what? I'll do this. I'm going to scoop this up here. And I'm going to place my school up here, and Michelle's will be down here. So I've got 5, 6. So I've been adding from my hand. I've got a 4. Okay, I've got a couple of 5s. I have a couple of 6s, a couple of 7s, and a 9. Okay, and Michelle, what do you have? We'll put those on the bottom part of the screen.
Okay, I have a grip of 8.
Oh yeah, went heavy on the 8.
So
you got a lot of mandarin fish.
I've got...
You got the 9s.
9s,
yep.
and I've got 10.
Okay, so Michelle went for 3 of these, the big numbers, whereas I went for a bunch of small. So let's take a look here. We start with 4, go to 10. So for the Regal Tang, I've got 3 of them. That's the majority, so that's going to be 4 points. And then I've got the majority of 5s. Michelle doesn't have any right now, so she's safe. I've got 6s, and I've got 7s. Michelle has the 8s, and the 9s, and the 10s. I also have a 9. I only have 1 9. Michelle had 4, so that's going to be negative points. So that's a minus right there. So let's tally up the scores here. I've got 9, 15, 22 minus 9 is 12. No, 13. So I have 13. I'm going to make sure 10, 22 minus 9 is 13. Michelle has 8. Plus 9, 17, plus 10, 27. GG, Michelle. Good game. And that's how you play Sea Scroll. Good game, Michelle. You have the most fish in the ocean.
Yeah, on this one, yeah, I went heavy on the bigger numbers because I was thinking that if you would have gotten the bigger numbers, then I would have had to deduct, more from my hand.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well
that didn't work so well in my in our practice game.
In our practice game, yeah. And I was trying so desperately to get rid of it. I had a couple of 9s, but once I knew you had the 9s locked down, I was like, uh-oh, I need to get rid of these. So I got rid of one, but I didn't get rid of the last one. So that is it. GG. Hey, Michelle, you want to play again?
Sure.
All right, friends, we're going to play again, but we're going to play with a variant. There's a bunch of variants that come in the box, and we're going to play with this one today. It's a standalone variant, so that means you play just this one card. There are a bunch of cards you can play some of them together, but this one specifically says a standalone. It's the same game, but before the reveal, that means at the end of the game, when you start putting your cards together to score, each player adds their schools to their hand, then chooses 10 fish to keep, discarding all the rest face down. So only the 10 kept fish are scored. If a player has less than 10 fish, they don't discard any. So that's going to change things up at the very end. We've set up the game again for 2 players. We've randomly chosen 14 cards and got them out of the game, and we're playing numbers 4 through 10. Michelle has her starting hand. I have mine, and because she won the previous game, she will go first in this game.
Okay.
Okay.
So still choose 2 cards.
2. And then I'm going to leave this here just as a reminder. At the end, we're going to discard down to 10.
Okay.
Otherwise, the game is the same.
Get rid of the 6.
Okay. Draw 2 here. I'll get rid of this 9. Draw your... That way...
Oh.
Yeah. I'm fast.
Thanks. Oh.
Throw those over there for you. That way you don't have to reach
I
over.
was just chilling. Okay.
Gotta play fast or else that shark's gonna show up.
Okay, I will place the 4 there.
Ooh. Okay.
Well, that didn't sound promising for me.
Well,
got a little excited.
I did, because but here's the thing. Well, do I want to do this or this? I'm gonna go here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
My turn?
Yeah, your turn.
Okay. 1, 2.
And just as a reminder, what we're doing here is drawing 2 cards, and then optionally, you may take a school of fish from the reef up to 3 times in the game, and then finally, you must discard a fish to the reef. Oh, interesting. Giving up on the 6s, huh?
Not that I really wanted to, but it's kind of slim pickings right now.
Okay, well here's... Oh, this is interesting. Maybe I will take the 6s, but I will give up a 5. Okay. All right, that's my turn. I'll put this right here.
1, 2. I will get rid of a 7, so I'm gonna make some room here.
Okay.
You don't have to put these in order.
Nah, right. But I know we like to. All right, I'm going to draw 2. Oh, boy. So I think... So remember, at the end of the game, we're going to have to... All of our cards, we're getting rid of a bunch of them until we have 10 only. So what am I doing here? I think what I'm going to do is take the 4s and then discard... drop... I'll drop a 10. Okay, and I'll just give you these so I can rearrange the cards here. So I've gotten 2 schools. I only have 1 left for this game, in front of me at least. You could always have a bunch in your hand.
This 9.
Oh, okay, Michelle, and then must drop 1.
Of course I must. But do I want to? No. All right.
Ooh. Oh, wow. Took the 9, but then dropped a 9. Interesting. Okay, I draw 2. I am going to drop a 10. Okay. 1, 2.
I'm like, no, I don't want it. I don't want to. I am going to take the 10s.
Wow. Okay.
And I'm going to drop 7.
Okay. Take 2 of these. I am going to take those 8s. And then I have to drop.
And there's more strategy to this than
it's interesting,
appears.
right? Okay, I'm going to drop the 9, and I'll give you your 2 cards. Yeah, it's like, you know, the way we just played, like, okay, cool, the normal game. But then now it's like, oh, I need to try to figure out what I'm going to drop down to 10.
Uh-huh.
So I figured, well, I mean, let's play it out. Let's see how it plays out, and then we could discuss afterwards as we do as board gamers.
It's 4.
Okay. And again, I cannot add any more schools to my reef. Oh, and that's the end there. So
I'm going to take the 9s.
Okay. And then I cannot take any more. Oh, man. So I have to drop. I'll drop a 4. Okay. So now we get rid of the reef. We're going to score. And this is where, go ahead and put all your cards, you know, as normal. But then we're going to discard down to 10. Actually, we shouldn't show these to each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So can we take these into
your
hand?
Yeah, take them in your hand. And then discard down to 10. Yeah. Oh, this is tough. What do I do? I'm going to check one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And you have your 10?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes.
All right. So now we can reveal our fish, our schools. I'll put mine up here again. You can put yours below.
Okay.
So I've got 4, a couple of 5s. 8. Okay. We once again did similar thing. We went all big. So what I did, so here's the thing. So Michelle obviously has the 9s and 10s, 19 points. What I did was I tried to spread it out, and because I knew I had majorities on like 4s and 5s, I got rid of all those except for this one, so I could still score it because I had the majority.
Mm-hmm.
So 4, 5, 9 plus 6 is 15 plus 7 is 22 plus 8 is 30.
Oh,
GG.
so my strategy didn't work with this one.
Yeah, so it was, you went big again. And what I did, as I said, once I knew I had like the 4s and 5s locked down, I was like, okay, we saw all 4s on the board. So there was 2 on the board, 2 in my hand. So I knew I could get rid of all 3 of those and just score with one of them. So it's a really interesting variant, this limit, where you have a 10-card limit.
Yeah, I had forgotten that that's the number of cards
in the
of this
deck.
particular fish.
That's right, yeah. So you could have totally gotten rid of, knowing that you had all these, get rid of these and maybe keep some of your other numbers or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, note to self.
I had a couple of 9s in my hand, but I knew like you were going strong on those 9s, so I got rid of all my 9s. So I didn't get a negative score. So there it is, friends. Yet another game of Sea Scroll. Shout out to Renegade, and shout out to you for watching. Until next time, we'll see you later. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
We're robots. Michelle and I are going to be racing in the warehouse here with all kinds of obstacles and all kinds of goodies here, where our robots, who are starting on the right side there, they're going to attempt to hit all 3 of the checkpoints. And the first player to do that will win the game. In Robo Rally Dice, this is a re-implementation of Richard Garfield's classic Robo Rally. Now, designer Kane Klenko has taken all the elements of Robo Rally and made it into a dice game. And as you'll see, Michelle and I are going to be taking our dice in order to program our robots. So let's take a quick look at the round structure here. The first sequence, we're going to do the programming sequence, which is where we are going to be rolling our dice in real time as fast as we can in order to get the die faces that we want. And we'll talk about that in just a second. Next, we go to the activation phase. That's where we're going to go to our player boards and where we have programmed our robots and activate our robots and move them on the board according to our player mats here. Okay, so we each start with 1 card. This is an upgrade to our robot. I have been upgraded with the Angular Retrofit. So when I trigger this, when my dice move my robot forward, I may move diagonally with one of those movements. Okay, so Michelle, what is yours?
It is the convertible.
Okay, convertible. So Michelle, when she can either go straight 1 move, forward 1 space, or she can change the one of her dice to any face. So that's a cool way to mitigate any bad dice rolls. In Robo Rally Dice, we're going to roll our dice and place them here on our activation board. So once we place all 5 dice, we're going to activate left to right 1 through 4. Now, the stars are special because these go into our triggers. Now, anything that we put a star on, that's going to trigger. So right now, if I put this here, that's a bad move because there's nothing to trigger. But if I put it here, at the end of the round, I will get to gain an upgrade for free. I will either gain one of these or one of these. You slot them into here. Again, we've started with 1 each, and then we're going to use the star to trigger it. So if I wanted to use my Angular Retrofit during the activation phase, I would put 1 there. The other dice we're going to place here. So as we saw briefly there on the help sheet there, you have a couple of different options. You can move forward, either 1 or 2 spaces. You're just going to lock those in. You can change the facing of your robot right or left. Now that is just facing, so you don't actually move. You're just going to change the face of your robot. So for instance, if Michelle's green robot's here and she did a left facing, it would rotate 90 degrees to the left. And likewise to the right would be 90 degrees to the right. Okay, so the other things on that you can do besides moving and changing your facing is this special one here, which is move backwards 1 space, just backwards a space, or rotate your robot 180 degrees, which will come in handy when we're bumping each other and shooting each other here during the game. And finally, the 6 faces, the star, which we mentioned, are going to be used to trigger those special abilities and upgrades. Okay, you see the checkpoints here. There are a bunch of obstacles on the course. We're going to talk about that as the game goes because we want to jump right in and play it. And this is the first player die as well, the start player. So what we're going to do, roll in real time, and then whoever finishes first is going to pick up this die and start rolling it because that's a timer for the other player. If when they roll 3 6s, they say stop, and then you must finish placing your dice. Ready to go?
Yes.
All right, here we go. And 3, 2, 1, program. Okay, so I've got the star, and you lock them as you want. You can re-roll as many times as you want, but I'm going to do this. Actually, I'm going to put this one here. And once it's locked, I should have said that. Once it's locked, it's there. You cannot take them off. So I've got to go straight. Yeah. Okay. Left. And then continue on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I got that. And then I don't want to go backwards. I want to go right. Come on, turn right.
Go that way.
Turn right. Okay, boom. So I'm done.
No.
1 6. That's 1.
No.
I gotta roll 3.
I'm looking for my star. There
2.
it is. Woo.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I knocked that one off.
Okay, so that is the programming phase. Now we go to the activation phase. Whoever was the start player will go first. I've got in slot number 1 a forward, so I'm going to move forward 1. Oh, thank you. All right, and then Michelle will activate hers.
I'm going to move forward 2 spaces.
Okay.
So 1, 2.
Activation 2, I'm going to turn left, please.
Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
I'm directionally challenged. What is this?
That is the reboot. So if one of us falls into the pit, then they will reappear there.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So I am moving 1 space.
Okay. Activation 3, I will also move 1 space forward. Yep. I
am moving 2 spaces forward.
Oh, geez.
1, 2, so I get to move.
Yep. Michelle has ticked off the first check mark or checkpoint. This is the third one, second and third. You must land or move across it, and the first player to get 3 is the winner. Okay. That was third activation. Let's go to 4. I'm turning right.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So my last move is to move 1 space forward.
Okay. Now, this was a bad move by me. I just realized I put my star here in order to trigger this, my angular retrofit, but I didn't take advantage of it. I should have gone here where I move forward. I could have gone diagonally, but it's all good. But Michelle has her star on a draw card. So this is the end of the round. Michelle, you may draw a card.
Okay, so I have to draw from the one that has that symbol.
Correct.
Okay, so it's the orange one.
Ricochet or multi-shooter?
Multi-shooter.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. Nice. All right, Michelle's got an upgrade on her shooter.
Sit.
Okay. All right, so actually, Michelle, we're doing it a little early. This is going to come, you're going to get your card a little later. Okay, so first we need to activate what's on the board. Then we will get our extra cards for Michelle. One by one, you're going to go and activate the board elements. We're going to start with the blue conveyor belts and go down this list. So blue conveyor belts, neither of us are on that, so that's these would activate. Likewise, the green one, that they're not activated. Are we on any gears? I am not. I think you're on an empty space too, right?
Empty space. Yeah.
Oh, no, you're on the laser. That's going to affect things. Lasers. We are both on laser spaces. We each take 1 damage.
Okay.
And that's taken there. Now, if we reach this spot or this spot, we're going to lose dice. So we need to be careful of that. All right. Going on from lasers, neither of us are on the homing missile. If you're on the homing missile, that one's cool. Your opponent, there's a missile that's just launched right at them. It doesn't matter where they're on the board, they get 1 damage. Batteries. This will, just like this space here, will allow you to get an extra card, an upgrade, but neither of us on the batteries. And finally, the robot weapons. We each have a weapon and it shoots straight. So I'm going to shoot straight right to Michelle. You've taken damage, Michelle. And Michelle shoots straight and it goes right there. She just shoots right across the conveyor belt. Now, we did, we just retroactively took that 1 move back because it does matter timing, because now Michelle's going to take her multi-shooter. And from this point forward, she'll be able to shoot behind. So she would have hit me this turn if we'd done the wrong order. But we did it right. Let's refill this. I totally regret not getting an upgrade. But that's the end of the round. Now we go back to the programming sequence, gather up our dice. Put the first player dice there, and rinse and repeat. Are you ready, Michelle?
Yes.
And let me move this out of the way. So get it out of the way here, and let us program.
Okay, so I want to turn.
Oh, this time I'm gonna put this left. Okay.
Then, so if I turn left.
Okay, straight.
Oh, then I have to turn again.
Right.
And we can re-roll as many dice as we want, right?
Yep.
Not all of them.
That's correct.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
Oh, this is gonna. Okay, so.
Michelle's. Oh man, what do
I need a right. I need to turn right.
And I need the left.
None of these. Okay,
on,
I'm
left.
just gonna take this one.
Okay, there's my left.
Ah.
And then
Okay.
My.
I hope I'm doing this right.
That's not right.
Okay. Oh, I got 3 stars. Well, I'm gonna keep one of these stars.
Yep.
We'll do that one.
Let's see if I do
That's
left. I
for
want to do
panic.
right. There it is. Okay, so now I start doing this. 1, 6.
Okay, so left, right, and
Come on,
then I
6s.
go 1,
2 6s.
No. Okay. Okay.
You're good. Okay.
I think.
Now, if I had rolled a third 6 and there was an empty spot here, Michelle gets one last reroll of that, and then she must place it. If it's a star, she would have to redo it. But anyways, you made it in time. Well done. Let's activate number 1. I've got 2 straight, please. Or 2 forward.
Okay, 1, 2.
Thank you.
Okay, mine is turn left.
Left facing, okay.
Oh, left facing,
Yeah.
yes.
Roop.
Okay.
Is that how your robot sounds? Roop.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna do mine. I've got 2 forward. Boop,
1,
boop.
2.
That's not really a robot sound. I've done my first checkpoint. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, right facing now.
Oh, that's not what I do.
Okay.
At what point can I
Oh
use
yeah,
this?
yeah. During the activation phase, you may do that. So just move the star right onto the thing there.
Okay.
So this is actually cool. So Michelle, now you get to change the face. You can either go forward, or you may change the face of any die.
Oh, so I don't even have to deal with this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna go forward because that's all I can do.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So that didn't work out well in my head.
Okay.
It was different in my head.
Okay. Let's go to the third one. I'm gonna go left facing, which I just realized is sort of a messed up one. I shouldn't have.
Oh.
Oh no! Going forward. So in Robo Rally Dice, when you hit the walls, the edges, you don't fall off. You basically you're bumping into the
there.
wall.
Oh, okay. So I actually needed to. Okay, so I turned left. I needed to move 1 space, and then turn right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's Robo Rally for you. Robo Rally Dice. So that was your third move.
Oh, that was my. Oh, yeah, that was this one.
Yeah. Now let's do the fourth one. I turn right, and then you're bumping into the wall.
It's like the Roomba.
Yeah, totally. This is Michelle's is a Roomba, and then we activate the different spots here. Okay, so now we go to the board elements. Let's see. Michelle is on a laser. I am on the checkpoint. None of these activate except for that laser. You can take 1 more damage, Michelle.
Oh.
And unfortunately for this round, you're going to lose a die.
Is it only for the round?
Just for the round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not for the game.
A little panicked.
Yeah. So what you're going to do, take any die and place it in your lost dice space right there. Okay. And then for me, we go through here. We're going to shoot. I shoot straight, nothing. You shoot all 4 ways, but thankfully I'm right there. Yeah, so missed that. Woo! All right, and then now we get extra cards. I get an extra card here. So I want one of these red ones here. I'm going to go with the Ricochet. When a robot's main laser, that's the step we just did, hits my robot, the shooter takes the damage instead. So it's like a ricochet.
So it's I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to
you. And it's called a laser. So now for this round, let's move this out of the way again. Michelle's going to be rolling 4 dice, and I'll be rolling 5.
Oh, sad face.
Okay. So the next checkpoint's down here. And again, Michelle.
Okay, Michelle needs to think about
it. Yeah, let's think about it.
Okay.
Okay, get ready to program. 3, 2, 1, program.
Yes. Okay, I got the one thing I wanted. Okay, so if
I'm gonna reroll.
So then I can go to.
Where's my double?
Okay, before I put this down. Okay, so that's right.
Okay, there's my double straight.
Okay, so I want to move.
And then.
I'm still facing this way, so I want to go left.
I'll get another double move. And let's go left.
This one.
And then straight. And then let's see, left.
No, I need some arrows. That's what I need.
Right.
Okay, we're good.
Star, I'm gonna unlock that. Oh, pick that up.
Oh, and I gotta roll.
Yeah. Let me see. So I'm going left. And then straight. You know, I'll do another straight. Okay, cool. Okay. But you're first. You hold on to that.
Okay.
Let's go to spot 1. Let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, so I rotate right.
Okay, and I'm gonna move 2 spots, please, straight forward.
Okay, so 1, 2.
All right. Next.
You're going on the wrong
escalator. It's gonna move me back that conveyor belt, but hopefully I can get off of that thing.
Okay, so I move forward 2 spaces.
Yep.
1, 2.
I turn facing left, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Next.
And then I rotate left.
Nice. I will move forward once. Thank you.
Okay, and I will move forward twice.
Hey, me too.
1, 2. 1, 2.
All right, this will be fun. So now we have done our activation phase. We go to board elements for activation. We are both on the blue. So what that means is the arrow is gonna. Oh my gosh, what a great! Michelle's got this perfect. Okay, so move yours once over. Okay, and then for the blue, if you're still on the blue, you get a second movement, same direction as the arrows. Very nice. I do the same thing.
Okay.
1 and then 2. Now the difference between that and the green is just 1 space. Whereas the blue, if you're still on the blue after the first movement, then you get an additional.
Okay.
Yeah. So very nice. Anything else we have to activate? Lasers. On the board are good. But now we're going to shoot our weapons. So my weapon goes pew straight ahead. Michelle, you have, what is it called?
It is called multi-shooter. Your robot fires lasers out of all 4 sides.
So, pew, 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 pew. So I'm taking a damage. Ooh, I'm getting close to losing a die. And that's the round. Okay, so by the way, I forgot to do something, or I forgot to tell you something, Michelle. Once you reach this and lost a die, you're supposed to reset your damage tracker. Yeah, so no more damage. Okay,
so
cool.
It goes on the first circle?
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
All right.
So I can roll this one on this turn.
So this turn, yes, gather all your dice, and let's see, we did everything for this round. Oh, by the way, we forgot to talk about our names. My robot's name is Twonky. What's your robot?
Zoombot.
Oh, Zoombot. Not
Mine sounds much cooler than yours.
Yeah, yours is not Skype bot. It is Zoombot. Your bot likes to have meetings, apparently. Now, mine Twonky.
You're wonky.
Okay, so that's the end. Michelle's really close to her second checkpoint. Let's get ready to rumble and roll and program. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, my ricochet. Oh, shoot. I forgot. Okay, you know what? I'm going to retcon this. I'm sorry, Michelle. Because... No, you know what? Yeah, no, I'm not going to retcon. I'm just going to point out. It's on me. I forgot to do it. My ricochet, when this happens... You'll notice, folks, I don't know if you noticed, but each of us has a little token, a star token. So this is like having a die there already. And what I would do, I would move it on here. When a robot's main laser hits my robot, the shooter takes the damage instead. So actually, Michelle should have got 1 damage there. But, we're going to let that slide because I need to pay attention. All right? So
I'm okay with that.
Okay, yeah. So now we got a new...
Yeah. Sorry, I do have a question. Since I was here and I already had the 1 damage, so would that have, would I have reset and then that would have happened? Or would I have moved here and then reset?
Oh, no. So once you hit that earlier, 1 round ago, it immediately resets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that damage right there, you'd be right there. Yeah.
Okay.
So why don't we just, you know what? Forget what I just said. We will play it the correct way. And Michelle is super close. That's 2. Again, it's the first to 3 checkpoints. Are you ready to program, Michelle?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, program.
I don't even know where I want to go. Okay. Definitely 1. Okay.
Let me see. I need to left.
Right.
No, I want right facing. Okay.
And then I want to.
Actually, I want this die right there.
I want to go.
Okay, there's my right.
Okay. Okay, so I went that way. I turned. I went 2 spaces.
I'll do this.
Now I need to turn right again. Once it's on the board, you can't move it.
Correct. It's locked in.
Turn
So
it.
let's go
Okay.
this way.
Well, no, I needed to go there anyway. Okay, so I went forward. I turned
Forward.
right. Yeah,
I did that.
So I need to turn right. Okay.
I need to. Oh, no, this is the right.
Ah!
I think.
Woohoo!
So
Okay. And
let me see. So this here. Continue.
oh, this I have to get a star. Okay. I have to get a star.
I do right.
Star, hurry! Star.
I want 2. I'm gonna get greedy. I want 2.
Ah, I got a star. Okay.
Gonna get greedy.
6. I mean, that's 1. 2.
Oh shoot! Oh, I got it. Okay. Woo! 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 You'll keep this because you're first. Let's do our first activation. Start with
Okay,
you.
so I move forward 1 space.
Hey, all right. You got your second checkpoint.
Oh, woohoo!
Very nice. 2/3 of the way done. I turn facing right, please.
Okay.
Okay. And second activation?
I turn right.
That's the sound of Zoombot or Twonky. I'm gonna trigger my angular retrofit. So I put my star there, and this allows me to, when I move forward with one of those moments, it can be diagonal. So I've got 2. So my first movement will be diagonal onto the checkpoint, and that's going to bump you straight ahead.
Oh, that just messed me up then.
Yeah, I do have a checkpoint timeout. So just a reminder, just for clarification, I'm moving diagonally, but because Twonky is hitting Zoombot into this wall, both robots stop. So my diagonal has been denied. It just goes denied. So unfortunately, we are stuck right there, or I am stuck right there. I can't get onto the checkpoint. So let me move this checkpoint back, and then we are going to go to activation 3. Further explanation. I had the 2 straight movements. I cannot go, I can use one of those movements as a diagonal. I was trying to do the diagonal there, it stopped, and that's where the robot just ends its movement. Now I could have done a one where I go forward 1 and then try a diagonal, but that's not gonna, it's gonna go past the checkpoint, so I'm not gonna do that. We're just gonna go to activation number 3. Michelle is first this time.
Okay, so I moved 2 spaces forward, which was my plan in the first place.
Nice. I'm gonna turn right facing.
Oh.
Yeah. This is not good. Okay, and 4th activation.
Okay, this works fine for me. So I turn right.
Okay. I move forward 2 spaces. Yikes.
1, 2.
Not really. Well, we're gonna see. Okay. And then we're gonna activate everything on board. So we start with the blue. We're not on the blue now, but I am on the green. So convey any robot standing on them 1 space in the direction of the arrow. So I'm just gonna go straight up there. No, actually, yeah. Keep the facing and just move the robot.
Move it that way.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. And then no lasers, no homing missiles, no batteries. Robot weapons fire. I'm firing right into that wall. Michelle.
Go 4 ways, but nothing to hit.
Yep. Now, at the end of the round, you have your star on the draw card space.
Mhm.
So you may either draw, and you can draw off the top of the deck if you don't like these things, but for that final space, it could be either color here.
Okay, let me see what will benefit me, or what I
Okay.
think will benefit me.
Yes.
Okay, this is the one I'm going to take.
Nice.
This one here.
Strafe. What's strafe do?
Move 1 space left or right without changing facing.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
Okay, so I hope I'm understanding that correctly.
Yeah. So it'd be like moving like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So that's the end of that round. We get all of our dice back. This die goes back in there. Let's take a quick look at the board. I need to look at where I need to turn all the way back around there.
I need
so
to figure out where I'm going.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know my first move. The final checkpoint is up here. It's the final checkpoint. No. Okay. All right. So let's program. Michelle, you ready?
I am ready.
3, 2, 1. Program.
Arrows, arrows. Okay.
Oh, I want that star.
Yes, that works. So 1, 2.
Ooh, that's the one I want. Turn around. Turn around. Ooh, I got these here.
3,
So turn around.
so
1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then I want
Left. Do that. So,
yes. Okay. So then I turn.
Come on, right.
Okay, so
Right face. Right face.
1, 2,
There it
3,
is.
4, and then I turn.
Rolling.
Turn, and then I think I move this way, and I need a star. I need a star.
Come on,
Yeah, I got a
sixes.
star, and I want this one. So, okay,
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, since this one doesn't need a die to activate,
Yeah.
so this is. Could I get 2 actions then when we
No.
get to that phase?
So this token is specifically for this upgrade. So this is basically free. If it would have had one of these, then like I can move this on once per.
Oh,
turn.
gotcha.
Yeah. Yours
Okay.
is just free all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This time I'm first, so I'm gonna do this action for my first activation. I get to turn around 180 degrees. Okay, yours.
Okay, so I move forward 2 spaces. 1, 2.
Okay, second activation, I move forward 2 spaces. 1, 2.
I also move forward 2. 1, 2.
Third activation, I move forward 2. I can only move 1, but I've got my second checkpoint finally.
Okay, I am rotating left.
Fourth and final, I'm rotating right.
Okay, and my fourth one, I'm moving forward 2 spaces.
Nice.
Okay, so since I didn't use this, can I keep it for the next round, or do
No,
I...
it's all gonna. It is going to just go away. Would you like to? I mean, look, you can retcon that. Okay, you're good.
I'm good.
Okay,
it's
cool.
okay, Zoombot. We'll have this ready.
Okay, Zoombot. All right, cool. So now we go to the board activation. I do have my second checkpoint. We are tied, but Michelle is ahead there. Let's activate the blue conveyor belts first. And what you're gonna do, Michelle, or you've got the first movement, you're gonna go ahead and move your 1, and it's gonna rotate because it's on a curved space, and you just follow the thing. That's 1. It's still on a blue, so you get that second movement, and go ahead, and it looks like it's another curve, so you're gonna rotate yet again, and beware, you're right in front of a pit. So close. Okay, and that's it for the blue. Green. Oh, I'm on a checkpoint. Nothing else triggers except for our robot weapons. I shoot straight into the wall. Michelle shoots all over the place, and no one's hit. So thankfully, we get to get all our dice back.
Maybe I do have a question before we move on.
Yeah.
Okay, so say I get 2 arrows. So I move this way and this way.
Yeah.
Forward. Do I fall in the hole?
You do fall into the pit.
Oh.
Yeah. So definitely don't fall in the pit.
So I should rotate and then move.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Just getting my game plan.
Yeah. All right. And let's get our dice ready. Are you ready to program?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, program.
Okay, so I want to turn.
I'm going to move straight.
I want to turn right. Okay, so I want to turn right.
Do one of those.
And I want to...
1, 2,
then I got to turn left.
Go straight.
No, I got to move is what I need to do. Okay, so I turn right, and then I move, and then I need to turn left. Left.
This is really easy for
and
me to
then
all
I need
straight,
to
okay?
get some arrows.
Come on, 6s. 1.
I guess this one.
Okay. Are you good?
I think so.
Okay. All right. So I'm first player this turn. I am going to move straight, and I also have my arrow here, or my star here. So I'm going to trigger my angular retrofit. I may move one of my movements diagonally. So I'm going to go diagonal 1 space.
This way?
Yep. And then straight 1 space, please. Thank you. And what do you have?
Okay. I have rotate right.
Okay. Second activation. I'm just moving straight 2 spaces, please.
1, 2.
Thank you.
I am moving forward 1 space.
Okay. Third activation. I'm going to move 2 spaces straight, please.
1, 2. Okay, I am rotating left.
Oh, nice. And fourth and final, I move straight 2 spaces.
And I move straight 2 spaces.
Look at that.
1, 2.
Well done. Third checkpoint. GG. Michelle, your robot, Zoombot, is the robot of the winning robot. I was going to say robot of the year, but we only played 1 game. It's not a year. GG. Well done. Good game. Well done, Michelle. All right. Friends, that is Robo Rally Dice. Thanks for watching. Until next time, we'll see you later. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Nerds. I'm Ruel.
And I'm Michelle.
And today we are playing Diplomacy, the Great Blade card game. This is the card game version of the classic Diplomacy. And today we've got a 2-player setup. And after we go through our playthrough, I'm going to talk about the 3 to 7 player game. So stick around for that. So in this game, Michelle and I are playing as Austria-Hungary. That's going to be me. And Michelle is France. So one of us is going to try to become the greatest country on Earth. And through card play, and hopefully we're going to get to level 3. Because once we get to level 3 in one of the 3 domains, army, political, or fleet, that player immediately wins. So we've already done the initial setup, which is we have our unit cards, and we got to choose one to build. So I've got fleet, Michelle's got political, and then from here, we're going to start the game. And what we're going to do on our turn, the game phases of each turn, we're going to supply, which we'll do right now. We just draw a card from the top of the deck for each of us, add it to our unit cards. And then number 2 is Diplomacy and Orders. That's where we're going to place our order cards. Number 3 is Resolution. We will go through the order cards and see what happens. And finally, we're going to build. Building is adding your unit cards to your tableau here. We have level 1, level 2, 3. And the object of the game is to get to level 3 first, and that player will win. We've built our initial build. Now we've drawn and our cards through our supply. Now we're going to set our diplomacy, or orders actually. Diplomacy is a term that you want to use in the 3 to 7 player game. So here in a 2-player game, we're just trying to outsmart each other, outthink each other. Okay, so we are going to place our orders up here, and then we're going to go back and forth, seeing who gets to do what depending on what orders they place. Right now, we each have 9 cards, 9 different order cards, and we also have a couple of holds. Holds we'll talk about later, but for now, so I'm going to place 2 cards here, 2 cards there. Michelle will do the same. And on this side, I'm going to lead with a Vanguard. So I'm going to start here. Okay, I'll place this one here. This one here. Okay. Now I have to choose one to lead with. So that's gonna be my Vanguard. I'm gonna lead with this card here. And then Michelle will put 2 there. And then we're gonna do the opposite, or the same thing, but just in a different order on that side, where I will put 2, but Michelle will have a lead on that one.
Okay, so the one on top is going to be the lead?
Yeah, your Vanguard.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, it sounds good.
Okay, and I think this one.
Okay, cool. So then I have to play a couple of cards there. So I'm going to play these 2 here. Okay, and then Michelle will play 2 here. Put my cards there like that.
These 2 cards.
All right. Cool. All right, so we've got our orders ready. Just a reminder, you have to be able to play an order card according to your power level. So that means I can play an army, and so can Michelle, because we're both at level 0. Michelle's at level 1 political. I am not, so I cannot play a political card here into the orders. Likewise, Michelle cannot play a fleet because I have 1, she has none. So these orders here, if one of us did that by mistake, or maybe we're trying to do some kind of subterfuge or whatever, we would put this hold here. So we would trade our card, it would say hold and skip this order. Okay, this is just the back of this turn order here. But we do each have a couple of those in our hands. Obviously, I didn't play mine. Okay, so let's start here. My Vanguard, I select first. I played the Embargo. Let's take a closer look at that. The Embargo says, block a fist order on this front. If I do, draw 1 unit card from the library. So what I do is take this. I'm going to decide which one of Michelle's cards we're going to resolve against. I'll resolve against this one. And if it has that fist order, then I do something. And it doesn't. Okay. Michelle says she plays Sanctions. She is blocking an order. So we basically played 2 blocks. Neither of them do anything, so we have resolved that. I'm going to place these over here. And then we go over here. Michelle's got the Vanguard. Go ahead and reveal your Vanguard, Michelle.
Okay, so Proliferation.
Okay, let's take a closer look at that. Proliferation, and it has a fist, so it is an attack. If not blocked, discard 1 unit card, then deploy a unit card from your hand to your power grid. Ooh, so that would be nice. That's another way to get onto your power grid. And Michelle's going to choose one of my cards now to face off against.
I'm going to choose this one.
Okay, let's hope I played the right one. And it says sabotage. If not blocked, remove 1 unit of your choice from the power grid of this neighbor. Okay, so Michelle's is going to resolve first. So go ahead and read yours again, Michelle, and do that action.
Okay, if not blocked, discard 1 unit card, then deploy 1 unit card from your hand to your power grid.
Yeah. So go ahead and grab your hand of unit cards. You will discard 1, and then you will build 1.
Okay.
Okay. And now,
do I get to choose, or is this random?
you do get to choose. Now, just a note, I have a sabotage, so anything that you build, I'll be able to discard 1 of them.
Well, that's not nice.
It isn't nice, but it is diplomacy. All right, so I'll wait for Michelle to build, then I will play some sabotage.
Okay.
All right, Michelle's built fleet, and did you discard 1?
No.
Okay, go ahead and discard 1.
And where does this go?
We'll put a started discard pile over here, off camera. All right, so Michelle has built a political and a fleet. Okay, if not blocked, remove 1 unit of your choice from the power grid of this neighbor. Okay, so I could either take away her political or her fleet. You know what? She just built the fleet. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, and we've resolved those. So now we'll put those on the side again. And we're going to resolve these here. We'll go back to me because I have the ambassador token. These just get resolved here. It's a convoy, my convoy versus Michelle's subterfuge. So if not blocked, so draw 1 unit card from the library, then draw unit cards equal to your fleet power. So I draw 1, and then my fleet power is 1, so I draw a 2nd. And this just goes into my hand. So that's resolved. And Michelle's subterfuge, it was not blocked, so she gets to view my neighbor's hand, her neighbor's hand, which is me, and it gets to discard 1 unit of their choice from my hand. Okay, Michelle.
Oh.
Here's my hand. I'll let you look at that, and you'll discard.
So I don't have to show you, right?
Nope.
Well, I mean, I guess you know once you look at your hand.
Okay, so that's discarded. And then we'll finally go back over here and resolve there. Michelle will turn over those cards and resolve hers first.
Okay, censure. Block a target order on this front. If you do, draw 1 unit card from the library.
Okay, here's the library of unit cards.
Okay, so I have to see if you have
correct
that symbol.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, what do we got?
Okay, so it doesn't have a symbol here.
Okay, so and then mine doesn't resolve either. So this doesn't do anything, and yours doesn't do anything either. Okay.
Boo!
All right. So that's the end of that. Let's continue. This is the first turn of the game. Okay, so we've resolved the resolutions. Now we build. This is where Michelle and I take a look at our unit cards, and then we're going to build something. And then we place it down, and we will resolve. We will. Okay, and then we'll reveal simultaneously. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Political.
Army.
Ooh. Okay. So now we just take our cards back in our hand. France goes there. I am Austria-Hungary. And we go to the next turn. Okay, so we've built, and in step 4, now we go to the next round. Michelle gets the ambassador, and we supply, so we each get a unit card. And then we are going to set our orders. And just as a reminder, you can play army or political. I can play fleet or political.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I gave you the wrong ones.
Oh, okay.
Those I want over there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to resolve our orders now, and Michelle is the vanguard there, so she will flip over her top card and choose which one. Oh, proliferation.
Proliferation. If not blocked, discard 1 unit card, then deploy 1 unit card from your hand to your power grid.
Okay, which one are you going to play against?
This one right here.
All right.
Okay, so I'm not blocked.
Okay.
But this says block a target order on this front. If you do, draw 1 unit card from the library.
Okay, so it wasn't a target, it was a fist. So mine doesn't resolve, but yours does.
Okay. So, unit card, then deploy 1 unit card from your hand to your power grid. Okay, so... Oh.
Hey, you're taking my card.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
Okay.
Ooh, going up in power. Nice. And then you must discard a card as well to do that.
From my grid or from my hand?
From your hand.
Oh, slim pickings now.
Yep. All right. So now we go over here. I am the lead, Vanguard. Proliferation, if not blocked, same thing that Michelle did. I'm going to say this one here. And Michelle played a sabotage. If not blocked, remove 1 unit. Oh, okay. So this is like what we did in the last turn. So I'm going to discard a unit card. This one. And then I'm going to build this one. Okay, for my proliferation. I've discarded 1 unit, deployed a unit. But now Michelle, sabotage, it wasn't blocked, so she removes 1 of my units of her choice from my power grid. Hi friends, Future Ruel here. Just a quick rules clarification. Michelle and I tended to play our cards, and then after we played them, we took them off the table. We should leave those out because sometimes the blocks, they can still happen whether they are played first or second. So we sort of jumped the gun on these, and it's going to happen a few times in the video. Sorry about that.
I think I'd like to remove political.
Political, boo. All right. Now we go back to Michelle's side. We just resolve these.
Okay, so block a fist or target order on this front. If you do, opponent draws 1 unit card from the library.
Okay, is there a target? Yes.
Okay, so I block the target order. Okay, so you draw 1 unit card from the library.
Okay. If this is not blocked, it was blocked, so this just goes away. And then we go over here to my side. I played the Convoy, draw 1 unit card from the library, then draw unit cards equal to my fleet power, so my fleet power is 1. Michelle's is, if not blocked, view this neighbor's hand, swap unit cards with them up to your army level, so she can swap 1 card.
So 1 card from here?
No, you look at your hand, you look at my hand, and then you just swap your hand with my hand, 1 card.
Okay.
So I'll give you take a look at that. So here's what I have. Michelle's going to swap 1 with 1 of her cards. Let's go to the final phase, build. So go ahead and select 1 of your units from your hand to build.
I only have 1.
Oh, you only have, oh shoot. Political, very strong on the political front. Oh man, I'm a little worried about that. So maybe, I'm going to build an army. So next round, Michelle can play political because she's stronger than me. I cannot play political. She cannot play army because I'm stronger than her. And she cannot play fleet. So we know she's going political. I need to remember that. Let's go to the next turn. First, we supply.
Woohoo! I got a card!
All right. And then Ambassador will be me. And then now we set orders.
I'm not sure how this is going to play out, but I'm going to play it anyway.
All right. Oh, okay, that's my lead here. So I'm going to do this like this. I'm a little worried about this front here. So I've got to get this one. I'm going to play this. And actually, I'm changing my mind now. I think I'm going to go this here. Okay, and then I will play this here. This here. Okay. So let's go here. We are now going to order resolution phase. I'm going to show my convoy. Draw 1 unit card from the library, then draw unit cards equal to the fleet. I'm going to select this one from Michelle. Let's see if she does anything. If not blocked, oh, okay. So mine goes first. Draw 1 unit card from the library, then draw unit cards equal to fleet. Okay, so that's done. And then Michelle's little subterfuge here. If not blocked, it was not blocked, view this neighbor's hand, then discard 1 unit card of your choice from their hand. So go ahead and look at my hand, and you may discard 1. And then we're going to go over to that side.
I forgot what I had.
Okay.
Not like I have so many to look at. Okay.
All right, cool. And we'll get my hand back. Now we go to this front here. Go ahead and show your Vanguard, please.
Oh, okay. Hold. Skip this order.
Ah.
So I'm not sure how this is going to work out.
Okay.
Okay. Block an order on this front, which there weren't any. If you do, draw 1 unit card from the library.
Okay, so that remains there. So the front is both cards. So we're going to have to go back to this one. Okay, so now we're going to come back over here. I played Sabotage, and you played block a... Oh, you block a target order, but I played a fist. So if not blocked, remove 1 unit of your choice from the neighbor.
Boo!
Yay! And then I draw a unit. Okay. And wait, this is no, you draw a unit. Wait. If not block, remove. Okay, I don't draw anything. You've not blocked, so this just goes back to us. And now we're gonna go over here. Michelle has played Proliferation, and she's gonna go against my card up there.
Yeah.
But this actually blocks on this front any fist. So if there was a fist, yeah. So unfortunately, that's not gonna trigger. And I also have sanctions, so I can block either of the. Yeah. So if
Didn't
you do,
matter.
but you do get a library card or a card from the library. You get a library card.
I would also like a library card so I could read during the war.
And then this is block. If I did, I get to draw one as well. Okay, so that's that front there. Interesting that Michelle did skip this order, but that's how it works. You resolve it like any other card. Obviously, you don't do anything, but that's how you do it. Okay, so now let's gather up our cards again. These are that's Michelle. And then we are going to the final step of the turn is build. I guess we're supposed to reveal simultaneously.
Oh, well,
But
we put
it
them
was
down
pretty
at
much
the same time.
Yeah. All right. Now we pass this over, gather our cards back, and we supply. So each of us gets a unit card.
Oh, goodness. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Cool. And then let us play. So now just a reminder of the power levels. I can play army. Michelle cannot. Michelle can play political. I cannot. We can both play fleet. Okay. Oh, Michelle had to play that skip order card because she ran out of orders because she can only do 3. But now she has 6 cards she can.
Woohoo!
All right, nice.
It's on now.
It is on.
And that's I'm pretty sure that's what they said in France.
They did. I believe the war cry was "It's on like Donkey Kong."
Yes, that is a popular French saying. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it originated during the war.
It did. Yep. World War One. All right. So let's see. Michelle's gonna Vanguard here. I'll have my Vanguard here. Oops.
It is on like Donkey Kong.
All right.
Wait, is that what I wanted? Yeah.
Okay.
And then, okay.
All right. So go ahead and start with your Vanguard there, Miss Ambassador. Proliferation.
Okay, if not blocked, discard 1 unit card, then deploy 1 unit card from your hand to your power grid.
Let's see what it
Let's do
is.
this one. Okay, so block a fist, which I played.
Okay.
If you do, opponent draws 1 unit card from the library.
So I blocked it, but you get this.
Woohoo! I needed that.
Okay. And then yours does not trigger. And then over here, I'm going to play Convoy. Draw 1 unit card from the library, then draw unit cards equal to my fleet power level. I'll play it against this one, which is a blockade. If not blocked, take 1 random card from neighbor's hand. So I will draw here 1, and then according to my fleet level, another 1. And then you get to draw. Card. Yeah, I love this. Yeah. And then you take 1 random card from the neighbor's hand. So I'm just going to do that.
And this one right here is my lucky one that's going to
lucky
help
one.
me win the war.
All right. But it is now yours. You've taken 1 of my units. This card goes back. Then we go over here. You will resolve this one.
Okay, censure. Block a target order on this front. Okay. If you do, draw 1 unit card from the library, so did nothing.
Okay. If not blocked, remove 1 unit of your choice from the power grid of this neighbor.
No!
Political is going down. All right.
All right.
Okay, over here, Convoy and my embargo. Block a fist order. Nope. If I do, I did not, so I don't get anything. Michelle's play the Convoy. Draw 1 unit card from the library. And 1 unit equal to your fleet level.
Woohoo, I needed that.
Very nice, Michelle. Now we go to build. And go ahead and build any one you'd like. We'll resolve, or we will reveal simultaneously.
Okay.
Okay. Reveal. Political.
Fleet.
Dang it. Okay, so now next turn I can play army and political. Actually, yeah.
We can both play political, right?
Yep. So I can play army and political. You can play fleet political.
Mhm.
Okay, I cannot play fleet. All right, so we built. Now we supply. Let's move this to me. Michelle gets one. I get one. So I'll be the vanguard on the left here. I'm going to do it like this. Ooh, don't forget to check your power level. I almost messed up here.
Two over there.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm gonna do that.
All right, let's start here. Proliferation. I finally got to play one. Let's go here. Did you block it? Convoy. Nope. Okay, so finally I can discard a unit card and then play one to my grid. So I'm going to discard a fleet, or actually maybe I shouldn't say, but I am going to build another.
Oh,
army.
man.
So I'm still level 2, but I'm 2 cards away for army. This goes back here. What was this? Oh, this was here. Then Michelle's Convoy, draw 1 unit card from the library. And, ooh, then draw equal to your fleet level. 1, 2. Michelle's stacking her cards now.
I needed them.
Nice. Hi, friends. Future Ruel here. A quick rules goof. When Michelle drew up to her fleet level, I mistakenly told her to draw 2 cards when she was still actually on level 1. This is a common mistake that players make in this game, where you look at your level, you may have 2 fleet cards there, or 2 army, or 2 political. You're still level 1. You just have to make sure that you pay attention to where your levels are in there. So she was only supposed to get 1 here, but no worries. All right, let's go over here. Your Vanguard, please.
Okay, blockade. If not blocked, take 1 random unit card from this neighbor's hand.
Okay, so which one are you gonna
We'll
do?
do this one. If not blocked, remove 1 unit of your choice from the power grid of this neighbor.
Ooh.
Okay, so for mine, not blocked. Okay.
You get
Choose
to-
one from your hand.
Yep, random.
Let's do this one right here.
Okay, Merry Christmas. And then mine was, oh, that was, oh,
No, that was the one
oh,
that
this is just right now.
I took, yeah.
Okay. If not blocked, remove a unit of your choice from power grid. So knock you down the fleet. Okay. And then back over here.
This is not a nice game.
I don't know. This is, so the original game, as y'all know, if you were watching this, the original game is known as a game that ends friendships. Hopefully this card game doesn't end marriages, folks. I think our marriage is pretty strong, though. So let's go over here. I've played Sanctions. Block one of these things. It blocks this. So if you do, opponent draws a unit card from the library.
Oh my goodness, I
Yep.
so need these.
Yep. And then if not blocked, I did block it, so it does not trigger.
Okay.
And then finally over here.
Proliferation. If not blocked, discard 1 unit card. Then deploy 1 unit card from your hand to the power grid.
Oh, I had the wrong one. It was block a different order.
The target order, not
Yeah.
the fist.
Okay, so this will not trigger. So what do you get to do? You have to discard a card from your hand and then build one for free. Lucky ducky.
Okay, well, it's a good thing I got so many cards now.
I know.
Because, yeah, it was not looking good.
Mm-hmm.
They're all over the place here.
Okay.
Okay, I will discard this one.
All right, and then go ahead and build.
I will build this one.
Political power. That's the end of the round. Actually, not yet. We got a build action right now, so go ahead and build again. You know, I'm going strong in the army. Got 1 away.
Oh.
1 away. All right, move this over here. And then we go to our supply action, which is Michelle gets 1, I get 1. And Michelle will vanguard there, and I will go here. Oh, man. Can I close this out, friends? So what? I'm on level 2. And I need 1 more to get to level 3, then the game ends. Oh, and just a reminder, I can play army, Michelle cannot. Michelle can play political, I cannot. We can both play fleet.
Well, my cards are different directions.
Yeah, same.
And that bothers me, so we must get organized first. This
There
is
you
how
go.
we war.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be organized in war,
We
right?
do the war. We'll see how this plays out.
All right. Good luck.
Okay.
Vanguard time.
Okay, blockade. If not blocked, take one random unit card from this neighbor's hand.
Ooh.
If not blocked, take one random unit card from this neighbor's hand.
So we each take a random card from our opponent here. Okay. Go ahead and go take yours first. And then I'll take one of yours.
So do I keep the one that you...
No, just, yeah.
Okay.
Because this would happen simultaneously. I'll grab this one. Okay. We've resolved that. So I'm going to go here in my Vanguard. I'm going to play Sabotage. And we're going to go against Michelle's Convoy. So if not blocked, it is not blocked. Remove one unit of my choice from power grid of a neighbor. And then... that's it for that. And then Michelle, draw one unit card from the library, plus number of cards equal to your fleet power level.
Okay, and I had one of yours.
Okay, that's yours.
Gracias. Or merci.
Merci. And then over here.
Okay, proliferation.
Oh, that's the one.
Not blocked. Discard one unit card, then deploy one unit card from your hand to your power grid.
I think I played a block here. I hope I did. Come on, block.
Embargo.
Embargo.
Block a fist order on this front.
Okay.
So if you do, draw one unit card from the library.
Okay.
And one's yours.
All right. And over here, I played a sanctions and Michelle played a subterfuge. So block one of these. I have blocked this. If we do, opponent draws a unit card from the library. And then if not blocked, no, it was blocked. Okay. Now we go to the final part of this turn, build.
Oh.
You know what's going to happen. I do have one army to get to level 3. And Michelle, unfortunately...
Wait, I haven't put my card down.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here. I was supposed to do this simultaneously. And... army.
Here's like... one card.
It's a Christmas miracle. I was so fortunate that, that last turn you did where we randomly got rid of them. I only had one more army card, so I was like, no, don't pick it. And thankfully, I don't know which one you chose, but thankfully it wasn't the army. So
oh my god,
yeah, oh, so close, friends. Okay, and so yeah, I've taken the victory this time, Michelle.
I just have one thing to say.
Uh-oh, what do you have to say?
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
And on that note, we're going to end it here, friends. But stick around because I'm going to show you how to play the 3 to 7 player game. All right, be right back. Okay, now I'm rolling solo. Thanks to Michelle for hanging out with me for the 2-player game. Let's take a look at how you play the 3 to 7 player game of Diplomacy, the Golden Blade. So now we have still have France and Austria-Hungary, but now we're got Germany in the mix. So this is a 3-player setup. Again, I'm Austria-Hungary here. Michelle is France here, and then we have our Germans in the game now. So just like the 2-player game, you're going to play on multiple fronts. And in this case, we are going to play 2 cards each. Rather than 4 cards, we are playing 1 card on each side. So in this case, I would be playing like this. Michelle would be here. I would be here. Okay. So here is where Michelle and I are playing. This is where me versus the Germans are playing, and then Michelle versus the Germans here. The Germans are the ambassadors, so we're all going to reveal simultaneously, and then we start with the ambassador and go clockwise. So I'm just going to do this like this. Germany and France right there, and then Germany and me here. Now you'll notice that we've got some new cards in the game. These are more of the diplomacy that you know and love in the original game. These are the promise cards. So the promise cards, this is where the diplomacy and orders step 2 would really take place here, where you're trying to negotiate and bargain with your neighbors. Like, hey, play this card, I'll play this. Nothing is binding, so you can totally stab each other in the back, but there are promise cards here that you don't have to worry about the power level of what you're playing, but if you do play the same, we'll see some of the triggers power, such as the coalition. If this neighbor has also chosen coalition, block the order of your neighbor on your other side. So the Germans and I, during the negotiation or diplomacy phase, we said, let's, you can talk about what you want to play. You don't have to live up to it. And we did end up playing Coalition. So if this neighbor plays Coalition, they may block the order on the other side. So for the German, it doesn't matter because they played also a promise card with Michelle. But here, this I get through. This proliferation could not be blocked because that's what I played. But hey, Michelle played proliferation as well. That's sort of funny. We all played pairs of cards here. I honestly didn't set it up like that, folks. It was randomly chosen like that before I did this example. But what this does is here, the accords that the Germans and Michelle played, they both played that, they would each get draw 2 cards from the library. So instead of 1, they get 2 cards. So from the library goes there. And then Michelle and I, we, because the Coalition and I get to block the order here. So my proliferation goes, but Michelle's gets blocked. But here's the thing. I just noticed, again, because I did this randomly, check this out. Michelle's gets blocked because of the Coalition, right? Me and the German play Coalition. That means I get to block this. I played Proliferation, but I was not paying attention to the power level. I'm only power level 1. Michelle's 2. So that means I have to replace my Proliferation with a hold. So skip this order. Michelle will not be affected by my Proliferation. Future well here yet again. Here, Michelle is actually still level 1. So it was fine what I did. I did not have to play a hold card there. I was perfectly fine playing the Proliferation. Let's take another look at a couple of differences in the 3 to 7 player game. Basically, you're just swapping out cards, and let me show you one more. So we also have the Alliance card here. So this neighbor may resolve their order on this front against your other neighbor. Their order can never be blocked. So again, that's for 3 or more players only, 3 to 7 players. And then in the 2-player game, we actually had 2 cards that are specific for the 2-player game. You saw it during the playthrough, the Sanctions and the Convoy. Those are 2-player only. When you play 3 or more, you're going to replace those cards with these here. Backstab, stab in the back, and then the Resupply. So this one, draw 1 unit from the library, can never be blocked. It is a fleet card. Right? Yeah, fleet card. This is an army card. If not blocked, discard 1 unit card. The neighbor must hold as their next order on this front. So you're going to have to play that hold order that we've seen in play earlier. So those are the differences between the 2-player game and the 3 to 7 player game. Now, Michelle and I, we drew from the library. We're drawing from this stack here, the 1901. You can play up to 3 years. So our game actually ended pretty quickly because we barely got through, or actually we almost finished the 1901, but then there's also a 1902 deck, and finally the 1903. So it can play over 3 years. It just depends, how things work out during the game. So that's going to do it. Friends, thank you again for joining us for this playthrough and look at Diplomacy, the Golden Blade.